on in from Loops with the well, making the spray.
A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's day number 4 here for the PMPL, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas. We are back, and we have more exciting games coming at you today. My name's Kyle Harris. I am your host throughout all of this. Unfortunately or fortunately for you, depending on if you like me or not, but I don't care. And joining me to my left-hand side to get things going, we have Seven and Hot Jukes. Hello, boys. Oh, he's still wearing his camouflage. I could barely see the man. Seven, how you doing, friend?
I'm doing great, brother. 4th day, ready to rock and roll.
Absolutely, absolutely. Jukes, I know you probably missed me from yesterday, but, you know.
Oh. Hey, glad to be back here once again. You know, here to start off day number 4. Ready to see some insane PUBG Mobile action.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. All right, let's take a look at the schedule. Not the schedule, even, I should say. The format of how everything does break down here, because we have our 20 teams locked in constant combat for the next couple of weeks, as we have all those 20 teams divided up into 5 groups, 16 play days, and there will be 80 matches between all of it. And today, once again, we're going to be playing 5 of those matches, and it will be Group B that is going to be sitting out today. So I think overall, Jukes, when you kind of look at the format as it does stand, 80 matches is quite a lot of matches, but that really will give us a great indication of who is the very, very best when it comes to the PMPL Americas.
Oh yeah, plenty of games to show off what you got. So there's no excuses here. The top 6 will be moving on to World League. So I know one team in particular that comes to mind is, you know, Cloud9. Right now, so far, they've been struggling for the past 3 days. But like you mentioned earlier, 80 matches. So still plenty of time for them to show up. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing that here in the next few days.
Yeah, that's right. Tons of opportunities to kind of prove yourself along this road. Seven, as things do stand at the moment, we're going to actually I'm going to ask you a few questions in a moment, because we're going to take a look at how things shape up in terms of the points that people can actually accrue from all of these games in just a bit, but we'll actually look at the recap of actually what went down here throughout yesterday and the days before. So Seven, you already pointed out this quite a while ago here, but this was Perfect Patience by A7 going up against Beowulf.
Yeah, me take the IGL for A7, just showing maturity, showing that just the years are coming into handy, the experience is coming into handy, being patient and not making sure he gets a knock and gets the kill right away. And Tribe, we saw Tribe getting a lot of good kills yesterday, but unluckily they were not able to get the win. And right here, this engagement that we saw, the team that impressed me the most out of this map was Loops Esports, because they were just getting pepper from every single angle, and they were still able to get 2nd place. So that was really good to see from Loops.
Moving on to our Miramar match here, and Jukes, what did you take away from this one?
Oh man, we just saw nothing but non-stop action. Miramar 2.0, probably one of my favorite maps so far here in the PMPL. It's just non-stop action throughout the entire match. You can see right now you got XQ, AZ finishing off some good shots as well. And man, Loops Esports, regardless of zone, when they have it or not, they still put in work throughout. So I'm looking forward to see how they're able to do it here today. And you see here at the end, you know, unfortunately, Tribe almost had this one in the bag, but unfortunately just a little miscommunication, and they were taken out just like that. So hopefully they're able to kind of, you know, get that resolved and be able to make it happen, because they've had some good games we've seen already so far.
Guys, I'm hearing a common theme already, which is loops, loops, loops. I feel like, you know, they are a team that kind of dominates the headlines here so far for their performance that they've been able to put up. And even you can see here, as we start talking about them, you see them in boot camp being able to take down Tribe. And this in itself was a very important and decisive fight for them to be able to take Seven in a lobby like this.
It was, because remember, they set out a day before this, so it's good for them to go ahead and get an engagement like that and actually win it, even though they had just a 1v1 there at the end. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen today in Sandhawk, right? Is Tribe going to go ahead and challenge Loops again at the beginning? Because, as we mentioned, that fight could have gone anywhere. And one thing to actually point out right here from the clip that we're seeing is Mystic from Team Queso. It seemed like that fight right there, I know he wasn't able to win the game for that team, but it kind of sparked them back up. It let them know, hey guys, we're here for a reason. We got the skill, we got what it takes. So let's go ahead and show everybody what we're capable of. And after that game, it was just so exciting to see. Another team that we actually need to go ahead and mention was B4, because yesterday it was all B4. They just took advantage of an amazing day that they were having. I think they started the day, I don't even remember how many points they started the day with, but they just shut up the leaderboard.
Absolutely.
And that's something I love seeing. And this engagement, another thing that we actually saw a lot yesterday was Molotovs being used to control how teams were going to go ahead and push you. And that's the reason why Team Queso was actually able to win Big Candy here, because they threw a Molotov and forced the other team to go ahead and push them from where they were ready. And that right there got them the win. And overall, just the strategy that Team Queso had for Big Candy at the end was just beautiful, having them with the heal up, which my boy Hot Jukes called. It was really nice to see Team Queso getting a win.
Damn, Seven, you've given me a lot to work with there. I've got so many questions and so many things that I could pivot off from that. But of course, as mentioned here by Seven, Jukes, B4 really were the kings of yesterday. A double chicken dinner in one day. They really went from rags to riches in the matter of a day here in the tournament.
Oh yeah, they woke up for sure, and I was so excited to see that for them, because, you know, we're at the biggest stage here. You know, to be able to win first place, that's $50,000 in your pocket. So, like I said, in the first day, I said I'll give them a little bit of a pass, because there's a lot of nerves going into it, and I think that's a big factor that a lot of people don't consider. But, you know, now, if you really look at it, those nerves are gone, and B4 showed up in day number 2. So I'm looking forward. This is going to be day number 4 overall, but their third day playing. Hopefully they're able to continue off that momentum they got yesterday.
Yeah, they could push for the top spots. Of course, as we've mentioned, and as you've kind of said before, Jukes, don't trust the rankings just yet, because there is so much more to actually come here. But setting yourself really high up there early on is going to just pay dividends very, very well. Let's take a look at how the points do distribute themselves as you get those wins, you get those chicken dinners. 20 points for the chicken dinner. Every point will be gained by potentially kills, 1 point per kill. And then also 12, 11, even through 16 will only get themselves 1 point. So, but they are participation points, to say the least. But everybody gets rewarded. But the chicken dinner, the fact that Seven, that equates to what is 20 kills effectively. You really want to be gunning for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think one of the teams today that are going to be gunning for that chicken dinner, and I know you're probably not going to be surprised by me saying this, is going to be Loops Esports, because they've been able to take advantage of the kill points, but now they need to go ahead and start taking advantage of also the win points. So I wouldn't be surprised if today they get a couple wins.
I find it hilarious, though, as well, whilst we look at the money here, 50,000 of course for first place, and it goes all the way down. Everyone will earn money. There's also an MVP prize, as well as bonus per week. Do not forget here that is available to these teams. But Loops, as you mentioned, no chicken dinners just yet, and they're sitting way up at the top here, Jukes. Even though a lot of it has come off the back of kill points, we've also seen their placement positions be extremely steady here throughout the days that they've played so far.
Yeah, I think that's why we just can't stop talking about them, because from start to finish, they are able to put in work, even when they don't get zoned. I remember one time we were in the background, you guys didn't hear this, but we were like, will Loops ever end in, last behind 10th place? Because even when they had the zone far away from them, they heal strat up and get their way to 8th, able to put in work constantly. So I think it's only a matter of time before they get that favorable zone and crush this lobby. So, man, with only so many games played and such a high leaderboard, I think this is going to be a big day for them. And yeah, I think we're going to definitely see some movement overall.
Yeah, I mean, even that Vikendi match where I was like, they're done. They're going to be down in that double-digit positions, but they weren't. They actually continued with the heal off. Here's Group A to get things going, to start things off. XQ and Tribe are way up at the top. But Team Queso of 7, one of the teams that you pegged in day 1 to be looking out for here, really stepped up their game and were able to rise up the ranks.
Yeah, just their history. As I mentioned on the first day, they're usually a very slow start team, and that's what I've seen from them over and over again, even in the global finals, which has actually hurt them. So hopefully they start switching that up in the future, but now they're starting to get some momentum, so hopefully they can go ahead and build on that. And another team that actually wasn't so as consistency as I would like to see yesterday, even though they are currently still in first place, was XQ Gaming. I want to start seeing more consistency out of them, because they're able to get the kills. My boy C-Fan was popping off on some matches yesterday.
Yeah.
So I cannot wait to see what's going to happen with that group.
Group B will not be playing today. Cloud9, Grunto, Alpha 7 and Team Solid get a little bit of a respite here to get things going. So we'll move on to C. Alpha 7 there, of course, doing very well in the rankings thus far. Moving on to Group C, Tempo Storm, Wildcard Gaming, Cult 2 and Ace 1. They're back after having a little break yesterday. Jukes, what do you make of this group? Do you think they're going to come in fiery today?
Oh, they have to. You know, Tempo Storm back at it once again. We saw them kind of struggle in day number 1, but day number 2, they came hitting hard. So now they had a little bit of break, time to make something happen. But other couple teams that I'm looking at, though, is Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard is by far one of the most expected teams here in North America to do really well. So hopefully this could be a big day for them. Col2 BG, they were sitting at the top of the leaderboards on day number 1. Now they have fallen quite a bit, but like we mentioned, you can never trust the leaderboards when you have teams sitting out. So now that they're back, you know that they're going to come try to get their ranking.
Hot Jukes on the wildcard train. I like it. That's interesting. We're moving on to Group D. We've got Omen Elite, Loops Esports, Lazarus, and Mazexis coming in here. This, I mean, coming into day 2 especially, and them actually having the day off. This was a group of heavy hitters as Omen Elite, Loops, Lazarus all got wins in that first day 7. But now here, Loops has continued to go from strength to strength. Omen Elite and Lazarus maybe need a little bit of a boost. Likewise, so does Mazexis. They're having a bit of a hard time down towards the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, and remember, Lazarus, just a little bit behind the scenes, Lazarus is currently getting their players all in one house.
Correct.
And I think that might be happening today. So hopefully that improves their communication a little bit, that improves their overall teamwork, and that's something I want to go and see. Mazexis is just, I don't know what's going on with them. Hopefully they can get something to kickstart them, to start the engine, as you've been saying this whole tournament, because you can't, even though there's 80 matches, you can't start this slow. You're not going to be able to catch up, and you don't want to actually start playing catch-up game.
Rumor was it that somebody on Lazarus was playing from an airport yesterday? I don't know.
Russell.
Were they actually? Because...
Yes, yeah, they were. They actually played a game yesterday with just 3 players.
That's a crazy situation to have to be in, but it is what it is. Group E, we have B4, Creme Real Betis, we have Pittsburgh Knights, and Trem Careta. Jukes.
Yeah, you know, right off the bat, you got to talk about B4. You know, they had a tough start, and coming back, they had a dominant performance yesterday. So I know that they're looking to continue that going forward. Another mention, you got to mention Pittsburgh Knights. In the scrims, they seem to struggle throughout. Starting off day number 1 in the PMPL, they had a huge roster swap with Carnage coming in, and we saw some sick highlights from him in the last game, throwing some under toss grenades, doing exactly what his name stands for. So looking forward to see PK and the rest of these teams do well here in day number 4.
Yeah, I liked that a lot on the bridge over towards Erangel. Very nice indeed. Let's look at the overall standings, just to get you rejigged as to who is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboards. XQ, Tribe, Loops, Alpha 7 not playing today. B4 coming in hot in our last game day. So still a lot to play for here. Teams like Tempo Storm currently sat in 8th. They're going to be looking to blast out today, as previously mentioned, Jukes, because they were off yesterday. They were able to sit back, chill, 109 points without a chicken dinner just yet. They're the only team below Loops here that has not had a chicken dinner. Maybe they can get one today. What do you think?
Oh, I mean, I think it's totally possible. I mean, you look at this leaderboards right off the bat, you just see Loops in 3rd, B4, and Pittsburgh all have only played 10 matches. The rest on the boards have played 15.
Yeah.
So they are way more ahead on the boards than you could possibly see. And I know that we see Cloud9 in the top 10, but they're off today. So all these squads are going to be able to go ahead and get some major points. So we're going to see this leaderboard completely shift by the end of the day.
And Wildcard Gaming there sat in 12th place, looking to push up just a little bit more. So there's so much to look forward to. Not only do we have the 4 battlegrounds that we're going to be going to, but as always, 7. The lobby that we have is just so rich in nutrition and power. But let's take a look at exactly which matches we're going to be going to throughout the day. We bookend it with Erangel. I'm never going to stop. And we have Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi in the middle of all of that. The desert, the jungle, and then the tundra. So stick around for many a great match, and we will be descending onto Erangel. 7, the lobby, it's great. Erangel, it's great.
Yeah, and something to point out that happened yesterday, Tempo Storm was sitting out, and during both matches of Erangel, nobody drop Pochinki, so I wonder if that's gonna give a little bit more confidence to Tempo Storm, knowing that probably nobody's ever gonna try to challenge them this tournament, at least within the next couple of days, and it's gonna allow them to move a little bit more freely and move a little bit separate from each other. So I'm looking forward to see how that kind of plays mentally, because trust me, even though it might not seem like a lot, it's actually gonna play a huge part mentally for that team. And that was a team that was able to go ahead and start a little bit of a hot streak in the previous day before they had to sit out a day. So I'm hoping to see some kind of great action here from them on the first match.
Definitely. I'm getting word, gentlemen, that we're almost ready for our first game. So I'm going to do a little bit of the sweep in, the usual stuff before we actually get into that. You guys at home in Twitter can vote as well for who you think is going to do well here at the PMPL with the team name after the hashtag and then PMPL at the end. Make sure to send those our way and we'll be able to tally up those votes later on down the line. And not only that, but if you're watching in game, you can get yourself some nice, neat rewards as well in the game, in PUBG Mobile. So make sure to be tuning in, not only in the game, but tune in on Twitch, tune in everywhere, and get excited about PUBG Mobile PMPL, because there's a lot of good stuff to come. All right, gentlemen, we're almost ready. Going into today, who are your picks? I'm going to start with yourself, Seven.
Do Brazil, Loops Esports. I want them to get a win.
How about yourself, Jukes? If you say the same, I'm
looking, honestly, I'm looking at Tempo and Wildcard. You know, now that they're off the break, to see them actually do some really good work here, as well as B4. I'm just ready to see some PUBG Mobile action. Day number 4, let's go.
Absolutely. Oh, God, you've got me hyped as well. You're right. Let's go. All right, thank you very much, guys. I'll see you after the game. Pleasure as always, and we're going to bring on our commentator team for the first proceedings. Erengel's going to be the name of the game, and I have John and I have Xander. John, how you doing, my friend? You good?
Yeah, doing well. I managed to smudge my glasses just before coming on camera, so that's going well for me. But yeah, I'm having a great time so far. Obviously, yesterday, some crazy stuff going on. I was just talking about some brilliant circles coming through. You got a military side finish, which you'll be pretty happy about. So we'll see what today has to offer.
Well, you know, we all know, all three of us know the pain of smudging new glasses, and it's a hard life to live. Right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you in a few. Bye.
Thank you very much. Blank, we're getting into game number 1 here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas. We're ready to go back to Erangel, and, well, we're going to have a pretty stacked lobby this time around. Loops, looking to finally claim a chicken dinner.
Yeah, you're looking at from there. Now, there is one team that I definitely want to talk a little bit more in depth about, and that's B4. I know that Des definitely mentioned them quite a bit there, but let's take a look at day 2. They have 3 15th place finishes, and I believe 1 16th place finish as well. Come to day 3, they finish 1st, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st again. And arguably, they could have taken that map on Vikendi versus Team Queso when they pulled that heel strat off. The strategy from Team Queso was just impeccable, though, knowing that they were the ones who had to be pushed, or they had to push, so instead they just sent one person all the way back to heal up, forcing B4 into a very awkward scenario. But here we are on Erangel. We'll see if, can B4 take a double Erangel win today? I'm not sure they can, but we'll see if they can pull out some miracles today.
Certainly going to be on the cards, and we'll have to wait and see what they have to show us. What are they going to be able to sneak out from up the sleeve? And we're going to see where they're dropping as well. The plane path going from Zaki all the way down to south of the military island, and everyone should be pretty much okay with this. No one really cut off here.
Yeah, most teams have their preferred spots coming through. Team Case obviously going to make their way down towards Primorsk, as we see the first circle pop on your screen almost straight away, which will favor Team Queso, as they'll have the sea to the back of them here down in Primorsk side, so they'll be able to move north pretty unheeded there, so feel pretty nice for them. Obviously, you can see Mazexis still in the skies. The MTS just dropped down. Mazexis not having the greatest of first weeks here, getting shot down from the sky as well by Real Betis, as you see Nitsu take some great shots on Miramar from up on high yesterday. You know what, I think Cream is definitely a team that has a lot of potential here for me. I think they can do well, and they're starting to heat it up here in the tournament, but we'll see what they can pull out today, John.
They are on the eastern side, just in between Tribe and, as you said, Mazexis. I think there's another team as well hanging about. I think that's Ace, if I'm not mistaken, but and they're going to be around. So they're currently looting up around that sort of area. But the next circle, meaning they're going to have to move west, and look who's back on the map. It's Tempo Storm, and they are going back to Pochinki. Now, this circle for them means that they have control over a lot of rotation paths, and if they're able to choose that wisely, they could quite happily pick up several frags.
You know what, though, John? I would suggest caution for Tempo. I think on the first day, what happened to them was that they took Pochinki, they had full control of it, but there was teams surrounding on them on all sides, and they took some aggressive rotations out, were easily and quickly picked off. Today, you have an option here. Obviously, you know that most of the teams on the eastern side of the map are going to try and work their way over to some compounds, because really there are limited compounds in this circle. The fields between Gatka and just north of Quarry are really not good for you. There's the swamp over there as well. It's not a great place to find yourself in, so you can tell the key compounds are going to be taken up early by anyone who rotates early. So if I'm Tempo, I'm thinking, you know what, get myself over to the western side of the map as fast as possible. We've got all Pochinki to ourselves. We know that absolutely no one came here early yesterday, so we can really loot up nice and fast, find a compound, and then just play in the circle, play for those points today.
Taking a look at the tables themselves, obviously it's a bit difficult to crunch it down when you've got teams playing 15 matches, some playing 10. So what I like to do is look at those per map averages, and when you take a look at that, well, it's Loops who come out as a clear favorite, currently sat on 15.4 average points per map.
Which is huge, by the way.
That is absolutely huge. They're clearing the next highest team, which actually happens to be B4, who are, again, another 10-match team, sat on 12.6. And they are pretty much head and shoulders. XQ are going to be up there with them on 12.1, but really those three are the big hitters so far in the first 3 days.
Yeah, that's the real worry here for me in terms of B4. Obviously, they start towards Novo, so they have a nice aggressive start. They can have a lot of the loot, and then they have to make their way up through the bridges, which is currently being camped by Enshame, as well as Omen, who moved down from Milta, their usual starting zone. But yeah, that's my worry with B4 at the moment, is that they had that incredibly vicious second day for themselves where they hit the top of the leaderboards pretty much every time, but they also had that really weak first day. On the other hand, Loops, they've had a general consistency through both the days that they've played, so, you know, that's what I want to see from B4 today. If they don't have an absolute stomper of a day and hit the top side, at least hit towards those mid-averages. Try and do a Loops and be really hateful towards double-digit finishes.
Speaking of hateful towards things, this is 3 people in a car rotating with Tribe, and if there's one thing I'm not a fan of, it's grouping up so heavily. They have got another player out in a different car, but look, as soon as Rain comes into the picture, they're just going to sideswipe. He gets 1, he gets 2, and now he has to take the fight with the last as well. Not quite able to do that, but they've lost so much power. Okay, don't know why Rain was there on his own. Interesting choice, but he's going to go down, and Tribe get the reses.
Well, I mean, Tempo have to push this now. That's really the biggest option for them right now. They know 2 are down. They're getting picked up. You can at least get some control over the western side of the map. If not, you're going to have to push into them. Tribe know where Tempo is going to be coming from. It is Pochinki. So now Tempo are in a really tough spot because they haven't pushed this. Rain, obviously being their scouting member, moved that towards this field area. Was not expecting Tribe to fly through. And all props to him. Almost took out all 3 players in that vehicle. That could have gone very, very differently for Tempo indeed.
I don't know if I even spotted him with a vehicle. I mean, if you're playing as a scout, you want to get a bike or a buggy at least to be able to razz yourself around. So being caught just out in the open on foot.
He's fine.
Yeah, being caught, you know, with the Swifties on his feet. I don't know, but it feels like that was a little bit of a misstep for Tempo coming back in.
Yeah, now you can see pretty much everyone clumping up towards the center of the circle at the moment. No one really wants to play around Ruins, have to make that slog south side. See Cream Real Betis coming through school. They're going to be heading towards Pochinki area, maybe rotating over the top side of there. Team Queso, they're not playing the usual on the edge right now because they were so firmly in the center towards Primos. They had a really, really easy opening and they took it quite quickly to take control of these really strong compounds which have multi-stories, so they're hard to breach.
Very hard to push on through. Very central positions being taken by a lot of these teams as well, which means they are going to be very, very close to one another, very proximate fighting going on. Loops down on the southwest side of this cluster. We've got XG down to their, XQ down to their southeast, and Pittsburgh Knights just up to their north. But they managed to control a really nice part of this hillside out to the west of Pochinki, and they're going to be pretty well covered.
This is not a bad spot for them. They have vehicles as well. So I would say good start. Dadin right now, all he's doing is just circling the top of the hill, making sure there's no one in this area. Go towards over X-Quest Gaming, another team that I'm a really big fan of at the moment. I think that yesterday it wasn't as great. We didn't see that prowess in terms of kills coming through for them. You see here, this is what I'm talking about. Kingy on 40% HP. Rain could have had a very different story there if he maybe had pulled out the Uzi just a little bit faster. But again, that's asking a lot of one guy to take down 3 players, especially from Tribe, who have already shown themselves to be one of the strongest fragging teams in this tournament.
They're going to have to take the L, though, and that's exactly why I don't like to see multiple players rotate in a car blank. I mean, you come into a situation like that, and it's very easy that half of you, well, 3/4 of your squad just gets wiped, and then what? Like you're pretty much up the creek without a paddle.
Oh yeah, and this actually makes things a little bit difficult for Tempo going forward because they were in such an aggressive position from Pachinki. But yeah, like you said, Tribe could have had a very, very different story ahead of them there because they were in one vehicle. I wonder if it's only because they knew they had to get into a good spot fast as possible with this circle, so they just took the risk. And you know what? You can kind of understand that in this situation. Pittsburgh Knights, very split. You've got a player Jagger off towards Swamp area. You've got Carnage on the right-hand side here and J7 in the middle. So they're occupying several compounds at once. Now, once this next circle pops, they will probably have to commit to one thing as all these other teams do make their way in. Obviously, there's still 16 teams available. So I think the intelligent choice here would be to commit to at least 2 compounds rather than 3.
Without Cloud9 in the lobby, no one else went South George. It seems to be a running theme where some of these teams, you know, they dip out in these big loot locations and nobody else goes there. They are just leaving it open. And with this circle shift, it means that no one's playing that northwestern side. So the first team to try and move there might just be in with a really strong spot. No one's on the top of Everest currently. No one near Hospital in South George. Pretty much unoccupied right now. Omen Elite, they've managed to find one. I think they want more.
Yeah, and immediately they're making the move. This is a smart choice. Paris Boy's out of position. The rest of his team definitely cannot get in a good position to help him up. So they'll get at least a free kill here and also another vehicle for their troubles. 2 vehicles, in fact.
Loop's making a rotation as well. They're near Cool 2. They'll spot 1 player for them, but they're really very split off from the rest of the squad. Yushe just trying to tag some shots, get some damage done, but Loop's already managed to find themselves into one of the farm compounds in Gatka.
Wildcard, however, the team that Jukes was touting on the desk here, they've got pretty much control over ruins and just the bottom side of Everest for the time being. No other team is up by that side either, so they've got a really strong spot in terms of intel, so they'll be able to find out exactly where most other teams are. It will depend where the next circle hits for them, though, because if it goes more towards the south, obviously they've got to come down from the mountain. And a lot of people will be watching over towards there to check if any of the teams are coming down. It's a pretty obvious spot. So Wildcard have a strong position right now. What they need to do is focus on that information game. If they can find out where people are, then they can decide where they want to make their rotates through once that circle does come. One does actually happen in terms of the southern one, but if it's a north one, they should be fine for the time being.
Oh, I think they spotted it. A lovely headshot landing there for Federal. He will be looking for another, a little bit more, but Cool 2 just hiding back in their building. They've been sent packing. I don't think they want too much more of this. It's the wrong end of the M24.
I mean, that's the helmet off though, right? So already utility is a little bit lower on Cool 2. They'll have to invest some first aid kits. You can see here Fran with only 2 and absolutely no stims. Cool 2 BG feeling a little bit worse for wear in terms of utility.
For now, they might try and take a fight later on and snag themselves a helmet replacement, but we'll have to wait and see. No one really clashing just yet, but we've dropped 4 players. That's 2 from Enchantment Gaming, 1 from Tempo Storm, and actually 1 from B4 as well, who are currently playing in Pachinki near Omen Elite.
They're just hanging around in this area. They're towards the fields on the northern side, so... sorry, they're not towards the fields at all. They're holding just outside of Pachinki right now towards the hillside. Omen Elite just on the eastern side at the moment. Looking to make a push now.
Trying to skirt around the top of Pachinki, and they are maybe leaving, but B4 are leading that one out and leaving first. They managed to send their scout over, and they'll follow it up in the very split rotation. That's what you want to do. Tribe, take notes. 3 players, 3 vehicles.
Yeah, they've had a. I mean, this team was gifted a lot of vehicles early from Xiaomi Gaming, but in that same trend, Xiaomi Gaming down 2 vehicles, and that's that southern shift that I was talking about earlier. This really affects them badly in terms of wildcard. Now they've got to come down, go past Xiaomi Gaming, Loops, Lazarus, B4. So for wildcard, it's going to be a tough push, but they'll either have to wait a little bit or push now.
Loops are making an interesting rotation. They're actually heading up further north to get a different approach angle to the zone, going straight past Xiaomi. By the looks of it, it doesn't look like they're slowing down, and I don't think Xiaomi are taking these shots. They are down to 2, remember. You can see both Paris Boy and Fuchs have already fallen. So they don't want to take the fight, and they're allowing Loops their path that they're wanting to go for. A lot of fields into this next circle, but it looks like Pittsburgh Knights going to clash atop the hill. First knock going over already. Remember, that's without the helmet as well, so there's so much more damage coming through. But the Pittsburgh Knights, they're getting third parties here. Tremcareta, Furacao on the sidelines, further down the hill towards Pachinki Fields, are going to chime into the battle, and actually J7 goes down for it.
Yeah, Trumcareta, Furacao actually waiting for a very, very long time here in the tree line, silent as they go. They were waiting for Pittsburgh Knights to do something, and that something was to take some shots onto Kultu, and immediately they chime in there. So Trumcareta, Furacao currently the strongest party out of Kultu BG and also Pittsburgh Knights. The issue they're really waiting for is if Kultu BG actually hit onto one of the players from Trumcareta, Furacao, because they are quite split up at the moment.
Xiaomi going to get eliminated there in the meantime. They do get caught out, and they're going to have no further say into the rest of this game. Unfortunate for them. This was a day that they did want to step up on, but they're not going to start out in the greatest way. Team Queso now in a battle with Loops, and these guys are heaviest fraggers in the tournament when you break it down, but it's not going to phase Team Queso. They're still going to take the fight here. Federal going to try and face off. Ayala retreats upstairs to try and heal up just a little bit, and Federal is going to fall as well. Team Queso doing really well into this fight. They're claiming these kills, and Loops, they're falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, Team Queso had a fantastic time towards the beginning of this circle. They've been able to have the pick of the litter in terms of compounds that they just moved their way in. And that is just such good defense in terms of fortifications on that compound. And they send Loops absolutely packing. This compound's not as good in comparison. They're like, well, we can either have the really big mansion or we'll have the shack. And there's no in between. Our estate agent are terrible.
They're giving us terrible rates. The APR through the roof. It's just not okay. It's just not okay. And, well, they're going to have to try and pay that debt for the later rounds, later circles in. Next circle just about to pop, and we'll see where that shifts. It's heavily centered currently on those fields. So, hang on a minute. That's a heavy eastern shift, isn't it?
Yeah, hugely eastern shift there. Tempo, who were remaining just out of Pachinki, waiting for such a long time, have finally caught a break here with the 3 players still remaining. Got Omen Elite, though, throwing nades in towards Creme Real Betis. Let's see what Omen can do here. If they can take this compound, it's going to be largely easier to push towards the northern side. But right now, Creme Real Betis are right behind them, ready to backstab. So Omen do actually have to get rid of this one, but the blue will be pushing soon. We're already towards our later circles, so this one will start to hurt.
Omen skirting around these foothills and trying to find some ground. They haven't managed to get any nade damage coming through just yet, but he spots one out, not quite able to land the spray for Telly. As the nades do rain down towards their cover currently, the smokes have come out as well to quell that push. And it seems to be going well for now. Juicy all the way up and over in the wings, not quite with the rest of the squad. Maybe looking for those flanks and landing those shots, which might explain why Omen haven't gone aggressive here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got the hillside, so they can peek up whenever, and the blue is going to push Creme Real Betis first, which is right. They've laid down all these smokes to really try and stop the advantage that Omen currently have, peeking over the lip of this hill. So Creme Real Betis can get a little bit closer here and do exactly this.
Omen Elite trying to hold it down. There's a flank coming in for Creme Real Betis, and they have to be worried. The vehicle is claimed. They're going to hear that one out, but they're distracted from the push. In comes Juicy, holding down the off angle. Beautifully done there, but they are down to 2 now as one does get knocked, forced out into the blue. Unigo Edu is going to get another knock, and it's just down to Juicy. The spray is there, but he's ticking away. Has to get the bandage on, and Omen Elite. That was an unfortunate turn of events for them. They're down to 2, but plenty of damage done to Creme Real Betis for now.
a perfect smoke train coming out from Cream to deny that hillside advantage that they had. And now Omen, who were set up to win that fight very easily, are now really struggling with only Juicy feasibly left alive here, as everyone else will go down to the play zone. And now Omen, who were in a good spot to insert themselves towards the southern side of the circle, will now be only entering with just the one player, as Criminal Betis, Italox just about makes his way into the circle, but he's pushing through the fields.
That leaves us with currently 3 solo players, I believe. We've got Loops, we've got Creme Real Betis, and we've got Omen Elite as well, down to 1. And with a field side finish, it might just play out well for them. You can snake around, you can try and remain undetected, so we'll see what they can do.
Currently it's Trem Coretta for a cow towards the middle of the map right now. They have a lot of control, and on the northern side there's a huge amount of firefights coming through.
Goodness me, Ace 1 just raining down hell from below this time around onto Wildcard. They're throwing those nades uphill, and it looks like you've got B4 further up even still, and they're plinking away from a range, and Wildcard catching no breaks here.
Ace holding beside the vehicles. Wildcard, they're in a tricky spot. Lazarus, however, and Tribe both set in a very good position to third-party these fights, and it would be probably the optimal thing to do here. It'd be very risky for Tribe to enter this one with Lazarus and Ace 1 towards the northern side, but what it would do would solidify their position within the circle. But now Tribe has a very different option. The circle is about to pop. See where it goes.
Anyway, that goes.
In fact, hit across to the eastern side. So Tribe don't have to go for this fight anymore. They can take a very, very quick push towards the middle of this circle. Tempo are doing the same right now. There is one compound directly in the middle. Whoever lays claim to that will be under heavy fire. But if you can get there first, you'll be able to shoot back with relative safety.
And sorry there, Duke's Wildcard got eliminated. No more for you, unfortunately. We'll see what they can do next time around. But for now, we're left with 14 teams left standing. As he said, the next circle heading north and east and moving away from the fields, which is probably a good thing for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, they don't want to stick around there for too long. It causes a lot of havoc, and you're almost forced to use your vehicles, either fly past the fields themselves or just set up yourself with defilades. Now Team Queso, they're making their rotation from the western side of the map here. You can see them moving around. Tribe, though, have actually decided to take this fight.
It seems like they're doing pretty well out of it. Lazarus lose 1 already, but hang on a minute, they're turning it around. 2 players get knocked on a third, hits the knees as well for Tribe. And now Lazarus are starting to swarm. They're trying to pick up these kills. They will finish off Seagut, and I think, actually, Tribe are going to give up the Ghost. They're going to leave Memo as a solo.
Yeah, Tribe just leaving this one. They know they had a great day in terms of points yesterday and the day before, so as long as they can keep that consistency going, you do not want to go out in 14th. That will only afford you 1 point, which is really not good for the standings whatsoever. And Tribe, they haven't had many kills as of yet. Lazarus dropping down the smokes here, trying to make their way in. They can see that Ace 1 are actually waiting and ready to receive them, but it's Dadden from behind.
That's the solo player for Loops. Trying to find something. Creme Real Betis did get eliminated in the meantime, but so are Loops, and XQ are going to get eliminated as well. Heavy hitters fall in pretty quickly here, as it's an unfortunate turn of events. 10 teams left, and in fact that's the first time we've seen Loops go down lower than 9th. They go down, I believe, in 11th there. 9th place was their lowest finish so far, and that's not the way they want to start it off. And if they can't keep it consistent, well, we'll have to see what they are able to do in the remainder of today's match.
Yeah, not at all. That is really not good for you. 4 teams going out in a blink of an eye. Team Queso, on the other hand, they're all the way on the western side. They've now made it all the way to the east, just beside Mazexis and Tempo Storm. They have a really good spot here. These are those extremely good rotations that we talk about this team and really praise them for, coming in huge. Marco, the scout here, doing so much for his team at the moment.
Tempo Storm down to 1 as well. A game of snakes right now for so many of these teams. A couple of them did get rounded up. The Mongooses, or the Mongeese, I suppose, were taking them down. Next circle comes in. It's a western shift.
Yeah, Team Queso moved all the way to the east after being on the west. Now they're going to have to move west again. So the circle kind of rubber banding backwards and forwards. Maxin drops out of the vehicle. Will be finally taken down by the rain of fire coming through from the DPs on Team Queso.
Not going to take that one down. 2 players standing for B4, but no one really there to go for that res. The rest of them still further out into the circle. as it stands, I think you're right there, Blank. Team Queso have a really strong spot.
Yeah, they're just moving in on the edge side. They can now gatekeep Mazexis and Pittsburgh Knights as they have to walk up this big hill right in front of them. And Team Queso can play around all of this ground while still being in the circle. You'd imagine the circle will move at some point away from them, but for right now, they can actually get a very good spot going, try and take down some members, grab that intel going forward, and hopefully light some of these teams up.
Lazarus have managed to get a little bit of a foothold into the zone as well. Ace trying to move in, everyone sneaking their way through. There's a big valley in the middle of this area, which is going to be so difficult to cross depending on which way it goes. But Mazex has started to take a fight with Team Queso, and actually B4 taking a fight over on the northern side as well. Team Queso do take a knock, and I think that might have been a flush coming out. No, Mystic is still standing. However, there is a snake moving closer. Darius for Mazexis wants to find an angle, wants to find a sneaky head over the top. And they are going to go for the flank. Ayala falls. And that is another knock going over towards Team Queso. They're trying to hold down the push against Mazexis as one more of them gets knocked as well. And here comes, hang on a minute, Tensor from the sidelines. He's chiming in, holding it down for Team Queso. As they're down to just one left, and they're taking the fight over the lip of the hill, but Mazexis, one goes down, and that's another to fall. They're so low. One player left standing for both of these two teams as Tempo Storm get eliminated as well.
Yeah, oh my lord, fifth teammate from Team Queso, Tensor, really does help out here. Marco has the potential to get up, but he's just going to go forward, try and provide some information. Axial now coming out, wants to flush at least a couple of players. Will get MTS, will provide the information, and will try and revive Isla. So a really tricky spot here for Team Queso. They will have a little bit of time before Mazexis will start to make this push. But also on that note, the circle is about to move. Things are getting very hairy for a lot of these teams.
And it's Mazexis who have to move towards Team Queso, and they'll be aware of this. Playing as the duo, this is a fearsome fire pair to be getting on with, so we'll see what they are able to do. B4, still 3 players alive. So do Mazexis as well, currently looking in one of the stronger spots, but it's Tremcareta Furacao who are 4 players strong right now, Blank.
B4 here with 8 kills total, and a potential to go out in 6th, but they can make it even further. So it feels like that first day they had, where they had a really bad day, was a little bit of a fluke from them. They're bringing it back in a big way on day 3 for them.
Tremcareta Furacao gets spotted out from the high ground, but the circle not in B4's favour. No one on that northern side really, but Tremcareta Furacao are going to get spotted out, and I think that was, hang on a minute, Lazarus just get lasered down. They are going to get eliminated. We're down to 5. The Pittsburgh Knights with a solo player. Queso still up the hill with 2. They are in the next circle.
Very limited in terms of utility, so they'll be looking for some kills here just to try and restock, but it's 2v3. Raven and Tremcareta Furacao are still in this one. Team Queso, they will have the hillside to fight on. You can see some nades coming up. B4 still going on this one now with a shot onto Vitu.
Trades going back and forth on all of these teams as seems to be a full 5-way fight at this stage. Everybody has a sightline onto everybody. Emraz just gets rattled down from across the way. That's Tremcareta Furacao. Darius now trying to stay down low, but his teammate gets knocked. He's last standing, and Team Queso makes short work of Mazexis. They go out in 5th, so it's not the end of the world from them. They're going to rack up 11 points, which, quite frankly, that's the highest scoring game they've had so far in this tournament, Blank.
Yeah, I don't think the Team Queso could have played that any better. But I think Mazexis had huge tunnel vision throughout that entire fight. Team Queso know they need to stay lying in wait in these buildings, prevent other people from pushing them. Mazexis, they're just fully focused on Team Queso. I didn't even think about the other 5 teams that were in the match with them. But B4, they heard all this gunfire, and now it's time to take a fight into Team Queso. I don't even think that Queso had a chance to loot up there. So they're in a tricky spot right now.
They are in this circle, but the next one is probably going to be moving away from them, and it's going to pop in just a moment as we'll see where that one lands. Currently, every team has a little bit of an area to control, but it's really B4 who have the dominant position at this stage. Next circle comes in, and in fact, it's opposite from Team Queso. It is further down the hill, right in between Tremcareta Furacao and B4.
Yeah, B4 just held the line there. And they were given a little bit of gift in terms of the circle. Team Queso will have to leave, but with so much action going up on their side, pretty much everyone's watching up there for their own case of entertainment. Raven has done really good to get this far in the game for Pittsburgh Knights. Currently in 4th place if he goes out now, but you imagine he wants to stay in this for a little bit longer. Has a good little bit of a loot crate there, but Matos right next to him. I think Raven's days are numbered.
If B4 peek over this lip, they do just spot out Matos. And they see that body lying there. They'll pick up that point, no trouble, but where are they most worried about? I think they're going to see Team Queso moving across now as they have to make that push. They get down one side of the hill, and Raven now has to take control. Will the fight go the way of Team Queso? Raven there, up and over, will find one knock, but he gets traded. Pittsburgh Knights eliminated, and a knock goes over onto Tremcareta Furacao as B4 start to chime into the fight. This might give Team Queso an opening to come on through. 3 players left standing, and that's Tremcareta Furacao taken down and out, and Team Queso now battling it out with B4. With the top dogs to see who is going to come out on top this time around. Ayala hits the deck. Not knocked just yet, but it will be not long for them. B4 claim that chicken dinner. Erangel, who's going to be able to take them on?
I mean, John, that's 3 Erangels in a row that they've got a chicken dinner on. And that's a big game as well. 15 kills, 35 total points in this match. Oh my God. B4 are not letting up whatsoever.
Absolutely not. It's phenomenal stuff. They have proven time and time again that they're able to hold down those final circles better than pretty much anyone else who's trying to step up to them. It's just not the case where, we see it with those heel-offs maybe not going their way over on Vikendi. They were still in those final circles and they controlled it like we didn't see any other team doing. And they had a better zone, they had the numbers advantage to be fair, but when you are investing so much into keeping everyone alive, it's going to go your way more often than not.
It's super, it was just very calm play from them. They get a little bit of revenge down to Team Queso. They went down second on Vikendi versus them. This time it'll be Team Queso taking that 2nd place instead.
B4, man. B4. I think they won the last game of last night as well, and now back in, just all guns blazing. John, they are looking like a shadow of them former selves when they had such a bad day 1 to then come along and just have an absolute monster start to all of these days. Just great stuff.
Absolutely. I don't know what the opposite of a shadow is, but
yeah,
I feel like
bright light.
I think the idea there is very much true. It's incredible to see the transformation that they've had from day 1, and that's what we were talking about. Early stages of the tournament don't really have an indication that much on overall performance. It's about consistency, and if B4 have proved anything over these first 4 days, and well, this first game of day 4, it's that they do have that ready and waiting to display.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, guys. My favorite moment from this was Xander just saying, bright light, but we'll get back to them later on before the next game. Bringing on the analysis, guys, 7 and Hot Jukes. The B4 train just keeps rolling, Jukes. You seem to be feeling it right now.
3 Erangels in a row from B4 Esports, crushing it. Way to start off day number 4. There's so much to talk about in that game. B4 looks like they were kind of down and out. Team Queso was gatekeeping them. The Mezexis came in, and B4 was able to rotate in for free and win the game. Just what a crazy way to start off day number 4.
Actually, you point out a really good point there, which is the fact that I didn't realize it was 3 Erangels in a row. That's just next level stuff. We were saying that A7 were like Kings of Miramar for their 2 wins. Oh my God, B4, you are the absolute emperors of Erangel right now. Let's take a look at the points coming in. Of course, as B4 up towards the top here with 35 points. Woo! Oh, that's a lot of points. And Team Queso getting 21 points under their belt. 17 Queso played out this game well.
Yeah, they did, and this is actually the first Erangel that the first circle actually favors them. It was somewhere near to their landing in Primors, so something that they were able to take advantage. And oh my gosh, the way they were able to go ahead and handle Mezexis, pretty much push. A lot of miscommunication going there from Mezexis. I think seeing that push from them kind of gave me a little bit of an insight of why they're currently so down on the leaderboard. Hopefully they can go ahead and start rearranging certain things. But Team Queso and B4 before. What a performance from both of those teams.
Yeah, definitely so. As Tem Caretta getting themselves 3rd place here. Moving on to the 2nd page as well, we have 9th through 16th as we see all of these teams trying to get themselves a little bit of cheeky points here and there. Noticeably, Omen Elite, 6 kills going their way with only 1 placement point. So even when you're only getting 1 placement point, Jukes, this is the kind of kills that you want in those positions. It's difficult to get a huge amount of kills with just 1 placement point, but getting that 6, getting that 7, keeping your average pretty decent amongst the games, that's kind of what you want to see.
Every point counts. That is for sure right there. Omen Elite, they got kind of caught at those yellow buildings in a big fight, and unfortunately just had 1 left. Try to survive as long as they can. It's a tough break for them. My biggest surprise on the leaderboards is XQ Gaming, nearly last place for this match, and they were sitting in the top 3 in the overall leaderboard. So that's gonna hurt for them. But man, like these squads, these are some of the best that North America has to offer, and there's still plenty of PUBG Mobile left to play today.
Definitely. So let's take a look and focus on B4 here as they were able to seize the initiative once again and just dominate Erangel very, very well indeed. Coming in from the north side of those later circles, 2,400 damage for the 15 kills that they were able to accrue. And it's not only the fact that they were coming in from the north side in some of those final circles as well. Almost every other team, 7 in those final circles, was kind of down towards the south or southwest, etc. So they aided B4 even more by all fighting each other, and by the end of it, it was pretty clean cut for B4.
Yeah, in a strategy that actually has been working so far for B4 that we've seen over and over again working in Erangel, is they're playing the edge of the circle. They're not pushing towards the center. I know we've seen a lot of teams go ahead and try to push towards the center, but they're being a little bit more patient. They're trying to do that third-party thing. At one point, I believe they actually had 8 kills with only 4 knocks, so it goes to show that they're trying to take advantage of certain situations. They're trying to pick people up and then just get some extra easy points, because that's honestly what it is. If you're able to go ahead and just kill somebody else's knock, that's going to be such an easy point for your team, and they're doing that greatly here on Erangel.
Yeah.
And I want them to go ahead and start seeing that in other maps from them, because they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And let's check in with some of the Mountain Dew game fuel. Why did I do that a second time? I don't know. Moments from this game, of course, as there were plenty to pick from. Tribe almost got their entire team wiped out in that little push there, Jukes.
Oh, it was so crazy to watch right there. They tried to do the serpentine strat, and it looks like it almost didn't work out for them, but King A able to shut that down real quick, get his team up. Let's see he Federal with the good old-fashioned sniper rifle. Love to see it right there. Luxy as well, getting some big shots onto Carnage. This is what I'm talking about. What a way to start off this game. This game had it all.
Yeah, it definitely did. Yeah, I like how you phrased them as old-fashioned sniper rifles. You're not as big a fan of the sniper rifles? Oh, well, actually, I tell a lie. You're a big fan of the sniper rifles. You just think DMRs are pretty decent right now.
Yeah, it's so tough to see. I think the way this meta is DMRs, full auto sprays. These guys are so good at it.
Yeah.
It just kind of renders that bolt action so situational. You hate to see it for me personally, because those flick headshots are one of my favorite things to see possible. But yeah, right now you can already tell Tensa with the laser beam 6x is just too strong right now.
And some decent DP usage there in the close quarters as well, as we take a look at some of the final moments of this game going out. B4 finding themselves spots. And this fight between Team Queso and Mezexis 7 you were talking about.
Oh.
This just hurts, man. Right there, Axel is able to go ahead and finish a player from his exes that was knocked down. He should have definitely relayed that information to his other teammates and just allow that for them to go ahead and push that, or at least throw a grenade, because we saw them, Miss Exes had a grenade, but it seems like they didn't want to do anything with it. They just want to be at the top with Team Queso, and that's just not going to work out for you, especially if you're going to be fighting other teams that are currently towards the bottom of that hill. Not really sure what was going on there through Miss X's mind.
Unfortunate to lose out on that fight. But one thing that is important about that fight, whilst we take a look at the total damage coming in from all of these teams, is the fact that, Jukes, that when you're knocked as a player, one of your jobs is potentially, in some situations, to gain information for the other players around you, right?
Oh, I think it's one of the most important jobs. If you're knocked, you're trying to give all the intel you can to your squad, and we saw him for sure know exactly where Team Queso was, and they didn't move at all. So one grenade, and that is Team Queso down and out. So there's definitely a miscommunication error, without a doubt, period, coming from Mezexis. And on top of that, when you're down and out of the game, you should be there trying to give all the comms for your team so they don't even have to do any comms. So they can just shoot, period. So yeah, man, something definitely went wrong there for Mezexis.
Definitely. Here's our overall damage coming out here in terms of total damage. B4 is the one that stands head and shoulders above the rest. Team Queso and Tremcareta doing pretty well for themselves as well. Let's do a little bit of a head-to-head comparison here with some of the best players from the lobby. And it is B4 that will dominate a lot of this. And Swagwin himself, yes, the very epic Penguin, being able to dish out 869 nice damage coming in there from Swagwin. But just B4, the day yesterday was about them, 7. And if they start today the same way and then continue it on today, I'm terrified if they just keep making every single day about them at this point.
Listen, we seen them bring in that momentum, and also yesterday on Miramar, they almost won. They were at least, I believe, top 3. I remember they were able to go ahead and take out Tribe, even though Tribe had the height advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go ahead and actually push for that win, especially now that Alpha 7 is not playing today. Yeah. They might just go for it, man. Why not?
Why not, indeed. Very, very impressive stuff so far. Let's take a look at some of the analysis highlights as well that we do have from this game, our first game of Erangel. Do remember, we've got 4 more games coming at you in just a little bit's time. And once again, I don't know what you've got for me. So who's got this one?
Don't worry, we're going to be talking about Loops Esports maybe having their worst game so far of the tournament. Not sure exactly what was going on there with that push. They decided to go ahead and push into that building with just 2 players and commit. And as you can see, one of the other players that was actually somewhat close there to his teammates, he decided to go ahead and just hold back. Not sure why. If you already see your other 2 teammates committing, might as well try to commit to it, but instead he decided to go ahead and just play for placing and then back up a little bit, which is also smart. But at that point, if you see your teammates at least trying to do some damage, commit to it. And another one that we're gonna go ahead and mention is Ace1 here, pushing onto Wildcard, getting some great grenades, getting some knocks as well. As you can see, Slicky, I think he got blown up there by that car from Ace1. I love seeing this by Ace1. They're currently one of the teams, I believe they're currently in 19th place. So I want them to go ahead and start winning engagement, especially with teams like Wildcard, which we know they can definitely get the kills. It's good to see stuff like this. What do you think, Jukes?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. You know, you can see Ace1 just executing this fight to perfection. Spring almost blowing himself up there with the buggy. He just tried to blow it up too late. Gets caught from Nunez. I mean, Ace took out Wildcard really efficiently in this fight, and you know, with that kind of dub on such a big name team, they're going to have a lot of confidence going into the rest of the day's matches for sure.
The first team to get 3 chicken dinners under their belt, it's B4. So 3 chicken dinners, 11 games played, and still you see that B4 and Loops are still quite close to each other when it comes to the placement, with the same amount of games played so far. So as you mentioned, Loops having the hardest game of their tournament so far, but that is just testament to how amazing that they have done throughout all of this so far. Let's take a look at our 9th through 20th, sorry, 11th through 20th even, I should say as well. I'm thinking about our second page of a normal game, which shows our 9th through 16th. We have our 11th through 20th. Mezexis having a little bit of a rough time once again in that fight against Team Queso, and we're just expecting a little bit extra from all of these teams, pushing themselves up the ranks, trying to get themselves into that triple digits. Triple digits, especially in this first week, is so important to get to Jukes. Just kind of have that momentum going forwards into the next weeks. Well, there will be 2 more weeks to play out. Just have your confidence boost nice and high.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, look, there's so much pressure on all these players as it is, and playing at this high level with this kind of money on the line. So anything you can do to alleviate that with a good, solid lead up front is going to help tremendously. And I know we've been talking about Loops constantly for the past few days because we've seen them dominate so hard. But if you look, B4 passed them up in the leaderboards with 3 chicken dinners. That's 60 points alone from just placement. Finally, just surpassing up Loops here. So, man, it's getting interesting here at day number 4. Can't wait to see how the rest of the matches are going to go.
To be quite perfectly honest, whilst we take a look at the schedule here, I don't know which 6 teams I could pick to be going to World League. I just genuinely don't know how it's going to shape up. Normally when I go into a tournament, I'm like, yeah, these are the best teams. They're going to do well. But right here, right now, no clue. No clue. We've got B4 winning the first game of the day here. Then we've got Miramar, Sandhawk, Vikendi, and Erangel to come. We're going to Miramar, and we are hyped. 7, what do you have for me?
I got Tribe Gaming, man. They're currently the team with the most kills, sitting at 82 kills. I want them to go ahead and see just some improvement from what we saw yesterday. A lot of miscommunication happened here in Miramar, so I'm looking forward to them just improving on that and just slaying out. They're becoming one of those slaying teams, and it's going to be interesting because Loops Esports in that last match, even though they did get really bad placing, they also didn't get a single kill. And that's something that we're just not used to seeing from them. So how are they going to go ahead and react to that? Are they going to go ahead and try to push more teams and try to make up on kills? Or are they just not going to change anything and continue doing their thing? I hope that was just a fluke. More than likely, it was just a fluke, and Loops and Tribe are the teams that I'm going to be looking to here.
Well, sometimes you get kind of unlucky on rotations, right, Duke? Sometimes it just happens that you know, unfortunately run into like one player who's ready with a DP, with an M4 ready to unload on you. That's kind of, I feel like, what happened there for Tribe initially, at least, which then has knock-on repercussions, of course, in the game.
Yeah, right. Sometimes it doesn't work out for you, and sometimes it does. I think if you look at B4 in the last game, it worked out for them perfectly. Yeah. I thought they were down and out. I thought Team Queso was going to gatekeep them perfectly, but then guess what? Another team comes along, third parties, opens up the door for you, and that's just part of the game here in PUBG Mobile. And I think you see the elite teams are ones that can still make it happen even when they don't get zone. And heck, there's still plenty of matches left to play, and like you said earlier, I don't know who's going to be the top 6 so far here after day number 4. Wow.
Well, let's do a comparison here, B4 and Loops, and we can kind of gauge as to how much those 60 points in first places from B4 has been able to make a difference for them when it comes to the overall placement position. So when it comes to the kills as well that they've been able to kind of dish out and damage that they've been able to dish out, you can see Loops here overall has been able to blast when it comes to the amount of kills that they've been able to accrue, as well as the amount of damage that they've done here, 7. So it does show that they are extremely formidable when it comes to combat.
Definitely, and I think one thing that's impressive for me is the damage received difference. It goes to show how much more offensive Loops has been, and B4 has just been playing that edge. It didn't work the first couple of days, but now they readjusted, and it's definitely working from them. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go ahead and continue to see B4 just playing the edge of the circle and trying to play that third-party role that they've been doing on certain teams and get those kills that way, and just wait until the end and be able to pick it up and get that win like we've seen them do over and over again.
Maybe. All right, I'm banishing you once again, guys, and I'll have you back at the end of the game to talk to you about Miramar. Cheeky boys. And I'm bringing back on the commentating team as well, Mr. John and Xander, to bring us all the action from Miramar. And I'm gone. I'm not even asking questions, guys. Just enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you very much. We're gonna zap you down, zap you away, zap him out of existence for now.
My boy.
Don't worry. Blank, it's okay, don't worry. We have got
it doesn't feel right anymore.
We've got a Colaris backup somewhere, and well, we're going to be back up as well to Miramar, where we are going to take our second game of the day. Just like the beat of the drum, it comes around again. B4, are they going to be able to take down yet another, really currently sat as kings of the lobby?
Yeah, no, my major thing here to talk about is definitely Loops, in the sense that last game it felt like, you know what, they were going something a little bit more safe. And honestly, Loops, you're an aggressive team. You have the fragging skill on board. I think that throw caution to the wind for today and just try and make it happen in terms of aggression and what was working for you on the days before that you've played, because we know how good you are in a firefight. Get yourself in this position, remove, just forcibly take away real estate from other teams. I think that's what worked for them. I think playing slow, playing timid, it's just not their thing.
No, they currently sat on 72 kills over the course of 11 games, which of course brings them to an average of about 6.5 kills a game, which that's pretty strong. That's no matter where they're finishing. And when you take into account the fact that they've had, you know, I think two ninth places, and then after that there was an 11th place finish just now coming in for Loops. That's a really solid score, and they did just get leapfrogged in terms of their averages and in terms of the scoreboard, as they were saying on the desk. 14.1 for Loops, now B4 up on 14.6.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you have such a dominant couple of days where you have 2 Erangel first place finishes directly into the next day, still on that high from yesterday, and get another first place finish, you're definitely going to be like a rocket going to the top of the leaderboard there. We're going to see the first circle on your screen. We didn't talk about it too much, but it's Southwest. There are only currently 4 teams who are firmly in this circle of the wildcard out on the very much southeast edges of this circle right now. But Tribe feeling pretty good in the foothills of Chumacera, Omen towards Monte Nuevo, and Tempo in the classic Picado position. They don't have many teams around them this time, and I think where they've struggled is removing themselves from Picado and being shot by teams playing Power Grid, teams rotating through Graveyard. So I think this time around, we might see that dominance from Tempo coming through on Miramar. Like Jukes was saying on the desk, I think it's their time to shine. I mean, they can do very well today. I'm just waiting for that on switch to happen.
We're certainly going to be waiting for a while, but hopefully it will come online now. They have been doing pretty decently so far, to be fair. And their second day was a lot stronger than their first. Hopefully their third will be even better. If there's any teams that you're looking at on the map right now in terms of those matchups, who are you specifically focusing in on? Are you looking at Loops and B4, or are you looking at someone else to try and take some ground here?
I think that, I talk about Team Queso enough, so I won't talk about them. I think they're a team that makes their way into the circle, and then they can do fine. They can do fine. The question begets is whether they can keep doing fine and remain towards the top of the leaderboards. Currently, like I said, I think they're doing absolutely fine. Another team that I'm looking at is Tribe, because I think there have been times where we see just this huge display of dominance and skill, and then there's other times where you think to yourself, well, this is a little bit weird. Again, though, I think Pittsburgh Knights, another team that I'm looking at here for Miramar. They won yesterday's Miramar, and a lot of that was due to, I don't want to say circle luck, because they definitely had a very good hold on where they were positioned. They didn't have to move too much, but by no means were they just gifted the win yesterday. But I want to see if they can recreate that today.
I mean, you say Team Queso are doing fine. They're currently sat in 6th, and you're right, that is towards the top of the tables, but there are 6 teams below them with a higher average, which puts them down 12th in terms of average performance per game. Now, that's not the position you want to be sitting in, and I put that up mostly to the frags. They're on 44. The teams that are near them sat on 16 rounds. They're so much higher, and they're doing so much more. And even the teams on 11 games that are next to them in the tables, Pittsburgh Knights and Loops on 72, Pittsburgh Knights on 53. So, and they're -5 games, right, overall, because Team Queso haven't had those days. So for me, I need to see Team Queso go for some fragging games. And I mean, to be fair, they won a pretty convincing fight against Loops in that last game. So maybe today is the day they're able to do it.
Well, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They do fine, and don't get me wrong. I've praised them enough over the past few days, so you know what my opinions are on this team. But I just think that for them right now, consistency is more important than maybe other teams like Loops, who do have those fantastic kill games. And like you said, there are 6 kills per game. Team Queso, they have to just keep doing well in terms of rankings. They can't just have one-off amazing games here and there where you saw B4 get 35 points last game, and that's massive in terms of bumping the rankings up. Whereas Team Queso, maybe they make it towards 2nd place and they get 16 points. You can see that and then they don't get any kills. You can see like the difference in terms of points there when you're not getting those kills per game. Again, though, it's quite early in the tournament, and just like Kelara said on the desk there, he can't pin it. Neither can I. This is what's exciting to me as well, though. There are so many good teams in the PMPL. And remember, this is just the PMPL right now. Imagine the kind of caliber of gameplay we're going to see in the World League if already we're seeing such fantastic games come through from PMPL Pro League.
I mean, we're going to see several of these teams here in the World League as well. So they're going to be bringing that over.
Just the 6, John.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But really, for me, the story is how strong the South America teams are coming into this competition really early on. Some of the North American heavy hitters that we talked about at the start of the tournament, they've been slow to turn it on. Cloud9, Tempo Storm, they've really not had the sort of impact that we were looking for from these teams. And it's teams like Team Queso, obviously, they're a well-known team from South America to the rest of the world as well. But it's teams like B4 who are coming alive, like Loops, who are doing really, really well, that perhaps people weren't necessarily expecting to be able to step up here, but I'm very impressed so far.
J7 probably very terrified right now as about 15 bullets hit the ground behind him. Carnage very much in the same evasive maneuvers. Best driver NA.
Oh dear.
Dead. Sad, to say the least. We give our commemorations to best driver NA.
Yeah, Gandalf on the yesterday's Erangel match, but unfortunately he's not going to pass this time around, and Carnage does go down for the Pittsburgh Knights. So they're down to 3 pretty early on. A nice little pickup coming through. As Carnage does fall down. So
I think there was. I don't want to say it was a crucial mistake, but I think it was maybe a mishap there because he drives off to the left-hand side. So now, you know what, the B4 are no longer tracking the target sideways. They can just move upwards, and that's quite slow on the other hand. So I think he actually did make it a little bit easier for B4 to hit him rather than taking J7's approach, which was just ride or die down the highway, which I think was a little bit more effective.
Well, I mean, one of them's alive and the other one isn't, so I guess the proof's in the pudding there.
The stats agree.
Yes, my statistics agree with your analysis there, so I think we're in accord. Ace 1 currently down in the southeastern side of the circle, just out to the west of Los Leones. They have some buildings, and on Miramar, you're not going to see too many foot-based rotations. It's mostly going to be headed out in those vehicles. So having a compound pretty isolated with those vehicles sequestered inside means people aren't going to be plinking away at them. And you're going to have some pretty strong rotations moving in.
Yeah, so here's Loops. They're holding high. They are right on the side of the circle right now, so they will have to move, and they're taking this cautious approach once again. I don't know that I didn't actually quite catch where they had landed in the beginning or where they'd rotated from. I was looking more towards the western side. We are going to get the next circle to move here on Miramar. Goes all the way west. Now, if you're Lazarus, you're Loops, you're not feeling so great about yourselves because you have to cross some pretty empty ground here towards the western side where a lot of teams will be waiting to gatekeep you. Tribe towards Chumacera, so they have some buildings available to them, but now Team Queso, I'm curious to see where they actually end up in this circle, because we know that their initial rotations into around about circle 3 are very, very strong. Somehow they're able to slip past maybe 3, 4, even sometimes 6 teams to get into the circle itself. So let's see where Team Queso is able to make their incision in towards these cluster of teams here.
And remember as well, about 25% of this next circle is dead ground. You can't get up those huge cliffs on the west side of the maps, which means that the access routes to this circle are a little bit more limited. And on this southwestern side of Miramar in general, it's even more limiting. So quite frankly, it feels like there's going to be a few valley of death situations.
Yeah, no, an excellent point, right? Because there are obvious rotational paths for teams to get in. And if you ever, I'm sure you guys at home, if you've played PUBG Mobile, you know that coming down from El Pozo on the southern side on that road, it's so barren. If you're making that rotation, you're feeling terrible about yourself because people can just plink away at you, and you pretty much got no cover on either side. I think there's a few trees here and there, maybe a shack on the side that you can hold up on. But how long can you do that for? Now, Team Queso, as well as Inshami Gaming, they're all making the same approach here down on the southern road. So I wonder if they just try and razz it straight in. But Mazexis, they're lying in wait on the western side for any teams that do want to make this rotation.
And they'll hear this fight going on to their north as well, as there's a little bit of engagement. Marco goes down up on that push, and it's Inshami to take first knock. Queso, they needed to have a strong performance to try and convert last round, but for now, they're going to be down to 3 standing. The rest of them still pretty effective in their spots, but there's a flank that's on its way from Inshami. For now, all they need to do is try and stay alive. They are 3 players total. That nade might just seal Marco's fate.
See Lupita coming over from the distance here. Marco in a terrible spot. Pretty much his only job right now is to give information, and Ayala desperately trying to hit these shots. You know, if I'm Team Queso right now, I'm thinking about just getting in the vehicles, seat belting up and slamming on the gas and just getting out of here. This is really not a good situation for you whatsoever.
pretty dangerous, a little bit hairy. And you're right, Marco is already down, so at what point do you just cut your losses and leave from the fight? The flank's still in effect, and might just be able to spring that trap relatively soon. They're trying to move around these hillsides because they think that that's the only threat, and there it comes. It's going to start to activate, and they will flush out Ayala. Team Queso down to 2 players, and it's now that Mystic chooses to get in the vehicle, but Lupita has the bead on it, looking for a spray. Is he going to be able to get more damage down? I think it's just going to slip through the cracks, but Team Queso feeling a little bit sheepish off the back of that.
Mystic's able to get himself through there. Get the first aid in. Team Queso, Axial waiting in the wings in the background. So this might be a really good setup from Team Queso. I wonder if they know there is still 1 player inside the circle for the time being. The next one will pop on our screens. Dead center on Ladriera. So this is giving a little bit of time for Team Queso to actually think about what they want to do. But let's take a look at the other teams in this game, because there are still quite a few alive. B4 got an excellent little lineup on the hillside. Lazarus, though, versus Wildcard. Minwoo has to get close, but he versus 2, going for the heal, and 1 swings out wide.
Not going to be able to get the first knock. A lot of damage being pumped up towards the standing player for Lazarus. Lolo going pretty low himself. We'll have to heal that back up before they take the next engage, but in comes this pincer. Wildcard fighting on 2 fronts right now, but they have got a lot of cover. They've got those buildings to play around, and the nades not going to find the damage that they're looking for, which allows Wildcard a little bit of respite, and Lazarus might just want to disengage here.
Wildcard currently have the better position. I think Lazarus are a little bit split on the hillside. We're going to go over to Loops and Tribe, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from Loops as they come in to try and honeycomb the last players behind the vehicle from Tribe.
3 standing for Tribe, one of them down on the floor. That's King A. And they might want to try and flush this one out. Sam falling back, giving ground, trying to nade it out as King A does fall. He gets flushed through, and Loops will claim this side of the hill. However, they've still got plenty of ground to move through. The circle is going to push them in as well. However, they do have the inside track on this next zone, so they will get pushed second. Tribe have to take the initiative.
The Tribe are in a tricky spot right now, and Loops are playing this perfectly. They've got a backstop behind them in terms of the other player. And you see they've got 4 still alive here, only 3 are on top of this hilltop. Sam desperately low, another grenade comes over the top. Memo might just be taking that one. Dadden hits Sam, and now Tribe's luck is just looking like it's starting to run out.
Sam gets knocked, almost completely flushed through. That should be a final tip-a-tap, and it will be Carrillo to be able to take that down. Spot it out, it's Seagut. Now it's just 1 player standing for Tribe as Seagut does completely fall. That is a real disaster coming through. Just Memo standing, and Tribe again going low very early into the match.
Yep. And Loops are now halfway towards their average per game with 3 kills going towards that 6. See Raven there taken out from Pittsburgh Knights, who are currently on the southwest side of the circle. Ace-1 are piling their way down through the road, so Pittsburgh Knights could have a little bit of fight in their hand. We see Memo here just trying to heal up in the blue. Nothing really too much for him to do going forward. We'll take a look at something else here. It is Loops versus Wildcard. He's spotted out. Wildcard currently got a very good position here. Look at that. Mystic actually hits a knock onto Enshami Gaming. Axial's making his way down the circle as well.
They're rotating parallel along that western road that you were talking about earlier. The Baron lands playing to the favor of Mystic right now. So Lupita does have to get scooped on up, and there's a player on the outskirts as well. The question is, are they going to be able to get there in time? Are they going to take this fight? Or is Team Queso just going to be able to get retribution here?
I mean, Mazexis is the only one that can really play spoiler here, as Team Queso are trying to play around the hillside, just on the right-hand side. There are actually some knocks coming through from Team Queso right now. Mystic doing a good job. Is that just 1 player remaining on Enshami Gaming now? Team Queso have turned this one their heads.
They are going to be able to wipe out the majority of those forces and see what they can do. Team Queso, they're coming back into it a little bit, but hang on a minute. Mystic gets knocked as well. You can see that one coming up in the kill feed. Mystic's going to get flushed out, but there is a trade, and I think that might just be Enshami getting eliminated in 16th place. That northwesterly rotation, you said it was going to be dangerous, and both teams who made it, well, out of the 8 of them, only 1 is left standing.
We know what Team Kez can do with just one player, so we'll check back in there with them later. Currently on our screens, we can see Omen Elite taking a fight with Cream, Real, Betis, Escanor already going down. Now a few other players, I think you can see there, one other player from Cream is on the floor.
They've already left them down to one player, and really it's Omen Elite trying to find out the remaining player. Tempo Storm taking a couple of knocks as well in the meantime, but they should be a little bit safer. They're in a compound in that central road feature that is so heavily prominent in this next circle.
Damn, Pittsburgh Knights taking shots down at Cream, Real, Betis, and now Loops too. This is a full-on brawl. Pittsburgh Knights are close by on the other side of the mountain, so really you've got two eagles looking down towards Omen Elite, who are stuck as prey inside the valley.
I think they want to mount up Loops. Look at them. Oh,
this is
hungry.
completely changed. This is what I wanted to see.
Exactly. They're playing a little bit more aggressive, but I think that Omen Elite have the bead on it.
Telly here, the Carnetier in hand. Do have to worry though, because Pittsburgh Knights are also here too. It's a golden K9. I respect that.
You respect that? You respect the drip?
I respect the drip on that boy. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Tempo, however, they still got, I think that's 3 players still in here for the time being, just on the eastern roads. See where the next circle goes, because that will change a lot, because currently the circle is split down the middle by a large mountain range, and so if it goes on the western side, things are going to start to get real tricky for Omen, Loops, Tempo, Cultu BGBG, as well as XQ Gaming and Wildcard, so a lot of teams are going to suffer from that. So I'd be really excited to see an eastern shift here, because that would affect a lot of the teams who are currently on the cliff side.
Like bats who have found the exit door from the hellfire beneath, they will roll straight down one side and try and get as far up the other as they can. One knock goes through. I believe that might be a second one as well onto Loops. No, Chowski just very low. So they do get away with quite a bit there, but it could be a difficult push to be getting on with. Next zone just about to come through, but Loops, they take yet another knock. Omen Elite now trying to flank in behind them. They're now on the back, trying to hold it down. Nades come in and heavy knocks coming out. Juicy does fall, but they trade it back, and Loops, they're not looking too strong right now. Juicy flushed out as well. XQ eliminated in the meantime. Didn't even see that one coming.
Yeah, in 14 from Wildcard. But the next circle's in here, and really, it kind of went neither side. It did go fairly northern, but also west. So those teams will all have to make their way up the hillside right now. Pittsburgh Knights, they do have to make their way north, but they know they have to keep these players down towards the road, otherwise they're going to become a threat to them later. Tribe, Memo, the single player, still in this one, actually made his way up through the road below, and now Kultu taking shots onto Tempo as they also try and mount up this hill.
And let me tell you who's happy about this circle. It's Axeel. He's going to be gifted that and the ability to stay in for a lot longer. We'll see how far he can trek it on.
B4, though, with a really good position after getting themselves situated very early on in this hillside. As the circle got closer and closer, they started to clump up together again. So I really like that. They took a lot of ground early on, gained that information, and now they found a spot they want to play. But they will have to worry about wildcard. But you can be sure that Levi has definitely heard them walking in here.
Nades are just going to try and keep them at bay for now as they retreat, but seems like he is going to get spotted out. It's Tremcareta for Raquel taking heavy fights with Kultu, but Levi gets knocked in the meantime. It's Wildcard just rolling through to take that kill. And that's a really good pickup, especially on B4. Such a dominant presence on that eastern side of the circle. But Wildcard have to move in.
I mean, B4 took a 2-2 split. I'm not a fan of that, but now they've got a difficulty where they have to quickly and efficiently dispatch these 4 members who are clumped up together. They're creating a lot of noise. There could be third parties coming through, but Wildcard, they're doing...
By the way, again, another lackluster performance from them coming in as teams start to drop. Wildcard not giving any quarter to these 2 B4 players.
9 teams still in the lobby, and Wildcard, despite everything, remain in this game. I believe still 4 strong, yes. Trem Caretta for a cow. I've been waiting for a little bit of victory for some time, and it looks like they might have got themselves a good position within the circle. Omen Elite taking down Tensa.
That's going to be Tempo Storm eliminated fully as well. And in fact, Loops went down in the meantime to boot, so heavy hitters going low. B4, the only standing team who have really had that track record. Pittsburgh Knights as well, and Team Queso are still in the fight, but they're all really down on their luck at the moment. It's Mezexis, Tremcareta, Furacao, and Wildcard who are 4 players strong.
Yeah, I think this is one of the furthest games that Mezexis have actually made it with 4 members still alive. So they can be happy about themselves for that one, pat themselves on the back. Starting to come back into this tournament. Omen still have a few players, but you know what? Wildcard know exactly where Pedrog is. So they'll be waiting to shut him down. They don't want him in their backside. And Wildcard, with that, will be able to move into the circle as they do pick up that final player, B4, going down here in 7th.
Oh, Mezexis lucky to get away with that one, as he does manage to dip around behind a rock. Still Team Queso snaking around. He's managed to make his way to the top 6 at this stage, and I don't think anyone really knows that he's there. He's flown completely under the radar here, so Exil look at a strike later on. We'll see where he's able to go, but aggression on the south side. Pittsburgh Knights do need to move up. Angry with an interesting crosshair there. Gonna be trying to clear this building against Tremcareta Furacao, and not going to be able to get the first one as he's going to allow him to escape up the stairs as well. Micro Uzi getting reloaded. Telly falls low, and that's Omen Elite. They're eliminated. Tremcareta Furacao come back into it. There's still 4 players standing as well.
But Pittsburgh Knights, they're coming in as well. They want to third party this one whilst Tremcareta's guard is down. Senab makes his way in, does find one of them, J7 down, and now just Jagger versus 4. 1 player knocked, so it's a 1v3 situation here, John.
I mean, you said their guard was down, but I'm thinking the exact opposite might be true. They drop the smokes as they do flush out that second player. 5 teams standing now blank as it's a real bottom of the table scramble to try and clamber on up, get these points on board. They're trying to escape that gulag.
Just wondering where Team Queso are currently right now. I can't see them on the map, but apparently they are still alive. 4 teams remaining. I think he's literally part of Mezexis' team. I've just seen him on the map. He's directly beneath them, and he's taking shots at them now as well.
He's going to try and take a fight. Plink away at the back, and Sanguine takes a knock as well. Exil managing to get the knock, you're right there.
And Vega too!
Second. Oh, hang on.
Oh my
Clears
God!
out another. Mezexis. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Queso able to pick up 2 points and land themselves 7 total and a 4th place guaranteed.
Are you kidding me? Just 1 player from behind? The Splinter Cell has come through, but Wildcard taking a fight into Tremcareta Furacao here. And
Exil to find another. Oh my goodness me. Wildcard taking a hell of a fight as Tremcareta Furacao are coming alive into this round, but finally they might just get shut down. Wildcard pressuring them back. 1 player left standing for them. Team Queso are eliminated. They managed to get 3rd, and they'll be so happy with that. Exil doing so much work, but Wildcard eliminate their opponents up top the hill. The next zone not on top of either of them, and it's Mezexis to take on Wildcard.
Mezexis, though, heavily damaged by that single player, the assassin in the midst. Axial pretty much might have even ruined their chances at a chicken dinner here because they have to fight up this hill, and it is going to be ugly.
It's going to be pretty tricky. And they're both pinned behind the same rock. The high ground is in the favor of Wildcard, but they have to leave it. And they know it. You can see them dropping out those smokes blank.
I mean, Alpha 7 might not be here with us today, but another yellow logo team here in the map will be here with us in spirit for them. Mitz goes down to the blue, and you pretty much know it's all over from here, John.
Just trying to heal up outside in the zone. Azor making the push. Wildcard from atop the hill. 14 kills. Looking to make that around 15, and they'll do it. A solid performance coming out from them, and they rack up 35 points. It's Wildcard with all 4 still standing, showing us just what they can do.
Happily with that one. I mean, the thing is, though, is that is not a match where it was easy for them at all. They took a fight with B4, currently, who are one of the most scary teams in this tournament right now, just from previous performances. They also had to take a fight with Tremcareta Furacao. They were really on the forefront a lot of times in terms of firefights. So to make it to that position on top of the hill with 4 members alive is just mind-boggling, and really just hats off to them for that.
Yeah, definitely so. Well played by Wildcard. And it was very interesting to note in those final circles, John, when you look at it, position-wise, you see Tremcareta at the top of that hill where so many teams had to come up from the east side. And going up that hill from the east side is a death sentence for anybody but Wildcard, who went a little bit more north and then down into the hill.
I mean, to be fair, the main story for me here is that it was a lot of the teams that are at the lower end of the table that really came up trying to get out of that red zone and be able to push their way through. And they've done a lot of work. Tremcaretta for Rakao, and as well as Mazexis, they're coming alive as well. So hopefully they'll be able to continue that.
Yeah, very nice to see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll let you go now and bring on the analysis, gentlemen, in a few to talk about this game on Miramar, of course. And when we see teams like Mazexis being, and actually Team Queso as well, being able to wrap around on that south side, coming in from the west, I think that alleviates a lot of the problems that a circle like that can present, Jukes, because as I'm saying, coming in from the east is difficult, and you saw almost every single team get actually wiped out when they were trying to. So difficult of a transition, but that just goes to show you the different level when it comes to this type of team. Wildcard being able to crush it, push their way through, and be able to get the chicken dinner. And it looks like we're starting a trend here, because in the first game, B4 won with 15 kills. Now at Miramar 2.0, Wildcard wins with 15 kills as well. So man, huge point gains for both of those squads. Yeah, definitely. And Wildcard always was doing pretty well to begin with anyway. I think one of the most important things about this was their fight against Tremcaretta, their 7, to be able to solidify themselves this win.
Yeah, I think it was a huge win right there for them, being able to go ahead and back it up. Because remember, in Erangel, they were knocked down by Ace 1, one of the players that is currently towards the bottom. So good confidence booster once again for Wildcard, and them getting, I believe this is their second win, if I'm not mistaken, so far in this tournament. So good for them to be able to getting wins and the kills. 15 kills, man. That's a lot for Miramar, I think.
That's a lot of kills. Let's take a look at the map rankings here from all of this, as 35 points will be going over towards Wildcard. And then down from there, we have Tremcaretta getting themselves 19 points. Actually, quite a gap between our first and second relative to some of our other games that we've been seeing so far. But Mazexis, 14 placement points, just a trickle, 2 kills coming in. But 16 points for them right now, Jukes, is huge for Mazexis to get back on the road.
Definitely. They needed some a major win right here, and at least getting third place with some solid kills. 16 points, definitely can't go wrong. The last match, they didn't do too bad either, gaining 11 points. I just think the part that we're starting to struggle with when it comes to Mazexis is just seeing them not be able to really utilize their position properly. Sometimes they have a great zone, they have a great spot, but unable to finish it off. So hopefully, Mazexis, they're getting consistent placements. Hopefully they can kind of get it together and crush it here coming in the rest of the games.
I was happy to see them get retribution on Team Queso, though, towards the end there after the previous game. But B4, only 6 points coming their way here for this one. And for some of our top teams in XQ and Tribe, etc., not even any kill points at all, just the one for placement as they finish between that 11th through 16th spots. But, we all have rough games sometimes, and that's how it goes. Not me, I'm a god. No, actually, I'm terrible. But mine are only bad games, and only bad games I will continue on, don't you worry. So definitely a lot to take away from this this Miramar, of course. When you look at how the circles are initially shifting, it is difficult to transition down from that, up from that. And I expected kind of Tremcaretta to be able to have a strong foothold on this, Jukes, but I don't think they expected entirely a Wildcard coming from the north of them, given that position.
Nope, yeah, it's so tough. When you have a really good spot, you got to realize that every single team wants it. And Wildcard being able to come over the hill, just take advantage of their position. Yeah. Man, that's what it's all about. It's so difficult to kind of hold those spots. And very few teams, we've seen even the top teams be unable to do it. So yeah, everybody's afforded, a couple bad games here and there. Still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played today, and looking forward to hopefully seeing them bounce back.
Yeah, let's take a look at all the teams in terms of the damage that they were able to accrue here throughout this game. And noticeably, whilst we're watching that game, I did see that the damage was racking up in real time to see how this team was doing. So Wildcard was the one that was actually racking it up, and about halfway through that game, they were on 1,400 damage, and then they started blasting even more with 2,600 damage coming in. That's a lot of damage, 7.
That is an immense amount of damage, especially here for Miramar. I'm not used to seeing that kind of damage here. And also the 15 kills, man, that looks really nice. 12 knocks as well. I wonder how many, I know obviously from there we're able to see how many third parties they were able to get, which is 3. But I wonder also which teams they were catching on the rotation. And also, just want to go ahead and note one more thing. That huge win against Shrimp Carreta Furacao at the end, that is such a huge confident booster for them. Love seeing that from them. And another team that now we're starting to see him pick it up a little bit more is Loops Esports after having that bad game in Erangel. 2 teams, I do want to mention this to you, Kyle and Jukes. 2 teams that are actually starting to be a little bit less consistent than what we're used to are Tribe Gaming and XQ Gaming. Even though they're currently sitting towards the top of the leaderboard, we're starting to see their performances fall out a little bit.
Just a little, just a little. One thing that I actually take away from the thing that we saw from Wildcard there as well was 1,500 healing. Jeez Louise, they went through the wars and back again, Jukes, when it comes to their campaign throughout this game. That's a lot of healing.
Definitely, you know, that's what's a big attribute of their play style. They play so well together, and when you get a player knocked, they're able to get those pickups, get those heals, those resets really, really quickly. And at this high level play, tenths of a second matter. So if you're not there for that instant pickup, that player is gone and out. But since they play so tight together and well as a squad, able to get each other back up and back in the fight.
Mountain Dew game fuel moments on the way here for our Miramar game. Let's see how everything unfolded throughout this. Plenty of kills coming into boot as well, so let's take a quick look. Let's take a sip and then a quick look here for the Mountain Dew game fuel moments, of course, as they'll be up on your screen in a few moments. But I think one thing to note throughout all of this was a sheer killing field or killing side of the mountain that was going on for a lot of these teams. And of course, it makes it even worse. Not only the fact that, you know, people are kind of up on top of the mountain, actually shooting down or throwing nades down, but then when you're going up a mountain, everyone's third party because everybody can see you going up the mountain because they're trying to go up the mountain too. So that is not exactly the best thing to have to happen to you. Seven, what do you have for me?
Yeah, and as you said that, it actually happened perfectly to Mystic. Mystic was going up that mountain trying to push somebody, and he got shot right off the back and made him push back. But as you mentioned, if you're going to be going up a mountain, you need to go ahead and have those grenades. You need to pretty much make a red zone on whatever team's up there and have them push back, because if you don't have that, even if you had smokes aren't really going to help you that much in that situation, because they're still going to have the height advantage, and you're not necessarily having them push back from their comfort place. But those grenades come in big handy. And also another team, PK, being able to do so well this match, even though they just had 3 players. I believe my boy Blank said it best. Carnage got caught being the best driver in A while driving around. It happens, trust me, it happens to the best of us. Hopefully the next time he'll be closer to his teammates so they can give him some bandages.
Mate, forget having a hawk on your shoulder. I need a bloody albatross to pick me up and take me up that hill. That would just be like, that'd be perfect, because that way I'd have to avoid all the fighting and I'd be quite okay. Let's take a look at the overall standings here throughout the tournament thus far, as we have up towards the top. Still XQ and Tribe, they weren't able to accrue many points in our previous game here, but B4 sitting in 3rd place. Not many moves in our top 7 right now, other than Wildcard being able to push up now to 8th place after getting themselves a 2nd chicken dinner on the board. Jukes, what are you seeing so far?
I mean, hey, right now, from what I'm looking at it, B4's at the top of this leaderboard. You know, if you look at it, XQ, Tribe doing really well, but they have 5 more games played than each of these teams right here. Yeah. So you already looked in B4 Esports, 1 game, they got 35 points. So just as easily, this leaderboard is going to go all over the place as we see throughout the rest of the day. But yeah, if you're XQ and Tribe, you need to have some big matches. Don't trust this leaderboard by any means. You need to get as big and ahead from all these squads as possible.
Yeah, it's amazing to see like the stacked level of rosters we have through our 1 in 10, and then we go down to 11 through 20, and I'm like, damn, there's just still more stacked rosters. It's just hard lobbies that people are having to go through. Shrimp Carreta get themselves up towards 11th place after that performance in this game, and the commitment to the top of the mountain, as I've previously mentioned many a time, is so important in those kinds of circles, and they were able to really reap the benefits of that to be able to push themselves up to 11-7.
Yeah, one of the teams that I'm actually looking for here is Insane Gaming. They have played 17 matches, the most out of any team here on this second page, and they're currently just not performing. If Mitsex's Gibbs actually doing a lot better, I feel like this is going to be a huge confidence booster for them. Insane Gaming, I want to see more out of them, especially because I believe they're going to be sitting out tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely really want to be ramping things up as time does go on here, Jukes. Let's take a look at our top players from this game as well, because I can only imagine there's going to be a few wildcard names in those spots. 3, in fact, jeez. And Axel was the guy for Queso that was able to survive until the very end. Mazexis was able to weed him out there of his little snaky position towards the end, Jukes.
Almost like I feel a little deja vu from the last match, and I'm wondering if they did the same overall damage as B4 did. Was it 2165 or something? That's so insane to see. Acer leading it off with 7 kills, 3 assists. I mean, look at this. I mean, wildcard all over this kill feed, making it happen in Miramar 2.0. And they're going to need that momentum because we're going to the jungle in this next game. Sandhawk, and you know, as I like to say,
oh no,
the leaderboard is going to be nothing but blue zone. So, hey, they're going to have to fight the blue zone to try and take its top spot. That's for sure.
Well, you're not wrong. You know, sometimes you got to run away from it, and sometimes it's going to chunk you down towards the very end. Let's take a look at the schedule here. We got 3 more games coming at you for today. And as previously mentioned, we will be going to Sandhawk for the next game, then Vikendi, and then the end of the bookend. It's Erangel over at the very last game of the day. Sandhawk, guys, let's talk about it. There's Barn. I'm going to keep saying it. I don't like Barn. Get Barn off my screen right now. There we go. It's gone.
It's got the prettiest tree in Sandhawk, though.
That's nice. Beautiful. But it's almost an irrational hate at this point because I don't like the cover. Anyway, regardless, guys, Jukes, I'll start with yourself. What are you thinking for Sandhawk?
Oh man, you know, one place, you know exactly where I'm gonna be looking at. And that's boot camp. You know, Loops and Tribe. These teams got some bad blood for each other. Last time, it's gonna go down. Yesterday, we happened to see, you know, Tribe getting taken out with that insane drop spot from Loops. So I wonder, both these squads are gonna go back at it again, and who are gonna be the kings of boot camp?
I'm gonna stick with you, Jukes, on this for a moment due to, you know, the prior pro experience. That was hard to say. Because how many commitments to boot camp when 2 teams are dropping on it is too many commitments to boot camp, because one of the teams, unless you're kind of bailing out and, you know, you're not going to have the fight, which is unheard of most of the time, you're almost, one team is guaranteed to effectively lose a whole game's worth of points if it does not go your way. When do you then adjust, or do you just not? Do you just hard commit and keep committing?
It's such a difficult risk. I think at this level, you want to avoid all the early game fights you possibly can. I mean, there's just so much RNG involved. You drop on the same spot, someone lands on an AK, you land on a pistol, you're just running for your life in that kind of situation. So when it comes to this kind of boot camp drop, what you can do is you could send somebody off a little bit late, about 50 meters behind, and they can kind of scout where the other team is parachuting down.
Right.
And if you're able to do that properly, you're able to kind of just shift your team off, get half the loot, and just share. You know, sharing is caring here. Just go get some of the loot, go fight them later on. But at the end of the day, so many different things can happen. For some reason, the players just won't render in, or you could have some other issues, and then you land on top of each other, and it's an absolute battle. So yeah, if you can avoid the fight early game as much as you can, that's what you really want to do. But there's some beef between Loops and Tribe right now, so I know that they want to settle this out the hard way.
You just want to see the world burn when it comes to these 2 teams, man. They just want to see them fight.
Let's go.
Right.
They're gonna fight again. That's what's gonna happen. They're pretty much gonna fight again. Trust me, King A, after what happened yesterday and after stuff that we've seen from them, he's gonna probably want to go ahead and go back in there and win that engagement, especially because it was so close. It came down to a 1v1, so I wouldn't be surprised if we at least see that engagement one more time, and why not today?
Yeah, and actually, obviously Lobster is very important in regards to boot camp. You know, it's great loot, it's a centralized position and stuff like that. Is there any merit, Jukes, to, because I've seen it in the past in a few games, where you know your opponent's opposing team is likely to drop on that building. Maybe if we spread around in kind of a formation, a square formation, and close in, does that provide any merit, or is there too much risk to being that divided, just in case one gets knocked and then it snowballs from there?
It totally varies. In this position. Like I said, it also depends on where they drop. If you see them all landing main, then yeah, spread out and then group together. Or at worst, just do 2-2. Use the buddy system. You know, that way you have, just in case, you have somebody else right there to help you get picked back up. I don't really care for being too spread out, especially in that early game position.
Right.
But yeah, boot camp so central. If you look at the statistics, most teams that drop central across all these maps usually end up moving on. So they're gonna fight it out right here. For me, this is like the Old West. King A busting out the white glove. You know for a fact that he's going and throwing it down and challenging loops here in boot camp. So I can't wait to be able to see this match and how it turns out.
You mean the dueling glove? I have it.
Yes, the dueling glove. You saw
on the face.
throws it down on the ground. They're going outside at high and noon, ready to throw it down in the lobster building.
That is one way to look at it. Another way to look at Sandhawk is that our circles have been quite forgiving, actually, on Sandhawk, which I'm surprised by, because personally, I want nothing more than crazy circles on Sandhawk. I'm thinking Northwest Island, but we've had double quarry circles, or towards quarry at least 7, and we've had one down to the southwest as well. So it's given a good opportunity for these teams, despite kind of the volatility sometimes of Sandhawk. It's given these teams a good opportunity to get in the spots that they want initially.
Yep. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe today we're going to go and see some of those crazier circles. Why not have a final circle on Cave? Imagine the mayhem. I've seen it one time. Listen, I am a little bit toxic in regards to that. I want to see teams thinking on their toes, because you really don't get to see that often. Yeah. I want to see how they're going to go ahead and react to something crazy like that happening in the game, and why not? I'm pretty sure the viewers are going to enjoy that too.
That's a heel-off waiting to happen. Somebody's on top, somebody's down at the bottom, and you're just like, well, I don't know about this. But, I mean...
Just see a jumping down 360 spray and finish it off, you know? That would be so insane. You know, it's so funny, you know... As you know, a spectator viewer, that's what we want to see. But it's so funny because here you say that, I would love to see it as well. But you know, the players are just like, no, for the love of God, no, do not want to do that at all. But
someone get them off the screen.
It makes the best PUBG Mobile viewing experience possible.
That's how I felt about this game the whole time. The best games to watch are the worst situations for the players. Just put them through the meat grinder, put them into the fire, and see how they're going to kind of survive. That's always great when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So, Jukes, any kind of other thoughts that we have going into Sandhawk?
Hey, I'll say that. You know what? They're getting put through the meat grinder. They're all kind of pressure, all kind of situations. But I'll tell you what. If you walk away with $50,000, you know it's all worth it. That's for sure. So not very many people get this opportunity to play for this kind of money. And man, PUBG Mobile, to put this on for all of us, it's just incredible. And I can't wait to see this match. Let's get into it. Let's go.
It feels like it's only just beginning as well for PUBG Mobile when it comes to the Pro Leagues, World League coming up, etc., etc. The world's in a weird state of flux right now, but we still keep rolling. We still keep rolling. And you can keep rolling on Twitter as well with us with the hashtag your favorite team and then PMPL at the very end. Make sure to send those tweets at us to think with us who you think is going to be doing very well with the next couple of games. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A pleasure as always. Adieu as we now head on over to our casting squad to bring you Sandhawk. I'm actually not sure who we have. It's going to be a surprise to me. Oh, it's John and Blank again. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. So, Xander, how are you doing, friend? I didn't ask you questions. I've just found out that you're in a location that I am from. I'm very surprised by this. You sound very southern, but you're apparently not. Wow. What's going on?
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, I feel like I've got a tinge. I feel I've got a tinge of the north.
Tinge of the north.
Tinge of the north.
Okay.
You know, tinge of the north. The tinge of the north. You know it is. So apparently your analysts want to have an Iron Maiden as the new thing inside of PUBG Mobile next. There seems to be a group of torturers that you have there with you.
Yes.
So that's a little bit interesting. I didn't like that you got on board with that as well, Kalara. So you were really encouraging them, weren't you?
They're merely my minions. I'm the torture man. So
He's the one who provides the thumb screws.
He just pokes and prods. He's like, yeah, say what I want you to say next now. Thank you.
That's correct. I mean, have you not noticed? All of my questions are leading down where I want them to go.
Yeah, I know. They're loaded.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy Sandhawk. I'll see you in a few.
Thank you very much. And of course, the matchup that everyone looks to at the start of Sandhawk is going to be Tribe Gaming and Loops as well. And Tribe haven't had the best of days, but the past is in the past, and the moving hand hath writ. And having writ moves on. We'll see what they're able to transcribe for themselves into this game.
Hang on, I'm sorry.
Yes?
That was very convoluted, and somehow you made it work. And I'm not sure to be confused or impressed at what you just did. So I will take impressed to start off with. But yes, Loops versus Tribe. Now that's what I'm looking forward to here on Bootcamp. And if Loops are taking anything from what they've played before, where they had fantastic success from very aggressive plays, we are definitely going to see them go over towards Bootcamp this game.
Do you need me to break it down for you a little bit more, Blank? Is that?
Look, it's the tinge of the north.
It's the tinge of the north coming on. All right. Well, let's see where the first circle goes. We're going to get a little bit of a kinder position. I mean, generally in Sandhawk, these early drops you can pretty much go anywhere all the time, and the first circle is almost always rotatable. So yeah, again, just a pretty nice circle, although Quarry does feature pretty heavily, which is kind of that main feature that you're very worried about in terms of this rotation.
Yeah, because it kind of funnels you into an awkward spot, because you can't really go through Quarry unless you're absolutely certain there's no one else rotating through there. This time Tribe are like, well, Loops can have Bootcamp. We, on the other hand, will try it out in Paradise Resort. So it looks like they've cut their losses here. Instead of taking Loops, who we all know are extremely fearsome in Bootcamp, over towards Paradise Resort. Instead, Team Case are doing exactly what they usually do, which is take a 4-man split here, loot the compounds towards the north side of Bootcamp, maybe have a cheeky peek in, and then make their way onwards from there. They're in a decent position. They can move all the way up to the eastern side, rotate past Camp Pong and Cave through to Camp Charlie, but it will really depend here on the next circle, John.
There's a lot of split drops coming out here so far, Blank. I mean, you've got Inshama, you've got Omen Elite, you've got Ace 1, you've got B4, and to an extent, you've got XQ as well as Lazarus all splitting up, and Cult2 as well. That's like 6-7 teams that are not landing together. It feels like we're now getting towards the stage where people have claimed areas and are more willing to branch out and get a little bit better spread, and in fact give themselves better control of that.
Yeah, because as soon as you're suited and booted, then you can actually use those boots and get moving, right? If you're in a spot where you're still looking for loot at the beginning of the game, it becomes more difficult to say, well, we can go that way because we now have time on our hands, whereas if you're still messing around, you're like, well, we actually can't go down there because most likely someone's already rotated and is now lying in wait for us. I am interested to see what happens here. I think the desk is completely right. This is it's an exciting map. I know a lot of people are like, Sandhawk is messy. I love the mess. Like, give me more of the mess here. This is what I want. It looks exactly like my room, you know. It is how it is.
Proper Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs there. Messes abound. We'll see what sort of a mess we're going to have to tidy up after this one.
Yeah, because it's us that have to go in the map, John. We have our full gear on with our brooms.
I mean, we exist in the virtual world, Blank. I mean, that's that's what it is. We've got our Calaris, our central AI, and then of course we're just the cleaners at the end of the day.
Well, yeah,
the matches have done.
You know when you guys don't see us on the analyst desk, the only reason we're not on the analyst desk with the other two fantastic boys there is because we're actually in game, sweeping up after all the mess that all the players have caused.
How do you think all the crates get picked up after the game?
Who do you think does that? It's us. It's us.
It's me. It's
Blank. Tough job.
It's Byfield. It's Dukes. It's Dave. You know, we're putting in those shifts.
Putting in the hours. All right. You've got to appreciate us.
We never get enough appreciation, Blank. Isn't that right?
That's so correct. So correct. You know who I do want to see a little bit more appreciation for? Oh dear. It's definitely not Tempo, because they're getting absolutely slammed in terms of the first rotation they made. I think this is the first time they go out early once again. Spec very low.
Yeah, they have only lost one, so it is definitely redeemable, this situation.
Yeah.
They'll have meds, they'll be able to get back on board, but it's a knock to the confidence, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's definitely a knock to the confidence. Tempo, though, will probably move away from this one. You'd half expect. Spec's in a bit of an awkward situation. He's behind a tree, doesn't really have too much cover around him in terms of hard cover, that is. But he's just going to try and get out of the way as soon as possible. XQuest Gaming is the team I wanted to talk about, John, until we were rudely interrupted by gunfire, which is not unsurprising on Sandhawk, where, like we said before, it gets very, very... a lot of aggression a lot quickly, right? But yeah, XQuest Gaming, I want to see them do well in this game. We know how good they can be in firefights. They seem to be dropping the ball in the other games today, though, so I don't know if they're just having a bad day. Maybe something's going wrong for them. But we'll see how they do on Sandhawk, because I think this will be a clear indicator, because this map will showcase their best skills first.
Speaking of showcasing, I'm looking for Team Queso to continue to have a little bit better impact into these fights moving forwards. I mean, I said I wanted to see them frag out. They did pretty decently last game, although their westerly rotation on Miramar didn't pay off that well. So, in fact, maybe going for those fights wasn't the best idea for them there specifically, but here on Sandhawk, it's all about those fights.
Yeah, but they made the fourth. Ooh, Spec gets shot in the bum there and will immediately fall to the ground. Very, very painful.
Certainly is. And Nunes continuing to just push out wide. HH24, he has been knocked before, so they did get that res off, but Tempo right now really struggling. Cooking a nade for Nunes around the side. Launches it out to behind the rock, and it lands. So much damage, but not quite getting the knock. Rain tries to pop up to guard those flanks and protect HH24. Just a little bit of a bad trajectory, a bad cook there on the nade, but the next one should be able to find it. Rain getting pushed back behind. Another nade over the top. This one will land, but the heal was there. HH24 survives to live another day.
And Nunes really playing with fire there, and Zero will hit the next. Immediately tries to go for the pre-fire onto HH24. I did like that play. Only one bandage in the basket for Tempo right now, and one player remaining up top. He's going to have to do a lot of work here. There's four lads in front of him, only one a knock, so 1v3, and Nunes will finish Spec.
And here comes XQ. Oh no.
This is what I wanted to see, yes!
They're just rolling up, and XQ have the flank entirely. HH24 just hits the deck. You could see he left that rock, and in fact is just trying to hide in this foliage. He knows that XQ are further up the hill, but they know he's there too. And that's Tempo going down, 16th place. Really bad turn up for them. I have to try and figure out what they want to do with it.
Here comes the Bulls now. Raging down this hill. I would be so excited to see these guys take on Ace 1, but it looks like Ace 1 had enough action for a one Sandhawk and will be leaving to fight again another day. Mazexis having a slightly better day. Zifan has to immediately walk away. We're getting a quick replay of that last fight. Went down between Ace 1 as well as Tempo Storm. Just kind of methodical from Ace 1. They had the immediate advantage when they caught Tempo rotating, and then some nice movement to get themselves in position to find those off angles. So very well played to Ace 1.
Doing pretty well indeed. There was a little bit of a fire coming in from Enshame off to the east side of them near Quarry. And that sort of disengaged this whole fight. So they spread out opposite ends of the hill ridge, and they'll just agree to leave it alone for now.
Loops Gaming, they've kind of banked on the circle going towards the southwest here, leaving boot camp early, and they will actually have a loot crate directly in front of them. Pittsburgh Knights all the way on the southwest side, so they'll be moving in. But like I said, Circle 3 is pretty much the important circle for me here in Sandhawk, because it dictates, damn it, a lot of the rotations going forwards on this map. Can we just not appreciate how badly I said that word? It took me 5 times.
5?
At least 5.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Well, let's not dwell on that. Or do you want to? Should we
Can we dwell on it a little bit?
Okay. All right.
Is it going to be okay, John?
I'm sorry, but I think it will be okay. I think we'll be able to survive. But
thank you.
With the next circle coming in, it looks like a lot of these teams are going to be able to survive as well. They're going to be able to push down south just a little bit. So southerly finishes, not super common on Sandhawk. It might end up going back towards Quarry, but are we going to be in luck and have a little bit of a Camp Charlie finish, maybe? Or a cave, even?
Maybe. I mean, that's what the Deaths wanted to see, was a cave finish, and it's looking more and more likely as we head into Circle 3. But yeah, Loop's still in a decent position here, but the river is really the big issue, because at some point people will have to cross, and down by the river by Painan as well, it's very open. There's not much cover on either side, so you'll be spotted out quite easily. B4 currently surrounded by loads of players right now. Mazexis to their south, Ace1 to their north, and Cream Real Betis to their east side. So they're in a little bit of a weird, sticky situation. Let's see if they can get out of that one. This time we've got Lazarus on their screens, who are currently not in the circle. They're taking it ever so slow here on the northern side, pushing downwards. And it's Tribe and Wildcard Gaming directly next to one another on the north side of this circle.
Not too many conflicts going to happen, and really the only one we're looking at is Tribe and Wildcard, and that's going to pop off just about now. Enigma is going to get knocked first. That's Tribe able to do first damage, but they are going to get echoed. And Sam feels that rebuttal. One knock and some cover is going to allow them to get these resurrections off, and they're going to pick their teammates back up. Maybe a full force conflict coming in.
Yeah, it's a nice split from Tribe Gaming here, in my opinion. Wildcard have to push up the hill towards them. Tribe Gaming are holding within the circle, and really there's not a lot of hard cover other than these rocks. So for Wildcard to move through here, they've got to use the cover of the trees. But with the split that Tribe have got right now, they've got a lot of intel. What they've got to be careful of is that making sure one of the two-man units that both of them don't go down. So I'm hoping to see only one person peek at a time.
Single peaks coming through. Wildcard trying to push up and around, get some footholds into the next zone. You've got Lazarus as well on the flank. Hang on a minute, Russell, he spots one out. Enigma just gets completely taken out of the game.
That's a long-range shot coming through from Russell there. We've seen how fantastically he did in the scrims. Well, he's showing up towards the PMPL as well right now, so it's good to see. But Wildcard now trapped between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. Tribe, Lazarus surrounding them. Well, maybe Wildcard have bit off a bit too much here.
The difficult spot for Wildcard. They're pretty split up. Spring will struggle to regroup with the rest of his team. As you can see, Tribe posted up on a ridgeline just straight in the middle of that rotation. He's hit the deck, he's behind a rock, but he's going to have to move soon. However, so will Tribe. And the rest of the Wildcard team, they need to push out past Lazarus.
And the next circle's coming in, so the longer all these teams hold here, basically choke holding one another, the worse it's going to get, because they will have to move. And the circle will start to tick for a lot. So we head into circle number 3. Loop's just holding strong still towards the southwest. See if the next one circle goes towards the eastern side, and again zones in on the cave.
To be fair, this circle, despite having Quarry entirely inside of it, Quarry doesn't affect too many of those rotational paths. It's just going to affect it into the next circle blank. So teams can choose either side from the north to go down, and no one from the west is going to be wanting to move east and vice versa. So in general, it's going to be the next circle this plays a part in, but it's going to be difficult to find those spots, and the teams at the north, those 3 that we've been looking at, they're going to have to push down now.
And it's an immediate decision from Lazarus to actually move out of the way there towards the northeast side of the circle. I'm okay with that, and you can see Loops now moving towards Camp Chide to cross the bridge. B4 making their way into the south side of Quarry, but look at all these teams. I'm telling you now, John, action is a-coming.
Sam able to escape the sights of Slicky for now. Will it stay on? And it looks like Tribe are going to try and make that happen. With the rotation coming in, and they know that the next circle's just there. 22 seconds, 20 now to push in, and they just don't want to take this fight again.
No. I had enough of this one now. Would like to be in the circle. Thank you very much.
Send it back. I shall be speaking to the chef later for something else, and we'll see if we re-engage this fight at a later date.
Yes, for the time being, I will be leaving. Thank you for the leaflet. Goodbye.
Oh, well, they're certainly well-informed enough to be wise to this early rotation, so they'll just be able to push down and into the next zone. On the western side of the Quarry is where they're going to look to post themselves up. Over in Camp Charlie, it's Loops. And actually, the Pittsburgh Knights, just a little bit further south, who are going to try and both cross this river.
Yeah, currently Loops have no idea that Pittsburgh Knights are here, but now they have a good bead on them. And there's a full-on fight between Pittsburgh Knights and Loops, and Loops take first casualty onto Pittsburgh Knights here.
And all of this time, J7's going to be able to swim across. Loops have not stopped him yet. They might want to do so because as soon as he pops out the other side, he has complete vision of this fight. They are going to control it. Actually goes down in the water, so that's a kill going through to Loops. And actually 2 players up the top of the hill for Pittsburgh Knights have dropped. Jaeger or Jagger going to have to try and get one of his teammates up. It's only 3rd circle, so you can get these resurrects off. But for now, Loops, they're going to have to make that crossing, and at such a difficult time. If they go too early or too late, then at some point the Pittsburgh Knights are going to be able to shoot them. And Team Queso, they've got a whiff of this in the wind, and they're going to send it down south to try and guard them out as well.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights here, awful spot, but Loops will be swimming across, and now Pittsburgh Knights can be the one to try and turn Loops into Swiss cheese here in the water.
Oh dear, 1 found, 2 found, and they get taken out of it. It's the Pittsburgh Knights to find those kills, but Team Queso still unrelenting. 2 players now standing for Loops as Team Queso are going to cross over on the bridge. Out in the blue zone, it's still manageable at this stage, but time will push them ever closer.
Yeah, both Loops and Pittsburgh Knights have a ton of meds ahead of them. Pretty much a whole hospital on board with those guys. You see their utility from before. Team Queso, like you said, they'll be making their way across the bridge, taking the risky option after hearing all the fighting down on the southwest side. So really well played to those guys, understanding, you know what, we can go across the bridge now whilst they're occupied down there. But now they have to find a way in. Team Queso start to make some shots over towards Loops, you'd imagine, seeing them on the beach side.
He does spot out the run. It looks like they've got an idea of what's going on, but there's plenty of fights coming through as all of those teams on the west are funneled around the south end of Quarry. Team Queso are actually going to fire back. Omen Elite taking knocks, so and Charme. It's all going off around the north side of Cave. There's so many hills and such vast differences in height that there's so many high grounds to worry about.
Yeah, so Claris, although he wanted to see a northwest finish on the hill, he's going to see a pseudo version of that here just above Cave. Tribe making their way through Quarry. Lazarus could maybe make a stop to this, but they're currently more figuring out how to get into the circle and which compounds they want to take. But Tribe, they're moving fast here. Loops taking heavy fire. You imagine they go up very soon.
Oh dear, Omen Elite. They were playing really split. Juicy is nowhere near either of them, and that's Loops eliminated. Both Tempo and Loops now down as our first casualties. Unfortunate for them. XQ Gaming, though, are still going. They are caught on the western side. They're being pushed in by the zone and guarded currently by Ace1. They spot out one on the hillside, but there's a player close. He hasn't seen him. Oh, but he's going to be able to take the knock either way. HZL making it happen, but Shifan and AZ not so lucky. Nunes able to get one and get the flush as well. Healing up coming through for HCL, but he's taken down. Lickety split. XQ Gaming eliminated, and Ace1 stay alive, but not for long. They're guarded out by Jame Gaming.
Extremely good fight from XQ Gaming. They were severely on the back foot there as they walked in, and HCL able to get an easy headshot into the player who was lying prone, but wow, things are really starting to pick up here on Sandhawk towards the end of the game. Team Queso Marco just outside of this shack, jumps over the vehicle, may have just juked the player outside Levi. In comes the nade that will force the run out.
Forces the nade, but there's a Molotov as well. Forces the run out, but he gets taken down. I think that was from the sidelines. Queso eliminated now as well. Omen Elite still in with a chance. It's Juicy taking a fight. He is outside in the zone all the way to the west. So are the Pittsburgh Knights, though, as B4 take that central position. But really, it's Trem Carreta Furacao who have gotten themselves a prime real estate location there. Look at that. Right in the middle, they have all the buildings.
I mean, this is a reoccurring trend, though, John, is Trem Carreta Furacao find a good spot and then have it forcibly taken away from themselves. Pittsburgh Knights out in the blue. You're pretty sure that these guys are just going to go down without giving up the points. A wildcard coming in hot, and they were the same team from Miramar that removed Trem Carreta Furacao from that central position on the hillside, but it's Call2 who's in front of them first that they will have to deal with.
Pushing across this ground, not that easy. A lot of firefights about to pop off. The difficulty with this zone is there's so many sightlines to so many different places. The tree is not quite as closely clumped as a lot of other areas on the rest of the map, and it's going to make it difficult to take these fights without getting third-partied. As soon as you make that push, someone's going to spot you, and, well, they're going to train those crosshairs on you pretty sharpish. Cool2 taking heavy punishment out on the eastern side.
We've got Mazex on our screen right now, and let's just take a quick word about them, because yes, they didn't have the best of starts, but it feels like something's gone on behind the scenes here. They've had some team meetings, and they're making it much further in these games today. So all things said, I'm proud of these guys. Well done. A lot has changed in a short amount of time.
Tribe Gaming as well picking up their pace into Sanhok. They are on the northern side and in fact have quite a decent push into the next zone. Wildcard still going on. We've seen them in multiple different fights so far, but Cold2 now up to bat and seems like they're not going to be able to do too much, but Slicky does go down. It's traded out and just Azor left standing. They're in risky business. Oh, they get wiped. Cold2 go down and Creme Real Betis plays spoiler to Wildcard.
They do, John. Trem Caretta in such a good spot where they have to move out. Tribe made the risky option of moving through the quarry, and damn, that is a good spray from Enshami Gaming from across the map.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's going to be Mazexus falling down, but they make it all the way into 7th place, which again, given their record, that's better than they've been doing so far, so we'll see what more they can do. Creme Real Betis, 4 players still standing. The same story for Enshama Gaming. And they are both towards the southern half of this next circle.
Hugely open ground here. Escanor just peeks to the side of this smoke, trying to gather as much information as possible, but it's Creme Real Betis making the march up towards Trem Caretta for a cow's position. All hell's about to break loose.
Goodness me, Enshama, they will not stop here. Lazarus feeling the pain as Doc falls as well, but they are getting traded back. B4 putting up a valiant effort to keep themselves in the running. They're playing currently with just one player. He's out in the zone as they do find their second last going down. Creme Real Betis have the bead on it. Trem Caretta Furacao on that push out are getting spotted out as well, and it's Creme Real Betis controlling these fights, but they lose 2, another get knocked as well. Mantos from the sidelines trying to do a lot of work. It'll get quite a bit done, however. Both of these squads now have to regroup, and this is the chance for the northern area for Enshame as well to get some ground into this next circle.
Big thing here is Creme Real Betis will get a double resurrection, so they'll have 4 members as opposed to the 2 from Trem Caretta for account, as there were 2 knocks and only 1 player alive. Enshami Gaming, though, still in this game, being a real nuisance to these teams on the top side, are currently fighting. Excellent nade comes over the top from Creme Real Betis, and all things considered, this team is still very much in the running here. With all 4 members alive, they've been able to dissuade Trem Caretta for account, but Lupita, he's pushing.
B4 finally eliminated. 5 teams now left standing. Lupita lops the nade over the top, looking to try and displace them. 2 kills, for 2 knocks found, and another one from a secondary fight. Lupita pushes in, looking for the micro Uzi. Will want the spray, spots all 3 players down on the floor. The 3rd is behind them, and they are going to get the knock. Creme Real better stay alive for now, but for how long can they keep going? That's Tribe Gaming eliminated on the northwestern side, and Nitsu still holding on to the Ghost. Will not give it up just yet. Paris Boy trying to make the push, but as Trem Caretta Furacao backing him up, lobs the nade out. That's the Molotov there to try and send the burn in, but it's the bullets that are going to do the majority of the damage for now. 3 players standing. Garcia looks for the shot, trying to peek out wide around the rock, and Enshame wants to get this flush. They'll be able to do it. They're continuing to push up the hill now. 2 versus 2. The spray is there. Enshame look to close it down, but Creme Real Betis, they have the player in the grass. It's Nitsu trying to hide it out, but no, he gets spotted, and it's Enshame Gaming to win out on Sanhok.
Enshami Gaming with a fantastic amount of kills. Their 17 37-point game. And you know what? I keep talking about Enshami Gaming throughout the days that this is a team that's able to get themselves into a great position, but unable to execute towards the end. Something's happened this game, though, because they have turned it on like a switch.
Chaos reigned supreme there. There was such an open zone, and that's something I was talking about as well, is how many sightlines there were, how difficult it was just to take those straight up fights, which is where teams like Loops, teams like B4, well, to be fair, Loops weren't even in it. They were out a lot earlier on. But B4, that's where they really shine about controlling those 1 versus 1 team fights. And it's the same story for teams like Tribe as well as XG. So not having that to back them up is where teams that can thrive in that chaos will really shine. It's not so often that you see it happen, but in this case it was.
Yeah, great stuff by Enshami Gaming. Xander, obviously them getting themselves the win here is a huge step up compared to some of the points that they've been able to accrue, and absolutely what they need to really get back on the track.
Oh, dude, absolutely. I mean, these guys were towards the bottom rungs of the ladder there, but they've basically just put all the strength into their legs and just leapt about maybe 4 or 5 rungs straight away, because that's a 37-point game. That's absolutely huge in terms of playing catch-up, and you can start to breathe a little bit easier now in the 4th day of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely so. You get a chicken dinner under your belt, and then everything feels like a breath of fresh air. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to be moving on here to the analysis, gents, as Seven and Jukes, the 7 Jukes, are going to be joining me here in a moment to break this down. It's Sandhawk. It's crazy. There was a lot of blue damage, Jukes, I'm going to admit. Tribe, though, in fact, actually trying to go through the middle of quarry, lost a few there. But Enshami Gaming getting themselves the win. Big for them.
I mean, 17 kills, 37 points going to go up on the board after that performance from Enshami. A performance that they needed big time. What a way to finish off this Sandhawk game. And I know we were hyping up the Tribe and Loops, fight at the beginning right there, but they saw something we didn't, and we totally forgot that Cloud9 was sitting out of this match. So that meant that Paradise was going to be wide open. So Tribe said, you know what? Let's go ahead and take that. They had to share it, of course, with Rem Carreta Furacao. But man, what a Sandhawk game.
Yeah, definitely so. Kind of, again, quite forgiving circles when it comes to Sandhawk for me, at least here, 7. Moving down, almost at Cave. Not quite, but almost.
This close.
Good circles, though.
This close. Yeah, it was good circles, man. Something a little bit different than we've seen. We almost got another core circle, which was interesting. One thing to go ahead and actually point out, and Sammy before this game only had 94 points. So for them to go ahead and be able to put up 37 points, that is huge, man. That is something that a lot of other teams that are currently towards the bottom, like Miss X is, need to go ahead and keep an eye out for. Ace 1, another team I actually saw during this match, being a little bit more aggressive, pushing Tempo Storm, getting actual knocks on Tempo Storm. It seems like their confidence is slowly starting to get to them, and they know that they're able to go ahead and just get kills against top teams like that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. Excuse me. Oh, frog in my throat, because we have a lot of points coming in for Enshami up towards the top. 37, as previously mentioned. Creme Real Betis, 21 points. Between those two teams, they rack up a huge swath of the kills. Lazarus getting themselves into 3rd place. And that's really good for them, Jukes, to be able to get up to that spot. They were having a little bit of a rough time of it ever since their chicken dinner on that day number 1, but 11 points is very respectable.
Without a doubt. You look at the top 4. These are all teams that needed some big points. They were definitely suffering on the leaderboards right here. So this Sandhawk game is going to definitely help them big time when it comes to the leaderboards. Good to see Lazarus be able to pick it up. I think a solid North American team that just needs to just polish off some little issues. They're almost so close to getting to where they need to be. But man, what a performance here so far.
And here's our second page as it just stands so far. Loops. Oof. They've had not the easiest day. Not the easiest day. We've been picking them up. We've been rising them to the challenge, but it's been very challenging throughout the day here. They only get themselves 1 single point, along with Tempo Storm as well, who likewise, 7, having a bit of a rough day of it, to be fair.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, listen, they set out for a day, not sure exactly what's going on. Wildcard also set out with them for a day, but Wildcard's at least able to go ahead and show with some kills and performances. Tempo Storm maybe just having like an off day like Loops is, and that's completely fine, right? If you're gonna have one of those off days, might as well have it early in the tournament and not towards the end when you're probably gonna have to play a little bit of catch up to the top 6. Tribe Gaming, they are one of those teams that are currently at the top, but as I mentioned, XQ and Tribe Gaming, even though they are currently at the top, it doesn't seem like they're taking full advantage of today as I would like. They're not really getting the placing or the amount of kills that I'm used to seeing from them.
Let's take a closer look at Enshami Gaming here as they were able to get themselves the victory, of course. And Jukes, I want to go and ask you the important questions, all right? This one's an important one. What's their logo? Is it like a wasp? What is it?
Yeah, it's a wasp, and it looks like to be one of those murder wasps. And it's kind of funny because I heard that they were starting to come here to the U.S., but I'm allergic to wasps in general, so every wasp is a murder wasp when it comes to me. But I mean, yeah, look at this: 1,874 damage, great 17 kills. And if we look at the past 2 games so far, we saw 15 kills from those squads with even more damage. So in Enshami, they were executing really, really well. We saw at the end a huge nade to open up that fight right there. What a great Sandhawk game for this team.
Yeah, plenty of damage, very efficient in terms of the damage to the kill ratio as well, with some extra little pickups to boot. They don't need no murder wasps, all right? They've just got the guns ready to go against all of these teams. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here from Sandhawk, because there are plenty of... Open up a good old game fuel. There you go. That was not a sponsor plug by any stretch. I need an actual can, all right? I need an actual can, and then I don't have to make the noise. That'd be perfect. Seven, what have you got for me here from this game?
Yeah, as I was mentioning here, you see Ace pushing up on tempo. Even though tempo was set, it was beautiful to see them starting to push more higher teams and just starting to go a little bit for more action. And right here, we see PK just catching loops on a bad rotation. It seems like that's what's going on today for them. Just bad rotation after bad rotation, and some teams being able to take advantage. And once again, we see Ace right here with that beautiful drop shot from Nunes, being able to pick up those extra kills, and these are going to be just confident boosters for a team like that. And Green Real Betis, one of the teams that has actually won before in Sandhawk. I thought, honestly, at one point I thought maybe they were going to go ahead and get the win as well. But overall, Enshami just being able to pick people apart, as you were able to see right there.
Yeah, you're witnessing the comfort that they seem to have in their position, right, Jukes? Because I'm seeing a lot of long-range spray downs come from Enshami here, so it's a little bit less than what we've seen before, but a great nades coming in towards the end too.
Oh yeah, they had the zone, they put it to work, and I like the split that they actually had. I got a little bit nervous right here when Lupita pushed by himself and Nitsu was able to get a really good return knock, but the rest of it, Shama, they were on point. You see Paris Boy with the pro leans right there, hitting it with the M4, 6x, able to finish out the game and put 37 points onto their total score. Huge game for this team.
Yeah, very much so. Great to see it. Great to see it indeed. And it does make things very interesting because, of course, you know, we actually had B4 getting themselves 119 points in a day, which might sit as the record, I feel, for quite a while. As the lobby is getting more and more used to one another in these hyper-intense situations, I feel like the points are going to spread out more. We're going to see some of the lower teams start rising up the ranks a little bit here, Jukes, and that 119 points in one day might sit as the record for quite a while. What do you think?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, heck, you got to look at it. You have to get that chicken dinner to even get close to that kind of total. And B4 are able to put it down big time right there. So a huge performance from them in general. But this entire match, if you look at the scoreboard, almost looks flipped over, Loops. At the bottom of the, you know, you got Tempo, Omen Elite, big major teams, XQ Gaming that were all on top of the leaderboards. They were on the bottom of this match, and a lot of up-and-coming teams are coming up. And like you mentioned earlier, this after today, I definitely don't know who's going to be in top 6 because it's anybody's game so far.
And a tie up towards the top as Tribe and XQ are up there with 188 points each. But of course, those kill points here for Tribe will bump them up to technically that first spot right now. And you're seeing B4 still in 3rd place. Do we see Enshami? Yes, we do. They have moved up the ranks. And 37 points made a big difference from them going up to 9th spot here with Kremlin Batiste kind of following in their kind of streamline and being able to kind of get into that 10th spot as well. Seven, what do you make of these spots so far?
It's good to see, man. Another team that's actually been a little bit more consistent and I'm really enjoying here is Pittsburgh Knights. I'm enjoying seeing them at least within the top 10. One team that we're actually going to go ahead and see here coming up once we look at 11 through 20 is one team that has been really quiet for me for some reason. Omen Elite, they had a good day one, and ever since then I feel like we really haven't had to talk about them that much. So I'm hoping they start to pick it up because they're becoming a middle of a pack team, and that's something that I'm just not used to seeing from them. Hopefully they can pick it up a little bit more.
I meant slipstream. I've got to get my racing analogies right, okay? Not streamline. No. Anyway, let's look at our 11th through 20th as well, down towards the bottom, and see how things are shaping up so far. Tempo hasn't really got themselves too much to be afforded here today. Cloud9 for some reason has XG's logo, so we'll let them off for now. Don't you worry. Yeah, so here's how the points do shape up so far. So a lot of teams really breaching into those triple-digit numbers, of course, getting themselves in basically shooting range and shooting distance. No Severny pun locations intended. Towards the kind of top spots that we're seeing here, Jukes. And 2 more games to go. Still a lot of points up for grabs for today.
I mean, you got to look at, if you look at those leaderboards again, in Xiaomi Gaming, with 37 points, that rocket launched them now into the triple digits.
Yeah.
Because now they're sitting at the 131. So they barely had 90-some-ish points, and just like with one game, boom, they are in the running for it now. So that just goes to show you how just one game, one solid performance can change it up entirely for your squad.
And from one solid performance to another, analysis highlights time, as these guys are always solid. 7 and Duke's going to break down some stuff. Whose is this? Take it.
This is going to be wildcard, baby. Wildcard with the push here on Kulto BG. And look, even though they currently have 2 players close to the zone, as my boy Jukes mentioned, this zone's hurt, man. Look at that beautiful grenade right there from Acer. And something that I actually enjoy here is that Acer had the backup of Slicky. Another one right here, Jukes, is that beautiful grenade that we saw from Insame on Creme Real Betis. And I think that was a huge game changer. I feel like that's what actually got them the win right there, taking out a couple players, even though I believe they ended up losing 1 player here in Lupita, but that was just such a great push from him.
Lupita, 4-3, and he actually does hit 3 right there. I think we just saw him just kind of feel it himself, trying to go for that highlight, get the whole squad out. But, you know, he had one last member from Cream with a hardcore snake laydown, was able to finish him. But, man, the rest of the Enxame squad came up, you know, were able to go ahead and handle it and get a huge chicken dinner win.
I've seen very few moments where the thirst was that real, you know? Gotta get it all. Gotta get it all. Decent position for the lie down, of course, to actually get the counter knock into counter kill. And in general, not too bad. But you could see as well at the end, Hot Jukes, that Circle 6, Circle 7, the blue is actually chunking a lot there. And on Sanhok, it can be difficult to get out of the blue and make the transitions, because sometimes you know that there are going to be still a lot of teams alive in some of those circles, looking out for anybody kind of on the edges.
Yeah, personally, I think that the heal strategy is so important when it comes to Sanhok, because we've seen it time and time again, at least definitely in the scrims. And Sanhok in general, in just, we're talking 20 seconds, we can see 8 teams go out. Just that's how strong that zone is when it comes to zone 6, zone 7. If you have somebody far out healing up, they can get huge placement in that short period of time right there. So yeah, Sanhok is just one of those matches that it's anybody's game. Anyone can get a chicken dinner with some serious kills. And today, that was Enxame. They took huge advantage of it. And man, what a performance.
Well, from the tropics, and now we're going to go over to the tundra. Let's look at the schedule here, because we've got 2 more games coming at you, as we'll be moving on to Vikendi next, after we've had our winners do pretty darn well for themselves. B4 started off the day with their win after getting the last win of yesterday. And then Wildcard stepped up to the plate, and then Enxame Gaming made Tropical Thunder rain down on Sanhok. Now we go to Vikendi. It's the tundra. It's tundra time. It's castle time. 7, what do you want? I know you want castle, but do you want something else?
Dino. Why not?
Okay.
Show us what will happen there. Toxic, baby.
Oh my goodness, Dino Park. And so we almost saw that finish the other day as well. I mean, Vikendi is just one of those maps that just, there's so much cover. We normally see they kind of slow off to start for the most part, but man, towards the end, does it sure pick up.
I'm all about the Garrocker ending, guys. I'm going to keep rehashing it. I'm going to keep bringing it. I would love to see it. I think the triple, maybe even quadruple layered potential fights that can go on there, they make for very interesting urban endings. And I would like to see it, but it's kind of rare, I guess, Dukes. I know you're a Garrocker fan.
Oh yeah, I think that it just, you want the most loot you could possibly get because 9 mil and 45 are king when it comes to Vikendi. So if you can get your hands on a G36C or an M4, I mean, heck, those higher tier loot spots are most likely gonna have it. So man, what a great way to start it off this day. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen here in this Vikendi match.
Yeah, big fan of the G36C as well myself. How about yourself, Seven?
Definitely. That thing's a laser, man. It makes me look good. And trust me, I got potato aim.
Damn, well, okay, don't be too hard on yourself, don't be too hard. I'm sure my aim is even worse than potato when it comes to things, especially my spray control. I can't do the gyro as well as you see some of these guys do it. They are wizards when it comes to it, Jukes.
You gotta have a spinning chair. That's the thing. That's how you do it right there. You just go, when you see something and you gotta go and track someone, just go, wee, turn around, And that's how you're able to laser beam.
I was about to say, that's how you play all the time.
That's how we do it.
Man, stay back.
If you see the back of my head on stream, that means I'm shooting at a car. That's for sure.
Okay, great. So now I know what I need to do. I'm just holding them, just kind of spinning and spinning. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm gonna get dizzy.
The immersion.
Damn. Whoa, jeez. All right, you guys at home, you can get yourself some rewards as well. If you watch the games in-game, get some game things, gaming all day long. That was smooth, wasn't it? There you go.
Get some school shoes.
Just you.
Oh, yeah, you better get this because it's going to be around for a limited time only, so you better go ahead and pick them up quick.
That's what he said. Yes, great. Fantastic stuff. All right. I'm getting rid of you guys as fast as possible so you don't make fun of me anymore, and I'm going to get some real friends joining me in a second. No, I'm just joking. We have new commentators joining us here to get things going. I have Snods and Mustache Dave. Hello, Snods. How are you doing? It's been a while since I last saw you.
Oh, dear. Don't get me started, Claris. I'm sure you know all about UK internet and the troubles we have with it.
That's why I moved away 10 years ago.
Makes sense. Although, ironically, the internet is better where you are from, in the Midlands, than it is down south where I'm from in London. So Blank's safe. Blank's okay with his UK internet, but me down from London, absolute nightmare.
All right, well, we're running out of Kyalaris clones for today, so I guess I'm going to disappear, and hopefully I have a new one coming back after this. I'll see you in a few.
Thank you very much, Claris. Dave, how are you today?
Hey, I am good. I'm chilling in Miami. The weather is beautiful right now, and I'm ready. I'm ready for the last two matches of today.
Yeah, man, it's raining outside right now for me in London, so not only is the weather awful, but the internet as well is just trying to hold up. But yeah, Dave, obviously it's our first game together, and here it is on Vikendi. Yesterday, while I was away, you were casting with John. We saw Team Queso win it. However, I know you're a man who loves your bets. Who's your money on here?
I mean, you mentioned Team Queso. They did win yesterday, but by only about 10% health. So very close to losing it. And guess what? It was B4 who almost had that win. And then after that second place from B4, they got the final win of the night. So if you were to ask me right now, and all because I see the circle number 1, I have to go with XQ. I have to go with XQ, baby.
Yeah, obviously for me, watching it yesterday, almost as a fan, not being able to commentate it, Dave, it felt like watching B4 emerge on that second day when the first day it was me and Jukes who were casting them. We mentioned how they were struggling in their first day here when they missed out on days 1 and 2. However, it feels like the day they had yesterday really set them up in terms of the overall rankings and also for Team Queso as well. But yeah, here we are, as you said before, our southern side in terms of our first zone, centering around Winery, Volnova, and we look up there towards the north, Pittsburgh Knights, Team Queso have a long way to travel.
Yeah, and this is pretty much kind of similar. Besides circle number 1, this is very similar to last night's matches, at least when it comes to Team Queso and their drop spot. They will be the furthest away from the zone, all the way up there in the northeast, and they are going to have a difficult rotation. They have to go a little further down south through Cosmodrome. You got the Knights over there, and then they have to even push on into that northern part near Factory. You got Tribe, you got Mazex, you got Tempo Storm. So honestly, I feel like all the odds are stacked against Team Queso, at least when it comes to this game. Hopefully, if you are a Team Queso fan, they can pull this one out.
Yeah, obviously, my money, if I'm Team Queso, I'd much rather be playing versus Mazexis than Pittsburgh Knight right now in terms of current form. But as you said before, there is that rotation they could make down south towards the cement factory. But right now inside the center of the zone, we have Ace 1, and Blank mentioned it before when he was doing his color commentary on that Sandhawk game. He said that Ace 1 now, they're not happy with being in the middle of the pack, Dave. They're trying to fight spots with these teams. They're trying to fight for positions inside the center of the circles. They're trying to win now.
Yeah, no, and I agree 100%. I mean, Ace won. They, at least comparing them back to the 80 games that they played over there in scrims, they were consistent, but when I say consistent, I mean they finished top 10 every single time. And when it comes to the PMPL now, you need to be top 6. You need to be top 6 at the end of the month in order to make it on into World. So they're trying to take that consistency. They're trying to add that special sauce to it, maybe, you know, get a little more aggressive, get the fights, and win the fights. I mean, last game, you mentioned it, Sandhawk, they took a fight against XQ. They wiped them clean, and it was beautiful. Ace, they had some off angles, and if they can continue to play like that, I mean, I have to say, I didn't expect Ace to be up here, but Ace, they could be a top 6 squad.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you mentioned 80 games played. I mean, this is game 19, Dave. We're nearly a quarter of the way through June, the whole season itself of the PL Americas. And the team I'm looking at right now to wake up is Cloud9. And obviously, they're not playing today, Dave.
Yeah, they're not playing today. Actually, coming into today, before we got into the matches, they were in 10th place. So for a team that, at least, you know, in my eyes, really haven't been popping off, like I mentioned yesterday, the team is really dependent on whether or not Beowulf is popping off, all right? Yeah. Beowulf, one of their top fraggers. Beowulf, also the IGL. If Beowulf isn't fragging, the whole team kind of lackluster. But with that being said, you know, Beowulf hasn't been popping off, and they are still in 10th place. That goes to show you, once when Beowulf, you know, flips that switch, starts making some moves, that's a squad that can easily shoot up the leaderboards.
Ooh, Zyfan from XQ Gaming started to try and scout out some information for his team towards Winery. I imagine it's to try and get control of the center of the circle, try and find the best possible compound they can find towards Abbey or north of Winery, although they haven't overstepped mark just yet. They haven't been spotted as of now by Enchame, who obviously won that last game on Sandhawk, and it was a game they definitely needed, claiming 37 points as they're towards the middle of the pack right now.
Yeah, and I really appreciate how they are doing scouting instead of just, you know, straight up sending it. They're going to move up just a little bit. We see right now on top of rock, trying to get some nice sight lines, and then provide that information back to the squad mates, let them know, hey, it's safe over here, we're good to go, instead of, you know, just straight up sending it. And like we mentioned, circle number 1, XQ, they're in it, so they don't really need to move that much.
Exactly that. And as we can see as well, rotations now coming from Omen. We've also got Pittsburgh Knights as well, who are going to be rotating through Mount Kresnik right now. Although Tempo Storm mounting towards Castle, you can see, actually no, just one player, just one Storm member here, it's Tensor. But these vehicles here from Pittsburgh Knights may have been walking away and driving past unscathed, but instead, Spec here spots out one. There's 3 players as well here from Tempo, going to be ganging up against Carnage, who's been spotted as well. And for Tempo, they went out early versus Ace 1. They can't allow it to happen here again versus the Pittsburgh Knights, as HH24 gun leans there to the left, see if he can spot out that player here from Pittsburgh Knights. Although for Tempo, losing out so early, yes, and the last game just moments ago, I imagine they may be quite fragile here. Maybe they're just going to try and cut their losses, heal up, and fall back and not go out in 16th again.
Yeah, they went on 16th. Hopefully Tensa can quickly make their way on over here to provide that much needed support. Looks like Raven trying to get the wrap around. We do see, oh, is that Tensa coming up from behind, throwing some grenades onto Carnage? That could be huge.
Let's see them, but look at Raven as well from Pittsburgh Knights trying to come in for the flank. I imagine Rain is wary for that, as he is just ducking behind cover momentarily. As you can see, there's J7 behind him, Carnage as well. They've got Raven here from the flank. They're actually going to be surrounding Tempo here inside the center of the circle. And you can imagine as well for both these teams, they want this compound, Dave, for its current location. Though in the meantime, B4 rotating in now from the west. They're right next to Kremril Batiste as well, so we may see some more South American action there just north of Milnar. As Carnage tries to heal up behind the tree. Spec, ooh, just tries to see if he can spot just an arm or maybe a leg.
Yeah, Carnage was able to successfully kind of peel off this one. We saw in the distance Lazarus also making their rotate. So Carnage right now hitting the snow, trying to limit how much they are visible to Tempo over there. Tempo, they're just trying to keep their compound safe. Now, these squads, like you mentioned, they're going to be fighting for this position here. This position right on the tip of circle number 1. So they really need to make up some moves now and make some decisions before getting gate kept moving forward.
Yeah, not only gate, but also third-partied as well. There's so many squads that are nearby them. I mean, just Tremril, Batitas are coming into the fray. You've got more teams as well that are rotating towards the center of the circle. Team Queso now have made that rotation just south of Cement Factory now as they are towards Hot Springs. So they're inside the circle itself, but they are very far towards the east as they may come up to a few issues here if they rotate in via the bridge of Vornova, as of course Tribe are waiting for them.
Yeah, and this is day 4 of games, but this is Tempo's 3rd day actually playing. They sat out yesterday, and going back, looking at their results, their best performance was on Vikendi. They got 2nd place on day number 1 when it comes to Vikendi. So they really need this game. They really need this game to make that comeback, to finish off the week strong. They cannot afford to risk it this early on and get taken out in 16th place again like they did last game. So I kind of appreciate right now, we saw at the very end of that, Tensa finally able to make it on over to the team, pick them up. The question is, can they get on out of harm's way before this next zone pops?
Here's a good point to bring up the next zone, but let's see if J7's going to be able to make it. And no, he's not. It's the Micro Uzi from Tensa that claims that kill, and now it's just down to Carnage. Last alive here for the Pittsburgh Knights, as they are so far away from the zone now. They must have hopped up in their vehicles and rotated all the way away from each other. Instead, though, it was a pursuit from Tempo, as they're still hunting down Carnage.
Yeah, Carnage having a really highlightable play yesterday on the bridge on Erangel, underhanding a couple grenades, getting some nice highlights, actually posting about it on Twitter. Looking for the same place here today. Unfortunate that will not be the case here in Vikendi, but they do have one more game here to go on day number 4. We see Spec, the Bison, the 3 times. I mean, it's all about the Bison here on Vikendi because 9mm is just everywhere. Speaking about the 9mm, Ayala with that VSS.
Ooh, scary in his hands. As now as well for Team Queso, they've made such a good rotation once again. Dodging Tribe for now as they make their way up the coast. You can see in the eastern side of their peripheral vision exactly where Tribe are, as this Mezexis as well, who are across the fray. And right now for these teams, of course, it is Vikendi. This is the time where the teams can loot up, take a breather. They need to loot up those energy drinks, they need those med packs, and they need it for the late game in case it does come down to, Dave, that heal off, which is always mentioned on Vikendi.
Hey, it's all about the heal-offs, and we saw there just a moment ago. I mean, Team Queso, I gotta say, this is a squad that they have the best rotations. And the reason I say that is because they always have the most challenging time when it comes to making it on into Circle 1, Circle 2. They somehow managed to avoid all the conflict, all 15 other teams.
Four teams are in their path.
Yeah, exactly. They managed to avoid all of that, and now look at them. They're going to be right there on the coast with a beautiful spot. No one's going to be to the south of them, and they are looking to get a lot of placement points.
As you said, no one's to the south, which means they just have to look forward. Oh, Tensa looking forward as well to the pack of teammates, which is Lazarus right now, who are feeling the fire from this G360. You mentioned that 9mm. Although Doc can be revived, you can see as well. We mentioned all the time, Vikendi, Compound, so much safety here for these squads. Oof, maybe not for long. He does do a little bit of a barrel roll, but he will get away. I believe they've actually left Doc to die.
Hey, it's technique. It's technique. You know, send out the bait. Send out the bait so the other 3 members can make it on out of harm's way. The thing is, too, with Lazarus, yesterday, I believe it was Russell on a plane, actually playing from the airport. If I'm not mistaken, the whole team is at a gamer house right now. So I really want to see how their synergy builds moving forward here from Lazarus.
Yeah, it's true. One of the first days actually casting with Dukes. We saw Lazarus win, I believe it was, one of the last Erangel games of the day. But enough of what happened in the past. Now into the present. It's Kultur versus Team Queso, as Yang and Fran are trying to go for the 2 versus Marco, who is currently downed. Axel has a lot to do here in this situation, as the rest of the pack of Kultur are always coming in to help their teammates. Marco is being revived, but you can see here as well, Lux is going to come from behind. It should be easy playing field here for Tours. They have the flank coming in from the rear. Luxy taking painkillers, just preemptively getting himself ready for the potential engagement. Oh, they may have left it too late here, Dave, as the explosion happens. Marco's taken down. Axel's going to be run over as well. Not sure how he's taken out of this one. And now Kultur pushing forward. They need these kill points.
I believe the vehicle was starting to burn, and both players just jumped out a little too soon, damaging themselves right now. Now we see the mollies and the pre-fire with the Uzi right now. Looks like Mystic attempting to go for a revive. Marco thirsted in the process.
Gosh, this is the most action I've seen in Vikendi in a long time. As you can see there towards the bottom right hand of your screen, there's another firefight take back in the background of all of this as Team Queso are frantically trying to stay alive. Maybe XQ Game, they've caught wind of this and they're trying to third party, but Tempo Storm. In that second window, they're taken out by Lazarus up close. So that's another 16th finish there for them.
Yeah, we see XQ in the distance, hearing the engagement between Team Queso and Call2, looking to get involved themselves. We saw him able to get one of them. Axel down in the dirt, connecting onto Fran.
Oh, this is perfect here as well for Queso. Remember, many of the players have gone down as well. It's all really optimistic, and a few of the other here from Queso to try and fight this one. As Yang tries to spot him out inside the blades of grass, and eventually he will be taken down, but it's from far, from always with that scoped in G360. And yeah, just like that, more players here going to be downed by Queso as Axel is now going to be forced to revive. Oh, although the rest of his teammates are now hopping out here. It's up close with the AKM. Let's see if he can land the shots, and of course, no, he can't. Kultur, they take it, and that's going to be Queso out in 15th.
Hey, I said they got beautiful rotations, all right? I'm looking for the team fights next. I'm looking for the team fights. For some reason, they were all grouped together as 4 down there in the south, but then they decided to go for that 2-2 split, and that's when we started the fight. Oh, before we get to that, Starlight making the push.
Ooh, they are indeed. XQ Gaming going to go for the third party here as they saw what Kultur were doing to Team Queso. Oh, and they want some of that fun. Look at this, Dave. That's going to be Kultur in 14th. What an action pack for Kendi this has been.
Yeah, this southern end. And XQ, they dropped in this general area, so they are looking good. Hopefully, if you are Starlight and AZ, you can quickly get that loot and then move back with the other 2 members of the squad. That's kind of what I was saying with Team Queso. They were grouped up as 4, but then decided to do a 2-2 split, very soft 2-2 split. And that's when we started to see them in that fight. 2 of their members were behind the rocks, and they were getting pretty much sandwiched from Call2. Not exactly sure what forced them to make that decision. Personally, if I was the IGL, I would stay closer together just because, you know, you haven't really been having the best of nights. So you want to, you know, the main goal, you want to have all your squad mates alive in the late game. That just gives you a huge advantage. But regardless, both Call2 and Team Queso wiped out early here. Wiped out early.
Yeah, and this is great for teams like Loops. This is great for teams like B4, Dave, that are going to try and get an even bigger lead at the top of the overall rankings. Speaking of the rankings, we've got Tribe here as well, and King A leading the charge in that way. And I've been very impressed, not only by the in-game leading here and the confidence from King A, but also his individual skill as well. He's been, in some cases, the MVP in terms of calls and kills for Tribe when they've won.
Yeah, definitely. And in particular, day 3. Day 2. Day 2 is when they were popping off. They got...
Yeah, I cast it when they won 2-2 in a row.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners. That day alone, I believe they were able to acquire 59 placement points. 59 placement points. So that's not counting the kill. So that day shot him up the leaderboard, because when we look at days 1, only 18 placement points. And then day 3, yesterday, only 15 placement points. So looking at their strategies right now, they're going to be playing the edge. They're playing a little more cautious compared to the last couple days. They're looking to get as many placement points as possible and kind of reignite that flame once again, like we saw from day number 2.
Precisely that. Right now, the only player outside of the circle is Carnage, as I believe he is the last player here for Pittsburgh Knights. We saw in one of the earlier games, Raven got his team from, I think it was 9th position to 4th when he was on his Lone Wolf mission earlier on Miramar, or it was maybe Erangel, I'm not sure. But either way, we've seen that Lone Wolf style work out for Pittsburgh Knights as Carnage is trying to go for Deja Vu in that regard. And look at our screens, it's Wildcard Gaming, a team currently on the rise in terms of momentum here.
Yeah, and it's already worked. Carnage already out-surviving 3 other teams in the lobby. And, you know, Carnage losing their 3 squad mates very early on. Now we see Carnage pulling up underneath that bridge right near Lazarus. Hopefully, if you are Carnage, you recognize the enemies near. Let them push first. Let them push first. Kind of use them as that meat shield, that bodyguard, and just try to avoid everybody at all costs. Talk about Lazarus. We see him pushing on to Wildcard right now.
Yeah, we do indeed. They're trying to get control here, as Wild looks so stellar in the games earlier on. It's going to be Russell this time, no longer from an airport. Hopefully he's got better ping for these engagements here as he's up close, and he has so much to do with the G360s. He's landed the first initial shots here onto Sudha from Wildcard Gaming as the knock starting to come back. Can the kills be converted? Lazarus, they need the points here as Slicky as well. Spring, they're all missing the shots, but eventually Russell will be taken down, and now Wildcard Gaming to apply that pressure, as I'm not sure if any of the players are still alive here for Lazarus.
Yeah, I think that's it for Lazarus. Lazarus going to be taken out right there. Spring on top of that garage with the advantage just looking down. Not only that, remember, Lazarus were the ones to kind of crash onto that compound. So really, Wildcard, they just had to defend up until that point. Wildcard already with the chicken here today with 15 kills. I believe that was kind of their turning point. Before that, you know, they had a chicken on day one, but they've been pretty lackluster. I feel like that was their turning point here. And now we're going to see that confident Wildcard that everybody in the Americas are used to seeing.
Well, speaking of flipping a switch, it's 4 on our screens currently, and the first day I casted them, they were struggling. Communication, rotations were off, and Duke's mentioned maybe it's just finding their footing, gaining confidence. It was their first day, and lo and behold, what happened yesterday? They've won 3 Orangles now in a row, and obviously, what map is next, Dave? They're going to try and go for 4. Yeah, but for now, obviously, they lost a player early in terms of being downed, but thanks to the nature of Vikendi, that player from B4 is going to be revived. So B4 still have 4 players remaining, and they're going strong, especially looking at some of the teams that have been taken out already when you look over at teams like Tempo Storm.
Yeah, and when it comes to B4, this is it. This is exactly what's going on here. Back in the scrims, Pedro, GG, was the hard carry, was the only one fragging out the entirety of the scrims. When it comes to PMPL, finally, we got squad mates helping out. Maxon popping off here. Already 20 kills to themselves coming into today's matches. Mixzera, 13 kills coming into today's matches. So, you know, Pedro now with the squad mates to kind of help do the heavy lifting alongside them. That's why we see B4 a completely different squad here.
Oh dear, Dave. Look at some of the teams we have in this circle. I mean, Loops, B4, XQ Gaming. I mean, the teams that I was expecting to take this map here, and maybe even the next one as well, on Orangle. So we should be having an amazing crescendo to this Vikendi as Wilder Gaming. As you mentioned before, they're looking to turn things today, and let's see what else they do. Shots going to be landed onto a few of the players here from Trem, Carreta, as none of the players are going to be in major trouble just yet. Wildcard Gaming going to be slowing the pace down now, getting their vehicles and maybe trying to chase them down.
Yeah, Ace are doing a beautiful job right there. Just taking some shots on that vehicle, making sure the push doesn't come on out. Ace, a squad that has been aggressive here tonight in the past 2 games. We see some grenades getting tossed on over there. Even Nunez with the bolty, coming in with the bolty, trying to connect onto those members out there in the distance of Wildcard. I believe actually tagging Acer. Yeah, Acer forced to pop back behind this rock, go for the heals. Wildcard though, one thing to know, Alex, they are not in the zone.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at the terrain that they have to cross. I mean, there's an open road. You've got Ace at the top who are currently shooting sniper rifles at you. Then you've got Trem, Carrezzo who are just towards your west, and to your east you have Loops as well. Essentially for Wildcard to get inside the zone, this is a pick your poison scenario as we're in phase 5. This circle is going to hurt.
Ooh, and they're picking their poison. Looks like Acer picked the Zima, tried to blow that Zima up and use it as hard cover, was not able to do so. Slicky right behind the tree, tossing that smoke, going for the revive. Enigma out there in the distance, being connected on themselves.
Yeah, this isn't good here for Wildcard. They've left themselves in such a poor position. You've got Spring, you've got Slicky who are trying to go for the revives and trying to help their teammates up. But even Spring is now inside the zone, so he has to get his foot moving, tie up his shoelaces and start running inside the circle. XQ Gaming very happy with their positioning, although they are going to be met by Mazexis, who haven't had the loudest start to their season, although maybe they try and overthrow the current kings here of the PMPL Americas, as Mitz is going to be hearing the footsteps all surrounding him.
Oh, not only that, I don't know. Is Starlight, are they going to check down in the basement? Mitz is actually below them. Yes, okay, Starlight will be heading down there. Oh, Loops getting into a fight.
What's this? East 1, they are loving the action today as Loops are going to be feeling the end of it. More kills coming out here for Ace as Paralyzed takes down Caralho. And there you have it. More players taken out. It was so easy for them. Ace!
That's
wow.
crazy.
Okay, I mentioned pick your poison, but they were lapping it all up. That's another major squad taken out here as Starlight. Oh, the hunt might be over. Like a pack of dogs, they're going to be swarming Mitz. And down he goes.
Not only that, that was Ace taking out Loops.
Crazy.
Loops are one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. So for Ace to be able to successfully do that, much respect. Big respect coming out from them. And it does look like the duo from Mezix, they were spotted out there in Winery. XQ were able to sniff them on out. Now we do see that next zone. Looks like we're heading towards Winery.
You have to mention as well, Carnage is still alive at Pittsburgh Knights, so he's still gathering and lapping up more points for his teams in terms of placements, and even better as well as he can try and get some third-party kill stills as a few players are inside the red zone. But Starlight, elevated angle here, he can peer down the ridgeline and can gain so much information. Look, Dave, he pretty much is the gatekeeper right now for this side of the zone.
He's the gatekeeper, but they need to utilize that upper position fast because it's not in the next zone, actually. It's right on the edge. So playing that anchor position will make sure that HZL and AZ can safely make it on into the new circle. But once when the blue zone starts to push on in, Starlight needs to be on the move.
Carnage spots Vega, who's downed. Oh, tries to land the shots through the windows. Can't manage it. What's going on here, Dave? 20 bullets. Oh, lands 2 bullets, excuse me. That's 40 damage, but look at this. Gamma's up close. Carnage, though, switches weapons. He's going to try go for that final kill. He just wants the points. All he's after is now he's being third-partied as well by XQ Gaming.
Yeah, trying to get the points. Listen, Carnage, you're safe. Oh, XQ are going to be pushing on to the shack. Carnage needs to defend, swapping on out the Uzi.
Let's see then, XQ Gaming come crashing down. Maybe they're expecting a full party here, but instead it's just one man who's fighting with the whole of Mezexis right now. Carnage is still live inside the middle of it. The Molotov going to be flushing him out. Yeah, but he will go down, but Mezexis are still alive, barely, as Pittsburgh Knights are taken out in 9th.
Burning alive right there. Carnage, best bet might have been just to lay low and not go for those 1 point thirsts. They were spotted, taken down and out. Oh, Alex, this is when things get spicy. This is when things get interesting. The next zone did pop. We still got 4 members up from Omen. We still got 4 up from B4. We got 3 up from Cream. Mollies are ringing out everywhere right now.
This is all that's left of Wildcard. It's 2 or 3 players that remain for them, and they're going to be spread up as well. These are easy kills here for XQ Gaming. My gosh, they're making a mockery of all the teams here currently inside this zone. They were in the center of it at the start. They fought for control of the center of the circle, and they are paying, the dividends are being paid back to them now as they are just gaining kill point after kill point as we're at 26 players alive, 7 teams. Wow, that means a lot of these teams are still strong.
Still strong. Tribe looking to capitalize on this one. Currently with no kills so far, but 6 other squads still in the lobby. Tribe, they need to make the push on out. They need to take down Cream before even thinking about getting that chicken dinner.
Oh, Memo on fire. Let's hope he's caught the Memo here, and he is currently being doused in flames. He's going for the med kit, but I'm not sure if that's effective. That's H2O. But Enigma going to be bleeding out here. There's no one here to try and save him for his team, as it's quite a somber moment there for Wildcard Gaming, watching one of their last members hit the deck, but they still have a few players alive. You can see Slicky, another player there from Wildcard Gaming, still here in the fray. It's Asaw, but they've got Ace 1 to deal with, and only a few moments ago they check out the squad of Loops. Ooh, up close to the micro Uzi. This is really anyone's game here, as the Molotovs are going to deny the chance of going to the left side, but the grenade does do some chunk damage. Oh, they may have to leave Zero alone to die here. As again, it's Zyfan. It's XQ Gaming on 9 kills. They're third-partying everyone.
This is actually nuts. Acer with those bunny eels. Trying to heal on up. Both of them will be taken down to the zone, but they would get 4 placement points. So XQ, kind of that guardian in the sky right now. Tribe now making that push, Alex, trying to get on into the zone themselves.
Tribe out in 6. It was looking so good for them. Oh, dearie me. They weren't expecting how many teams there that are coming from the west side. It seems like the eastern side of this circle is completely barren as all the teams are coming in towards the western side of this potential final circle 8, as we are down now to 12 players, 5 teams. XQ Gaming trying to finish off the job they started earlier in wiping out Ace 1, and they've done just that. Down to 4 teams now, as it's Omen Elite who are feeling the pain here from XQ Gaming. It's even more onslaught here from them. HZL to go for the reload is falling back, but he's got his comrade there. AZ is going to be taking the brunt of the damage here from Omen as the reloads come into the micro easy. Now that you can have the attachments, you can see how much more prolific this weapon is. Although, XQ Gaming, they're not done just yet. HZL goes for the reload, brings it back in, finishes off, and actually goes for the revive as well. Now we're down to Kremril Batiste, XQ Gaming, and there's only 1 player left from Kremril Batiste.
The wipe. If you are that solo player from Cream, now is the time to make that push. XQ trying to get the revives, trying to get their numbers back up. HZL will be healing up, and here comes the reset right now. Cream, the solo member, just crawling up a little further into the zone. Can they get the 1v4 to get the chicken dinner?
Just leaves his clothes on the ground, wants to try his best to try and camouflage himself here in this scenario. 1 versus 4. As now these Volts are just waiting for their prey to eventually show its face. The Starlight, AZ, one goes left, one goes right. They're trying to see if they can force the hand here from Scanor, show exactly where he is and reveal his location. But for now, he's going to be keeping patient on the trigger. Although, Dave, this all seems to be coming out into one ending, all in favor of XQ Gaming. Yeah, and there you have it. They're going to be taking it. 14 kills, I believe, at the end there for them, plus the 20 for the chicken dinner. They are going to be grinning going into a wrangle.
Yeah, and B4, fourth place, still up there at the top. Ace right behind them as well. The biggest fight, though, this game, at least in my opinion, had to have been the XQ versus Omen Elite. It was insane. Uzi sprays every single where. We had mollies, we had smokes, we had grenades. It was all out chaos here, Alex.
You got to really be thankful as well to Ace for taking out Loops as well at such a pivotal point of the game when there was about 10 teams left and they were all fighting for the center of that zone. But obviously the kings of that, probably zone 4 onwards was XQ Gaming, Zyfan specifically, just annihilating everyone with his G360 at range, third party galore.
It was amazing. And you love to see it. XQ Gaming as well. You love to see it. This is a team that has just making so much progress here over the last 4 days and definitely, you know, popping off of the radar because, you know, they had a lot of hype behind them, but they kind of fell short in the scrims, you know, not living up to expectations. But now here, when it actually counts, you know, all this money is on the line. The 6 spots to make it to World League. Like, this is the time to shine, and they are doing exactly just that with the additional pressure. So you love to see it from XQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I liked how, you know, Dave, you started with expectations there. I like it. I like
nice,
it.
Nice. Better expectations for Tempo Storm. 16th again for them.
Yeah.
You're rubbing sand in my eyes right now, Alex. Don't do that to me, man.
Assaulting your fellow co-commentator. I see how it is.
Look, mate, I left him with John for 3 hours. What can you do?
Yeah, I suppose. There are worse punishments, I guess. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to bring my analysis guys back on here once again to break down exactly what we've got going on, as Seven and Hot Jukes will be joining me. Guys, when we look at how things did play out, what's up, Jukes? Are you okay? You all right?
Oh, I'm fine. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness, man. What a crazy match right there. XQ Gaming, 14 kills. They were struggling in the first 3 matches, but here at number 4, picked it up. A huge win and a much needed momentum shift for XQ Gaming.
Yeah, definitely so. Seven, when you look at how XQ have been able to shape up here throughout the day, it's not been the easiest day for them by any means.
Yep.
So a lot of our big teams have not had the easiest of days, but then to step up and get a chicken dinner on the board, it really does kind of smooth out the average throughout a day, right?
Yeah, and you kind of need a win like that to get the second half of the game, maybe get a little bit better, right? You still have one Erangel, which we have seen them do great things on Erangel. And one team that I actually want to go ahead and point out is Ace1. We've seen a completely different attitude from them. They're being more aggressive. They're just taking the fight to other teams, and they ended up knocking out Loops Esports. One of, so far, what we've been seeing, one of the top dogs of this tournament. Seeing that from Ace, amazing. Now that we know that they can get the kills, I want them to start working together to maybe get a little bit of a higher placing, and then from then we can go ahead and move on to hopefully getting a win.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. Of course, they're over this way. I'm just going to keep, you know, varying it up a little bit here and there. We've got XQ up towards the top, 34 points under their belt. Creme Royale Betis with 17 points. Omen Elite getting themselves 15 on the board here, Jukes. That's a nice pickup for them.
Omen Elite needed it big time. You know, they have definitely been starting to struggle here on the leaderboards right here. This is one of the top elite teams in North America. And to be able to get a 3rd place, you know, with 5 kills, that's going to be some solid points on the board.
Yeah.
You also got to look, though, B4 Esports have been dominating so far today. And with the 15 points, they're going to go into a wrangle. And they've already won 3 in a row. So, man, that's another great performance for that squad.
Oh, man, I want a 4th in a row. That would just be perfect. B4 getting 4. in a row. That would be so good. 9th through 16th here as well. Not many points coming in for our guys down towards the bottom. It's been a rough day for Loops. Let's not talk about that for now. We've already glossed over that quite heavily here throughout the stream. There's plenty more to be talking about. Lazarus getting themselves 5 points. And Cool2, I would like to see more from Cool2. They got themselves 3 kills here, 7. But if we cast our minds back to day number 1, they got themselves a chicken dinner. It was on Sandhawk, I believe, against XQ towards the very end. But I would like to see Cool2 do more. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems like that win just might have been a lucky thing so far from what we've seen from them. And as you mentioned, we want to be able to see more. We want them to go ahead and get multiple wins. Because at the time, if you're a team, you have 1 win. Once you get that 2nd win, then you're able to tell everybody, hey, listen, that wasn't a fluke. That wasn't just luck. We can actually get those wins when everything goes our way, when pretty much all the rotations are on point and when the teamwork is there. As you mentioned earlier, Omen Elite, I'm happy to go ahead and see them at least in the top 4. They've been a super quiet team today, and not sure exactly what happened with that push there with that XQF, because at one point they were just so close to each other. I wish maybe they would have maybe tried to take a little bit of a different angle, or just try to play that a little bit more passive for my liking. But overall, great to see them at the top.
Let's take a look at XQ getting themselves the damage done and all their stats here for this game as well. I'm curious to see how much they actually were able to heal throughout this game, because they went through a little bit of a 800 damage, but in the 1,900 being put out on the board with 14 kills. So from my perspective, Jukes, I actually wasn't focusing that much on XQ throughout this game. I was looking at a lot of the teams coming in from the south, little cheeky Carnage getting himself in a little bit of a shed. So how did you see the campaign from XQ throughout this game?
You know, XQ, they were just kind of playing the edge of circle, just doing what they do best. And I'm glad to see them play a little bit more patiently now, because throughout the past games, we see as XQ is just a squad that's willing to just kind of push anybody and be able to get in the fight. But this time, I think they decided, you know what, let's go for position. Let's play it a little bit slower, just kind of progress our way in little by little and be able to make it happen. Because that is a squad that can push definitely from outside the zone, because they got the gunpowder but to prove it for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I imagine that's going to, put them very nicely up towards the top. Of course, they were already, I think, in 2nd place or so, or even 1st place for a lot of today, but maybe they were jumped out. I can't remember exactly, but that's going to be by the by. We'll see that in a few moments' time. 7, anything else for Vikendi? One thing that really does, for me, stand out is the fact that a lot of these teams position themselves in the first circle to the point where they're in, like 14 of the teams are in the circle until about 3rd or 4th circle. These teams are really able to read the circles very well here whilst we take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments. Why do I keep doing that? What do you think, 7?
Yeah, and something in regards to the circle that we've seen over and over again and that we actually were talking to in the back end while watching the game is that a lot of the circles are just going straight to the center. Teams are not really having to hard shift or anything like that, so it seems like this has happened now a couple of days, so I wonder if teams are going to go ahead and get more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
And if they're going to be expecting that every single time in Vikendi, because if you do, then you're going to start seeing a pattern and you might be able to go ahead and readjust certain strategies that you might have here in Vikendi that you might not be able to see in maps like Sandhawk, Miramar, or Erangel.
Yeah, and of course, our 3rd circle, Jukes, it was technically a hard shift, but I've never seen an easier hard shift in my life. I want a difficult hard shift, my friend.
Oh my goodness. For anybody right now that's confused about that, go back in the replay and watch circle number 3. The most hard shift I've ever seen on my life. It just literally shifted right onto land to all these squads. So, it's kind of funny because you're right. We have seen kind of a pattern here in Vikendi. It just seems to want to center out constantly. So you could definitely tell that, hey, staying center early on will pay dividends in a map like Vikendi right here. But you see Acer putting in some good shots onto Ace. Just overall great gameplay. Shifan, man, just a laser beam with that 4X and able to get a big chicken dinner here in Vikendi.
Yeah, very nice towards the end there. I think XQ, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like they got another Vikendi, like the first Vikendi. I can't remember entirely, but
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, and it was when Tribe actually ended up winning that game that XQ was really close to getting the height advantage, but Tribe came over and just pretty much powered them out of that height advantage and took them out.
I know which one you're on
But
about,
they've been very, very close on winning, and that was another instance as well. Whenever they did good on Sandhawk, they were able to go ahead and bring that momentum over to Vikendi. I think that didn't they get a win in Vikendi already?
I feel like they did.
Crazy here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll check back later. I don't have all of my notes.
So
in
many
front of me,
games.
so, you know, there's so many games. We can take
Look, they're on the top of the leaderboards. Whatever they're doing, it's working right. You know, whether they won or not, I mean, regardless, man, the XQ game it for doing pretty solid so far here at the PMPL.
You're right, Jukes. You just want to come and take my spot here, you know, like, come on, lad, jump out of there. Anyway.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Let's take a look at the overall damage done here for all of the teams for the 16 for this game, and relatively even. And I feel like I said this last Vikendi, but it's a symptom of all this centering, Jukes. Just watching the even spread and eventually the condensing in. Literally everybody is in range of everybody. So this is why we're seeing kind of an even spread here, I feel.
I think so, without a doubt. And it's kind of funny because you're coming from such a chaotic game like Sandhawk.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
You're just having to run around all over the place and shoot like crazy. Then you go to literally to chill out in Vikendi, where you're just kind of just sitting in that one spot, just kind of waiting for zone to shift. And you can almost see that antiness in players because they want to move. They want to get that fighting started. But hey, when you're sitting in the center of zone, there's just no reason to move. But still, it's definitely an interesting dynamic for these squads.
It feels like there's so many instances where, as you're saying, kind of the anti-play almost, and not a lot of the teams in their hand movement it feels like they're not warmed up as much as they're going constantly from fight to fight to fight. So a lot of collateral damage being occurred when you're going to these fights. A lot of Pyrrhic wars going on in these kinds of situations. Seven, any other things that you actually want to take a look at when it comes to Vikendi and how things played out?
Something that I noticed that happened to B4 is that they started playing the edge of the circle again, and that kind of worked in their favor. I believe it was Miramar. For some reason, they ended up in the middle of the circle. I don't know if it was the first or second circle in Miramar, and they didn't know how to react to that. So I think their strategies, or at least from what I'm being able to see when they perform the best, is being edge of circle and try to work just that third party. Try to see which teams are currently hurting and take advantage of that. And that's another strategy that I'm also seeing from XQF that we saw worked here in Vikendi. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see from both of those teams, we kind of start seeing more of that strat coming in into Erangel.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game as well. We've already taken a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments, but what do you have for me? I'm going to start with Jukes.
You know, as you can see, we just see complete dominance coming from these squads, just constantly being able to hit some big shots. And yeah, early on, you just saw a lot of just hanging out and waiting. But once it got towards the end, it was getting really, really hectic. We saw Carnage kind of getting stuck inside of a good old-fashioned, shelter, try to run out, but got mollied right there. But great plays overall from all these squads.
And right there from Wildcard, that fight between Lazarus and Wildcard, I think my boy Spring, that was such a huge play for him to be able to get that high ground and be able to just finish off that last player from Lazarus. And right here, another team that I've been talking about, just Ace. The aggressiveness, the confidence that they're now starting to have is something that you love to see from a team, especially that's towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Once you start seeing them take on big teams like Tampa, like we seen earlier, like I believe it was Wildcard, and now Loops, one of the top teams that people maybe before today they would have been like, you know what, let's not even try to challenge them because of the performances they've been having. I think them taking on to those fights and actually winning them is such a confident booster.
I just want to go back quickly to that XQ crash into Carnage's little shack there for a moment, because the moves XQ is performing there are very, very small but very nice, right? Jukes, you've got the molly going in underhand, which is nice. You're going to flush someone out. But I think the even bigger detail of that is the pre-fire from the other XQ member knowing that somebody's going to run out. They're not just going to stand there in the fire. So they instantly understand exactly how to be able to go into those engagements and make them very efficient. So when the pre-fire happens, they can't, even if they try and shoot back, you're denying a lot of damage from happening on your side, right?
That's just the veteranness from that player and that team right there. They understand the situation. Might as well. They know you're going to run out. Just start putting some bullets down range so you can run right into them. And yeah, unfortunate for Carnage right there. He had some really good knocks out that window, and he's one of the tallest players in real life. But if only his in-game character was like 2 inches taller, he would have had a couple of more knocks. And you saw he recognized that XQ was on the hill. He tried his best to try and shoot that driver out the car, but XQ also knowing, hey, there's only one player in there. Let's crash it, work as a squad, and make it happen. And that's exactly what they did.
Man, the amount of times I've hit a window ledge or the edge of a rock as I'm peeking over it. It happens, it happens. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards here so far. As I can only imagine XQ is going to be revamped and good to go towards the top. And so much so that they break the 200-point mark here with 222. Big stuff. And the second team to get 3 chicken dinners under their belt as well. 7, it's a big performance from XQ.
It is. And they broke 200 by a lot. Not even close. Now, keep in mind, they have played 5 more games than B4. B4, points-wise.
True.
They're right there. If they have played all the exact same amount of games, I believe B4, as Jukes mentioned earlier, they will probably be in first place. And Loops, even though they haven't really had the best of days, they're still being able to go ahead and stay at the top, which is super impressive, man, because they have not had the great day, and also they have not had any wins. So really impressive to see those teams staying at the top, even with things not going their way.
Yeah, definitely.
And what's something I gotta just say something right off the bat. Look, if you just look at it, I mean, top 10, every single one of these teams has had a chicken dinner, except Loops. And with Loops only playing 14 matches, that's just insane. They are putting in work consistently, kills-wise, but not able to get the finish. So hard to see coming from that squad.
It's coming. The time is ticking down. That Loops clock that we've got somewhere, which I would love a graphic for, is ticking down. Is ticking down. Here's our 11th through 20th as well, as we see Enshame getting themselves a win there too. Actually being knocked 1 peg down off the top 10 here throughout this game, and they've got a chicken dinner on the board too. So is Cool too. So has Lazarus, but we've still got a few more games to be played out before everything is said and done here for some of these teams, as only 4 teams right now have actually got themselves 19 games on the board, and this is about to be their last game for the overall week of games that we've had so far, and of course 3 of them are sitting pretty nicely in that top 10. 2 of course up at the very, very top here. So we're going to be going on to Erangel here in a few. Let's check in with the schedule, as we've had 4 games down and 1 game to go. And then, of course, we will be back in 2 days' time after this. Erangel's coming up, as XQuest just got themselves... XQuest? No, that's a completely different team in another esport. XQ has got themselves a win. I do too much esports, guys. I'm sorry. Erangel is coming up next. So, from what we saw in our previous Erangel 7, what do you want coming into this one?
Listen, I want to see B4 take advantage of just the wreckage they've been causing there. Another team, and actually the 2 main teams at the top, XQ Gaming and Tribe Gaming, need to go ahead and have a great team. I mean a great game, because they're gonna have to sit out tomorrow or the next couple of days whenever we play again. They need to go ahead and finish off on a good performance. That way, they don't get knocked down so far down that they might start overthinking certain things here and there. I hope that doesn't happen, but as you're able to see right there, XQ Gaming with 222 points, man, that is just that is something to see. I'll tell you what, that's one team that has really surprised me so far in this tournament, especially from everything that we saw on scrims. It was one of the middle of the pack teams that weren't really getting any wins. Nothing was going their way. And for them, talking through CFAM, from them to be able to go ahead and turn it around here when it matters the most, I think that just goes to show volumes from that team. The teamwork, the grind, everything that they're putting into it, and actually paying off.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Jukes. What are your thoughts?
Look, I just want to see B4 with 4 people up, using only 4 time scopes, with 4 mollies in their back pocket to get their 4th chicken dinner on Oracle right here, which is the 5th map. Oh my God, I don't know. I just can't wait to get into the game and see what's going to happen here, because so far here in day number 4, we've seen a whole bunch of crazy plays. The scoreboard going all over the place. This is what I'm talking about, and I'm just pumped to see it.
Mate, it feels like destiny. It feels like destiny. A 4th win for B4 on their 4th Erangel, please. Please, please, please. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you right after this game as we bring back our commentating team for our next one here. So, Snods and Mustache Dave going to be joining me on here. Dave, Erangel, on the way. A great little game there to get things going. Do you want to see a B4-4-4-4-4?
I don't know if I want to see it. It's a matter of it is happening regardless, right?
wow.
B4 definitely getting a 4th chicken dinner here. I mean, they won the last 3. They won the last 3, so it's bound to happen.
I mean, at this point, you've staked your mustache on about 6 things already throughout the tournament. Are you going to do it for this one?
Dave.
Dave. That's my new name, Dave. If B4, if they win, please let me grow my mustache back and finally stop using the CGI one that they got me.
Okay, all right.
Looking like right now.
Well, I'm disappearing. Enjoy, boys. Bring us the game.
Thank you, Colaris. And Dave, you're thinking it's 4 in a row here for B4 on Erangel? Really?
Maybe. All I know, I was looking on Twitter right before this happened, and Team Queso, they said for the other teams, just go opposite where they go, because every single drop they have, the circle pops on the opposite end of the map. So if I'm in the plane and if I'm near Team Queso, I'm going to be making sure not to go near them.
Speaking of drops, one of the things I was thinking about as well while I went from a little tinkle break was Tempo Storm. Obviously 16th on Sandhawk, 16th on Vikendi, and obviously they are famous for always dropping on Pachinki and being so prolific with kills. Are we going to maybe see a team drop out that plane and try challenge a potential weak form Tempo Storm for their favored Pachinki spot?
I don't think anybody is going to drop on Tempo Storm. I don't think anyone's going to drop near Pachinki. Yesterday, like you mentioned, they did sit out, and both Erangel matches, teams avoided Pachinki, even though they weren't even in a lobby. Now, when it comes to Tempo's results here, they had played day 1, 2. They got a 9th place, a 2nd place, a 5th place, and a 16th place on Erangel. So it's really a toss-up. It's a toss-up when it comes to today. Back-to-back 16th place finishes. Hopefully for them, Circle 1 is like right in the middle so that they can just kind of camp it out and get some placement points here in the last match of the day.
Yeah, it's true. They need it. Speaking of points as well, I'm looking at Wildcard Gaming. I'm looking at Loops as well because they've only 14 games so far, Dave, and they are 30 points away from getting into that top 3 spot that they're after. I believe Wildcard Gaming and Loops are in that 4th to 6th position. They want to get away from that. They want to get out of that top. They want to be top 3 to guarantee their spots. Going forward, as Jar may have spotted the ever-favourite B4, who are going to instead just wave the white flag and fall back to safety here and just group up, get in their vehicles and go loot towards, as it seems, military base.
Taking some shots with that mutant as well onto Pedro. Thank goodness Pedro was able to get on out of harm's way. And this is something that B4, they do every single Erangel map, no matter where the plane is. They drop, they get a car, multiple cars, and they send it to Novo. They don't care. They don't care where the plane goes. They're going to Novo regardless. They know this spot like the back of their hand.
Yeah, and as well, we have to mention Gronto Esports was the other team that used to drop on military base, and obviously they're out today. So for B4, this is free running. All the loot on the island is currently for them if they were to go and explore it. Obviously, may not want to go and run that risk so far into this match as we're only 2 minutes in. But Dave, we have now seen this first circle has emerged, and it's going to be centered around Milta and Farm. So B4, who were on our screens moments ago, they're still going to be inside the circle. Oof. Although, Dave, they have to rotate over that bridge that they just saw in Jarme guarding.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. We know B4 likes to go Novo every single time. The squads 100% know that. And with the results that B4 have been having here, maybe in the past, the other squads, they didn't really care about B4. They're like, oh, B4. We run into them, easy wipe. But now that B4, like we mentioned, they got 3 chicken dinners back to back, and they are shooting up the leaderboards. That might put some additional eyes on the squad of B4 and paint the target on their back. So, really, we'll have to see moving forward what happens with that team. Will they be gate-kept over there on that bridge? Hey, we're going to find out here this game.
Yeah, more to touch on gatekeeping as well. Towards the north there, shooting range, there's Wildcard, he dropped there early, and actually, Perfect timing as Enigma is in the center of our screens. And for Wildcard, Dave, it's looking quite tough here in terms of rotations. If they cross the river to Roshok, we know that Tribe, especially King A, he loves to control that river. He loves to control the top half of the map. Towards the east, you've got Trem Carreta as well towards Stauber, and then towards Georgiapool, there's Lazarus, and just below them at the Everest Mountain as well is Loops, who are going to know if you're coming. They can get that really high elevated angle and scout out that information, although Loops have also Lazarus and Pittsburgh Knights to deal with just next to them.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a similar story when it comes to B4. Like, everybody knows Severny, Wildcard, they go Severny regardless. Everybody knows Tribe, they go Roshok. So if you are Wildcard, you are not going to be in this first circle, as we see right in front of us. They got a couple squads that they need to make their way around here, and they need to, start thinking about that right now, as it seems like the blue zone is going to start pushing on in here for the final map of the evening. And one thing to note, Alex, after this game, we only got, well, I say only, it's a lot, but we have 60 more total matches to go here
quarter of the way
in
through.
PMPL. Yep, a quarter of the way through. So we're going to start to see some teams, maybe start to get some nice little point gaps on the overall leaderboard.
It's true. Indeed, and for Queso as well. They're doing well in terms of the overall standings, and they had a poor performance last time on Vikendi. Obviously, yesterday they won Vikendi, but here they are all squadded up and booted. They've also got their first kill as well onto one of the members from Kultur, which is currently located towards Lebovka. Ooh. Team Queso trying to find out where the rest of the members from Kultur are. They think they may actually be here towards this high-end compound, and they're going to be corrected, Dave, as always. Well, he needs to be backed up right now by Fran. It's a 2 versus 4 here at compound. Thankfully, there's 2 buildings, so maybe they can try and play cat and mouse as Team Queso are starting to swarm round. They're splitting up into a 2 for 2 as they run around the flanks.
Yeah, and when it comes to Team Queso, they're going to be in this circle for once. I know I made that joke earlier on. So they are going to be in the circle. They are going to be somewhat grouped up right now. Call 2 will be driving on right past them. Team Carreta just to the north of them. And we were talking about Wildcard just a couple of moments ago. They seem to be wrapping around Yesnaya right now.
Yeah, smart play there from Calder. They heard the footsteps, they saw the cars, they heard the engines revving, and they decided to fall back with their other remaining members. Of course, we saw Luxy die in the first few moments, as he was the first player to die in this game. But we're still waiting for that Phase 2 circle, as for now, the majority of this map is going to be concluded towards Potato Farm, Dave. One of my favorite positions on the map, which at the moment, XQ Gaming are currently on top of.
You love to see it. It's a strong spot. I mean, it's got a couple trees up there. It's got some decent sight lines, and it is going to be, right smack in the middle. So definitely a position you want to find yourself in. And looking on over here, Rain with that bolty, looking to pop some heads, looking for that one-tap dirt nap. Now, I do appreciate how Tribe, we see him all the way out there in the distance on that high ground. When it comes to day number 2, every single game that Tribe were able to get the chicken, were able to pop off and get a bunch of kills, they played from the high ground position. That is a team that when they have the advantage, they make sure to hold on to that advantage and not let anyone push on top of the hill. Right down there to the distance, we got Gamma from Mezix. They might be aware of Tribe. The question is, where this next circle goes, will Tribe be forced to breach on into their compound?
Ooh, we had questions about how Wildcard were going to go and make their rotations inside the circle, and it seems like they're just going to be going for the vehicle method at that. All 4 players here, nice and safe as they rotate ever so closer towards the center circle. As at the start of this map, it's about who can get inside the best position, who can get the best compounds before the other teams get there first. And Omen Elite have actually rotated south of Milta here, Dave, and now they're the ones gatekeeping this tier by B4, as towards their west as well, Enshar may still lie. So for B4, it's very tricky getting off this island.
Yeah, and that was my fear. I mean, honestly, we're only in circle number 1. We could see a shift that will favor military base once again. Kind of the story of last night's Game 5. It was like a 60-40 chance that it would go down there to the military base, and it did go milli. So if you are B4, you already know. You are praying, you are hoping that we get a southern shift. And even Omen Elite, they're setting up. They're going to be right there on the bridge looking to capitalize regardless if the circle goes north or south. They're ready to go. They're good to go. They are primed with their vehicles.
Krem real tease towards school, obviously coming second on that last battleground. We saw Vikendi, although here after looting up school, they are going to be looted and booted before entering the next zone, which we're about to see here, Dave.
It's going to pop.
Momentarily.
Will it go south?
to pop.
Will it go north? Okay. Hey, not bad, Alex. Not bad. B4, they need to push in just a little bit. See, if I am B4, I get a little worried, though, because obviously circle number 3 is not going to favor you. Will you swim? Will you take a boat? True. If I am B4, I'm probably going to try to swim underneath the bridge. The question is, Omen Elite, they are going to be waiting for him.
Yeah, and the issue again as well for 4 is if the circle goes towards the west as well, then suddenly at the western side of the Military Island Bridge, there's Pittsburgh Knights as well if they were to try and cross there, then come just south of Pachinki. There's Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Loops, who are all gatekeeping that western side of the circle. But once again, XQ Gaming, Tribe, Ace, Loops, the same kind of names, Tempo as well, that we expect to see inside the center of the circle. And then 4. Now, actually, not going to be swimming here, Dave. They're in their vehicles. You can see all 4 members now making their way over the bridge. This is perfect. Omen Elite have rotated away. Potentially, some of the B4 on a scope could have seen that.
Yeah, hey, that is some major luck right there. You know, Omen Elite not opting to stay there on the edge, actually looking for a more centralized position just north of Milta, maybe even the shelter area. And that's going to open up that bridge like you mentioned, Alex. B4, all in vehicles making their push on. Team Carreta, a lot of teams right now, all in vehicles, just looking for a slice of the pie, looking for some safety. Team Carreta pulling up in that little dip right across the street from Ace. That dip, personally, I've never seen a squad make it on out of there alive. All it takes is a couple mollies, a couple grenades, and the thing is, yeah, Paralyzed, you know, looking on over there, Ace, they might be aware. They might be aware of that pull-up. We already see Vit2K not opting to stay within that little dip, going to be rotating around this, trying to get the off angle on Paralyzed and running into Tribe.
Ooh, they are indeed. It's Trem Carreta that are going to be coming in towards Tribe. Oh, or maybe not instead. King Ace spots him out. Memo as well. Yeah, I can't see what's happening right now. It's just some delay on the feed, but I believe, yeah, he is going to be fine for now as he's going to be going back with safety. And now, obviously, Trem Carreta know exact Tribe are gatekeeping this top of the hill.
The DP with the 6 times. Don't at me. It's the best gun here on Irigal. Don't at me. Don't tell me else. I mean, the pizza gun all day long with the laser on with the 6 times. I mean, that's a sniper and a half right there. We see a lot of DPs coming into play. I mean, it's such a strong weapon, the 7.62. King A will actually be using the 4 times on that bad boy. We're going to be checking on with Loops. And, you know, Loops, no chicken dinner, but you know what? I don't care. You know, slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. And when it comes to checking out just their placement points, day 1, they got 39. Day 2, they sat out. Day 3, 43 placement points. So the thing that Loops, the thing that they do so well is even when they get taken out in 5th, 6th, or 7th place, you don't get a lot of placement points, but they always have a bunch of kills. So they end up finishing above teams that place the higher than them on the leaderboard. So it is just a squad. They are so consistent. And you know what? I think they could make it, honestly, if they keep doing what they're doing now. Top 6 with no chicken. That's how confident I am in Loops.
Oh, look at this circle here. Phase 3, right smack bang in the middle between Milta and Farm. Omen Elite are going to be very happy with their position there on the top of that mountain just to the eastern side of Farm. Below them, and Xiaomei, who have rotated slightly away from the bridge, as B4 are there currently. Tempo, where are they on the map? As we can see them right now rotating in their vehicles next to Pittsburgh Knights, and they are just towards the western side of the circle, rotating away from, of course, Dave, Pachinki.
Yeah, Pachinki, getting stinky in Pachinki. So XQ, they usually like to drop near Farm. You know, Omen Elite like to drop near Milta. Omen Elite with a 2-2 split right now. I would really like to see them kind of group up, especially with, you know, 15 other teams alive in this zone here. It is going to get packed. It is going to get condensed. B4 lucking out. You know, they have a nice little compound. Oh, we're getting a pull-up from Tempo.
Dave, how has this happened? Suddenly, we've got 3 players from Tempo up against XQ Gaming, who are currently the Titans so far. T games into the PMPL Americas, although Rain makes it poor as two of the players run out from XQ Gaming are downed. HZL has so much to do. He's fighting off two of the players here. Thankfully, Tense is low, so maybe he's going to have time if he goes for the heal. But no. Starlight finishes him off too, as we are now into what seems like a 2 versus 3, which I believe is favoring Tempo as Spec. He's going to be coming back in from the flank, denying any players here from XQ Gaming to fall back as he claims the life of AZ. That's more as well here from Rain, taking down Starlight. And yeah, Tensor is going to be going for the reload and the heal. I'm trying to work if there's any players yet left. Yes, there is. It's just one, though. All down to HZL. Chuck knocks out the smoke with delay for as long as, but Tensor's here up close, and as he's got the grenade in hand, he's going to be caught with his trousers around his ankles. And there you go. XQ Gaming taken out in 16th, Dave, by, of course, Tempo. I said they had to step it up, and they did. Ace, though, they're giving me no time to breathe right now, as they, too, want to try and get involved in some firefights and some engagements here. We've seen it so far today in day 4, where they are not sleeping in these matchups. They tried playing for the placement points before. Now they're saying, screw it, let's try and get some kills. Ooh, a few players here from Omen who are far back. It's Telly just alone right now, as they should be able to get the kill conversion onto him once the smoke does fade. But what do Omen do with the remaining 3 players here that are far back in this compound?
The thing is, Omen, they want to get the revive, but they are being pushed from multiple angles right now. We see Angry and Juicy trying to keep Team Caretta at bay, connecting grenade after grenade. 3 members for Team Caretta are going to be bleeding on out. Remember I mentioned Omen, they had a 2-2 split. Nico, now the lone wolf over there, will be trying to regroup up with the other 2 members of Omen, just going to cut their losses right there. So they're going to be down a member.
Yeah, for Trem Caretta, what can they do here as well, as they are going to be losing 1 player? That's going to be third party by Sam. And of course, it was Sam. You mentioned it before. Tribe, they like to play high up in the mountains. And the reason being is they've got someone like Sam with precise aim. That game where they had 17 kills, or 14, 15 kills, 17 kills, it was Sam with the ×6 M4. Here he is now once again with the scope as he takes down one of the players there from Trem Caretta. Although 51 players left, as we are still just, 10, 15 minutes here into this game, and there's 15 teams left.
Ace, huge pickup on Paralyze right there. And if I'm Ace, I'm probably going to peel on off of here, or at least get on out of harm's way, because Omen Elite, they know exactly where you are. A lot of these teams will be currently occupying that Potato Hill, that farm area, making their way on in from the west-hand side. Nico trying to take some shots over there. I believe that was Loops going for the rotate, or even it was the Knights going for the rotate.
Kalaris wanted to see more from Kultur, but instead they're out in 15th. So they're going to have to impress him another day, as this is the final game of today, as going into Erangel, it was B4 who have won 3 on the drops, and Sam takes down yet another player. HH24 as well is down as well, so Tribe are really trying to apply pressure here from afar, although they've actually gotten a lot closer here, Dave. They've changed their position up.
Ooh, yeah, changing their position, and it does seem like one of the members from Tempo were in the area. They did get third-partied. Looks like Rain is going to be in this wooden shack just trying to survive right now. Rain and both Tensa will be separated. Jagger on the hunt right now, also looking to capitalize on this new circle, looking to hop on into this hard cover. Is going to be peeking out, taking the shots.
He is indeed. This is deja vu to his teammate Carnage, although this time it's Queso off in the distance, not XQ Gaming, as they were taken out in 16th at the start of this one, quite shockingly. Ace is still going for it against Omen Elite. That's more players. I think that's 3.
Yeah.
You can see it in the kill feed. Trying to see once eventually. Yeah, once it's eventually going to be updated.
I mean, they're right across the street from each other and pretty much in one of the most centralized positions in this new circle. The thing that worries me is I saw Jagger, he dropped the gas can within that shack. So if this grenade, okay, they picked it back up. If this Molly, though, can land within the shack, Jagger is going to burn to death. And we see flames right in front of Jagger's face. Jagger closing that door, making sure not to get third-partied right now.
Yeah, they're so scared, both of these players here. I mean, for Tempo Storm, there's 2 players remaining for them. For Omen Elite, there's only Angry left. He's by his lonesome. So for many of these squads here, it's all about survival of the fittest. As Pittsburgh Knights, they're down to 3 players. They've only lost J7 so far, which was at the start of the map. So for Jagger, just wants to stay alive here. Doesn't want to give away that kill so easily because, Dave, you know the difference between having 3 players alive and 2 is drastic. Oh dear, Tribe, they're still not finished with tempo as Tensa managed to get out, jumps out the window, but I believe King A's heard him. As he does get one knock, trying to go for a second as well as he leaps round the side, gets the second knock, but it's all going to be frivolous. All for nothing as Sam and Co, they can just heal up, they can revive up, and they have the loot as well going forward where it's not going to make too much of an impact to their economy.
And now, if I'm Rain, I am going to be regretting taking those shots at my neighbor. Because remember, Rain is now the solo member alive for Tempo in that wooden shack. And they were taking shots, I think it was against Raven, going back and forth. But as a solo, you definitely do not want anybody to know exactly where you are. Next circle does go on up. Ace right there in the south. Team Queso being favored to the north.
Yeah, look at the road that splits it in half as well. Oh my, there is no cover. There may be a few, oh gosh, I mean, parts of terrain you can use to your advantage towards the upper parts of the road, but besides that, should be a shooting gallery for teams rotating in towards the center of it. And Jarmate trying their hardest here as they are going to be reviving up behind the smoke. Tempo Rain, as you said, was taking shots there from that position of Shaq as he's got Jagger next to him as well, but it's Njaume. We can't even see them. We see Garcia off in the distance, but where are his teammates?
Teammates are getting picked apart right now in the smokes, getting just annihilated. Garcia going to be making the push right now. The thing is, Mezix Esports are right on top of them. This is going to be within the zone. Not only that, Team Queso, from their position in the north, they will be third-partying this as well. I believe Garcia's tires are going to be popped, and here comes Tribe trying to make the push on into the new zone. They will be moving right on into Jagger and Rain.
Ooh, Tribe losing this early, though. Sam's drop, Memo's killed. Another player as well going to be killed here. As Mazegis, as you said, they were right on top of Njaume, and they managed to catch them off guard. I'm not sure if Njaume were really expecting to catch Queso off guard so easily. Instead, though, we have Tribe currently trying to heal up from the losses they've had momentarily ago as King A is back in the shack that we saw just moments ago from that last remaining player from Storm, but Rain has eventually been killed off.
Yeah, Tempo Storm, more like, just a couple clouds here today. Unfortunate for them. Oh, here comes another push. Someone trying to crash on to Team Queso. It's Cream.
Yeah, Kremril Batiste. Let's see what they can do as they're both going to be just next to each other. Just touching tips here between compounds. Obviously, there's not just points on the line. Both these teams coming from South America. It's pride too. Some of these players keep that more so to themselves than money or points itself. But Kremril Batiste trying to go for that third-party kill still as well, potentially onto 4. They're doing so much damage. Levi as well going to be dropped in the Harry Potter Tower, but he will be safe for now.
Yeah, right before they claimed the Harry Potter Tower for themselves, Levi was able to actually run over an enemy in the process. Nitsu, right now, trying to pop tires, trying to get vehicle explosions, trying to damage and ruin B4's vehicles, their utility, as much as possible right now. Here comes the DP spray. Will they connect onto a couple of those members from B4? B4 tossing some smokes. The next zone did go on up. B4, the furthest away from it. Oh no, remember, they lost their vehicles as well. Oh no.
Oh, Mazexis, they just took out Njaume. And now they're trying to third party onto Kremril Batiste. There's also Team Queso as well, who have been locked horns for the past 2 minutes. Highest damage dealers you can see there to your right of your screen. One of the players there, Emraz from Mazexis, with nearly 400 points of damage, almost wiping out the whole squad there by his lonesome of Njaume as Team Queso trying to go out into the open, but they're going to be met by some fire as Pittsburgh Knights have something to say as well across the map.
Yeah. Mazexis, they need to third-party the fight between Cream and Team Queso because this is not in the new zone. Mazexis, they do have the high ground. They had the hill in that next circle. So regardless of who wins this fight, Mazexis, they need to be ready to just pepper on the spray right now onto both these teams and not allow them to make the push with these vehicles. Axel going to be holding the top story. Ayala popping out, taking some shots right now.
Oh, Kremril Batiste, they try to go for the rotation, but maybe they're slightly too early as Mazexis are able to go for the third party. You've also got as well Team Queso, who waited just 5 seconds later. And, oh, maybe it doesn't pay off as they're actually the ones losing more players too. It's down to Axel versus Nitsu here from the 2 teams of Kremril Batiste and, of course, Team Queso. As now we're down to just 9 squads as Tribe, who are at the center of the circle, get taken out.
Mazexis, their best game yet. Honestly, starting from the bottom, trying to finish on the top here. 8 kills so far. They lost one of their members trying to defend this hill. They need to stay close together. Darius all the way down there. Worrisome for me. I'm getting a really nervous right now that Darius is not with their squad, because if Darius gets tagged and knocked, there's not going to be a revive, and that's just the truth. So hopefully Darius can like pop back up, go back with the squad. We got 5 other teams remaining right now.
Look at the zone, Dave. There is no cover. There's one road, there's a few trees, but besides that, it's blades of grass, foliage that you're going to have to be using as cover. As XL. Oh, that is a nice shot there from Pedro. As you said, Mark are going to try and go for some revenge onto one of the players there from B4, but can't quite manage it as that player there, Pedro from B4, managed to duck down in the nick of time. Jagger now trying to go for some third party himself. Spots out Darius here. As you said, this is the best game we've seen so far from Azexis, as they're the ones in the center of the circle. They're at the back of the circle. They've also got the hill of the circle. They've got everything in their favor, Dave.
They got the circle. They got this circle. But
the Knights in America, they got all the trimmings.
They got all the trimmings. They got the mashed potatoes. They got the gravy. All right. They got the side bread roll with the butter.
The works.
All right, Alex, they got it all. Marco trying to get this 1v1 though with Pedro.
Yeah, he is indeed. But both these players can be taken out. It's going to be Emraz there again with another third party. It's 10 kills from Azexis. Oh my. Where have they come from? Coming out of the woodwork here into the 20th game, final game of day 4. So 3 teams here, Dave. We've got 2 for Pittsburgh Knights that are left. We've got 3 from Azexis that are left. And that's really it. As Raven. Down here towards the bottom of the hill, you've also got one of the players from Team 24. Yes, it's Senab from Trem Carrera, but who is your money on here, Dave? There's 3 teams, obviously, for Trem Carrera. There's only 1 player left. It's really between Mazexis here and Pittsburgh Knights, but Mazexis have the high ground.
Yeah. I would say Mazexis, but they're being really risky right there. We saw they were making the push, and who was it? It was Raven getting a nice shot onto Darius, forcing him to heal on up. We got 3 first aids. Okay, Jagger, no first aids, just 5 bandages. So Jagger, they need to close this one out. It cannot come down to heal off. They don't want to be damaged or even love tapped by that blue zone. The thing is about the Knights, like you mentioned, there is that solo right behind them, and I don't think they have any clue that there is an enemy over there.
I don't think so either, Dave. I think the best bet for Trem Carrera is to maybe try and kill these 2 players from the rear of Pittsburgh Knights. Obviously down the first player, kill the second because he can't revive his teammate if they're both dead. Go for those 2 kills and almost allow Mazexis to have their first win in a 1 versus 3.
Okay, look at that. So there's a smoke now. So there's a smoke. Team Carreta, that solo member tossing that smoke. So that is going to alert Jagger. Jagger going to be spotting them, taking them down and out. Now we got the 3v2, Alex.
If only he knew the situation he was left in. Either way, though, Trem Carrera go out, and now it's going to be the 3 versus 2. Mazexis are in it to win it. Vega towards the eastern side of the circle, goes for the tree, tries to get a better angle here. Catch some players trying to heal behind the trees. He spots out Raven. Oh, but it's Jagger that goes down first, and now Raven on 10 HP tries to go for a few shots, manages to down 1 actually, but this should be it here. Vega should be finishing him off momentarily. No, it's Darius. Either way, it's the win there for the likes of Mazexis. The first one they've had, and what a win it was.
Hey, the first one and not the last one. Oh, they had 3 up at the end. They sent Vega for that off angle, that crossfire, just too strong. The Knights being pinned down right there, Alex. Regardless, though, Knights second place. I mean, they fought.
Amazing
they fought hard.
2 players, too. I mean, it was Raven and Jagger from about 8 teams, 9 teams onwards. I mean, you tally the kills as well. It's 5 kills plus the points for seconds. They're going to be getting nearly 20 points for that. They're going to be feeling great.
Hey, everybody's feeling great. If you're top 3, if you're top 4, you are feeling great. And like we mentioned during that game, 20 games, week 1, officially, it's done. It's done. So if you are at the very bottom of the leaderboard, it is the time now to make some changes because you can't afford to be down there moving on into next week.
Yeah. Dave, quite unusual circles towards the end. In a lot of these games, we're seeing very central heavy plays, but the circles didn't afford central heavy play. That road running all the way through those circles meant heavy edge play. And from that, it was difficult once the hard shift came because only 3 teams out of 11 were in the last circle.
and you know who it was the most difficult for? B4. B4 got the hardest of hard shifts.
Is that why
right
they lost, Dave? Is that why you're wrong? Just luck. Just luck, is it?
I don't know who to blame it on. You know, it definitely
Blame it
not
on me.
Alex's
I'll
fault.
take it. I'll take it.
No,
There
no,
you
it
go.
wasn't your fault. I feel like Colaris is, you know, kind of rubbing this hard shift in my face. It's a little too suspicious.
All right, well, my producers told me I can lose you. So if you could leave, that would be great. That would I'll see you.
Class, man. I get it.
I'll see you next time. I'll see you next time. We are going over to the analysis, guys, as well. That was very bluntly put, but he's giving us the good troll. We've got 7. We've got Hot Jukes. These guys were to the nail, to the T, paying attention to every single detail of this game. I tell a lie, they'd lost the feed for the most of it. So I'm going to talk to you guys about some of the final moments during all of this. Great game, guys. What do you think?
Man, what a great play from all those squads, man, dude. Oh, man, we just saw domination from start to finish right there. But I can't lie. I'm hyped to hear that Mezexis won this one. You know, I'm a guy that goes for the underdog, you know, and Mezexis needed to make a statement here. And what a way. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's no better way to do it. So, yeah, great for them. I'm happy that they were able to get a big chicken dinner here.
Jukes, you're channeling your inner Brit because we as Brits always cheer for the underdog, basically because we're always the underdog. So, you know, you gotta get that going. 7, how about yourself? Menex is getting themselves the win. It is great to see, especially towards the end there where they pretty handedly dispatched of Pittsburgh Knights, etc.
And I think that's a trend, right? For today, a lot of the teams that weren't maybe in the best positions, today they took a chance and actually started bringing it up, getting some wins. We know, once again, talking about Ace 1, they were able to be a little bit more aggressive, push more people, get some engagement, win those engagements. And right here, Mezexis, I think this is a huge confidence booster for them because, man, up until now, we've been wondering what's been going on with them. So this is such a great pickup win for them.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely. The hard shift towards the end lended itself very nicely to them to be able to get a really secure position for that circle. Let's check in with the points coming in here for this game. Mezexis will push themselves up quite nicely with the 32 big smackaroonies and 12 kill points in total as well. They had a great opportunity, Jukes, to be able to kind of greet people coming over their side of the road. I was talking to you guys about this midway through the game, and a circle that is kind of northwest of Milta along that road that's transitioning up to kind of the more northern reaches of the map, when that's central, all of the teams have to kind of divert straight to that edge play, and that's when huge collateral damage can happen here, there, and everywhere.
Definitely, and I think that, you know, a comment that I heard a little bit earlier that I kind of disagree with is, you know what? I think that no matter what, if you get a chicken dinner here at this high level, you deserved it. You earned it without a doubt, you know? But I do believe that sure you can definitely get some pretty favorable and lucky zones.
Official.
And yeah, and any one of these squads that are able to get here at this high level, if they get a zone that favorable, they should win. But I think what separates the big boys from the teams that are kind of struggling is even when they don't get those zones, they're able to still make it happen. So if you're a squad right now that only seems to be able to get success when getting those favorable zones, you definitely got to start putting in a whole bunch of work because, heck, we're about to hit the midway point here of the PMPL, and only the top 6 are going to go into Worlds, and there's a lot more big bad boys to face come World League time. So definitely got to get it done quick.
I'm thinking back to Dubai, I'm thinking back to Berlin, and some team names do ring true, and some player names ring true when it comes to the big boys around the world. Let's take a look at the team stats here for Mezexis, as they were able to put up big numbers for themselves to get the chicken dinner, and we have 1,800 damage coming in across those 12 kills. Quite a few of those towards the very end, and when it comes to dealing with those final circles as they do set up, they had a pretty decent uphill position compared to where the road was as well, which is always, you know, it's beneficial. You have the high ground 7, you're going to be able to maybe frag out.
And they were able to take advantage of it. I think this is one of the first times that we've seen that. And I'll tell you what, before this game, before this Erangel, Mezexis only had 15 kills after just 14 games played.
Right.
That is insane because they were able to just go ahead and get 12. They were almost able to match up the amount of kills that they got in 14 games in just one game. So it goes to show, if you're able to get super lucky, take advantage of it, it can change the whole tournament for you, and it can start some momentum that hopefully you can trickle down to the days coming up.
let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moment. I didn't say Mountain Fuel. I didn't say Mountain Fuel. Fantastic. Let's crack that open and get a little bit of a look-see here at some of these moments. And there was this Tempo versus XQ fight that actually went down, which was a very impressive attack and breach by Tempo. Starlight for XQ was a little far away, so I wasn't able to help out in that fight for quite a lot. And when you're in that kind of situation and a team is pushing you that aggressively, Jukes, you need every man you can get.
Absolutely. You want to be able to push in as a squad and able to finish it off right there. But we just saw both of those teams just kind of have one member off and split. And it just kind of seemed to be a battle going back and forth. So Tensa doing some jump shots, trying to do everything he can. But you got XQ Gaming, you know, being able to go ahead and be able to put in some work. Now, Tempo able to get some strong finishes as well. These are two titans just going at it, and whoever hits the best shots wins.
Yeah, definitely so. Looking towards some of the final moments here, you can see just up to the top right kind of where that circle really did kind of break things up, and a lot of people in like those little wizard towers as well trying to get some shots on long range. But in this area in particular, there's not much cover, not that many dips and divots, other than just a few trees here and there, Seven, to try and find home in.
Yeah, and something that you saw Team Queso taking advantage of was a blown-up car, right? And that just comes in so handy. And right here, Vega, something that I've been able to see through this whole highlights is Mesex's Vega being able to take the fight to anybody that he was able to see. If he saw somebody who was going to try to get at least some damage, try to get that knock, and try to get that finish. So love seeing that kind of attitude there from Vega, because that will just kind of start going to his teammates as well. Overall, what a game. Trust me, I wouldn't get a chance to see that whole thing, but congratulations to Texas.
You know what? We do what we can. We do what we can. As you say, congratulations to them. It is good to see. Let's take a look at the overall damage throughout this lobby here as well. As I can only imagine, it's going to be quite even. And indeed it is, apart from Azexis that are able to take a little bit of a leap over at the very end. And again, it's kind of those edge play strategies that really kind of result in this when it comes to how everybody's just having to somehow get into the circle. Everybody is right next to one another, Jukes. So you're always ending up in, again, maybe third, maybe even fourth party fights. Just so much crossfire.
I think you just definitely see all these dominant teams. They want to be as central as possible because they predict that anywhere the zone goes, if you are central, you're able to rotate in, you know, pretty easily. The biggest issue, though, is when you get that complete edge hard shift in the late game. Whoever is in there and gets lucky, that is their game to win tremendously. And Mesexis, they got it here and were able to make it happen. I mean, regardless, no matter who you are in that situation, you still got to take advantage and hit big shots. So Mesexis have been able to prove that when they do get a favorable zone, they can make it happen. It's just in my opinion, they are still yet to prove that they can do the same when they are, you know, not so favorable in those positions. So hopefully we can see this squad develop here as we're about to hit the halfway mark in here in PMPL.
Yeah, maybe a few fight-ins towards some circles, maybe kind of have a decent central compound to be able to kind of work out of. We'll see. Plenty of games to go as things do shape up. Guys, this has been a very interesting day, to say the least. We'll take a look at some of the analyst highlights here from this game as well and see what we've got cooking. I know you guys didn't pick these, so let's have a look as we take a look once again at the Tempo versus XQ fight. Now, I did get to see a good opportunity at this, and it feels like the way Tempo came in here and were able to initially eliminate that front guy who had zero cover whatsoever, to then have XQ try and flank around with another person. Again, not very much cover whatsoever. It was kind of a divide and conquer strategy coming out of Tempo Storm here, where XQ was filtering in one after another, and only a brief moment of respite was heading up towards the stairs to try and get himself a little bit of cover. There were a few smokes thrown down to try and delay extra pushes, but then Starlight kind of just comes in too little too late. Is that a fair assessment of this, Jukes?
I think so. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, like, I trust you, that's for sure, when it comes to this kind of fight scenarios. You know, yeah, I could get a little bit of a glimpse here or there of it. And yeah, you know, you just see Tempo and XQ are both teams that can just push very well as a squad. Their communication, they don't even need to kind of talk to each other. They can understand exactly what's going on and be able to do it. But at the same time, when you're facing such a strong opponent, hits those big shots first. One nade can change the entire momentum. And yeah, just here in this situation, it just happened to work out for one team in particular.
That was interesting. Thank you very much, Jukes. And Seven, looking at how things did play out there as well. Very nice to see these kinds of fights with the big teams actually like stacking up against one another. It's not been the easiest day for Tempo Storm by any means, but going up against XQ, who is our technical lobby leader throughout all of this, and being able to dismantle them one piece at a time, I think is very good for morale.
Yeah, that was a beautiful rush. As I was watching it, they were close enough, but they weren't that close enough, if that makes sense. You want to see a little bit of distance between the players, that way they can get different angles. And one of the things that I really enjoyed was one of the players was getting an angle on one of the other guys pushing outside the window. I don't really recall seeing the name there, but that was just nice to see from Tempo. And then seeing the backup, seeing that fourth player coming through, making sure he was already on the way. That's something you like seeing, because sometimes we see teams pushing in and we got one fourth player all the way in who knows where,
Narnia,
waiting for who knows what. So it's good to see that they're having that conversation. They told him right away, hey, listen, you got to come in here. We need your help. We need your backup. And we need you to come in at a different angle because we already got this cover.
Yeah, the XQ, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, I think. That's how far away they were. Anyway, of course, plenty more coming in the next couple of days. Of course, we'll be on a 2-day hiatus, and then we'll be back with even more PMPL. Let's check in with the overall rankings so far. XQ will still hold it down up towards the top. They didn't get themselves many points. In fact, just one from that previous game.
Just one.
just one. But it doesn't matter because they're still holding up strong at the top. That being said, B4, that B may as well stand for Bloodhounds at this point, because they are on the hunt, Jukes, and they've got 5 games in hand.
B4 almost had the, I mean, we were kind of hoping they would get the 4th chicken dinner in a wrangle.
Yeah.
But man, three is, they already got the turkey. You know, so I think that they're pretty much happy with that. But that just goes to show you that how much survival points and, you know, matter here at this level and stage. Because if you think about it, in first place, you get 20 points. Third place, you get 10. That is such a huge difference in itself. You have to get 10 kills just to try and match up with that. And against these kind of teams, that's not easy. So for B4 to get 3 huge chicken dinners, in my eyes right now, they are #1 on this leaderboard since they've only played 15 matches compared to Tribes and XQ's 20.
And we see Mazexis there getting themselves pushed way above where they previously were. Now with 96 points, almost breaching that triple digits. So great for them to be able to push up into that 16th place here, 7, right at the very end of the day, really when it mattered.
Yeah, that's the second time we've been able to see that today from another team. Earlier, we saw it from Slim Gaming. Now seeing it from Mazexis. It's good to see that, and it's good that that's starting to happen right now, man. If at any point, if it's going to happen, you want that to happen right now and not later in the match. Now, another team to go ahead and point out that they didn't have the greatest of days was Loops Esports. Maybe one of their worst showings so far, but the good thing about this, once again, is that it happened early in the tournament. Hopefully they can go back, reassess, see what they did wrong. Sometimes this is a blessing in disguise. You want teams to not do so great all the time because they're just going to get used to that. They're going to think, well, we don't really need to readjust anything. Yeah. Everything is working our way. Why try to readjust it? So when stuff like this happens to a team, what I'm going to be looking forward when we come back in 2 days is how do they respond to that? What kind of new strats they're going to be trying to work on? Or maybe was it just a bad day?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, in a lot of esports, especially here as well, you learn more from your losses than your wins. And in fact, that is a good lesson for life in general.
Not just, I was about to say, not just esports, in life as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep pushing until you win. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world as well. That does it for day number 4 here of the PMPL Americas. We're on a 2-day hiatus, and then after that, for the Saturday and Sunday, we will be back with more games coming at you. We'll see you then for more PUBG Mobile action. Bye.